Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The narrow gaze twisted into one of the ugliest glares Chen Ren had ever seen. The young master's nose flared, but he tried to lighten the mood by saying whatever useless thing he had to say and laughing it off with his lackeys. A group of 5 men, 2 as tall as the Tang Manor ceilings, and 3 of the same height as Tsang Rue. All of them were well-groomed men who screamed wealth. Tsang Rue's lips curled into a sneer as he leaned towards the men surrounding him and made them laugh. His voice loud enough to prick the attention of the gathering crowd. They smirked at those who glanced their way, enjoying the whispers that had started to stir due to their presence. Clearly, they enjoyed the attention. Chen Ren remained passive, with his eyes locked on Tsang Rue. Without betraying any emotion, he felt for the troop. They continued to walk towards him, and as they did, the crowd in the area shifted like wheat in the wind. People nudged one another, started whispering, and began to part, clearing a path for the approaching group. Some pointed toward Tsang Rue, their eyes lighting up with recognition, while others simply stepped aside with wary glances. All the while, their murmurs grew louder and louder. Not only Chen Ren's face, but also his stance didn't change one bit. He stood calmly behind the stall, his gaze steady as it followed Tsang Rue's approach. He didn't move, didn't speak. His hands rested lightly on the counter, the faint aroma of freshly cooked noodles wafting from the steaming bowls beside him. Tsang Rue came to a stop a few paces away, his chest heaving as if the walk had fueled his anger further. But the previous laughter he'd feigned was nowhere to be seen. Without wasting a second, he jabbed a finger at Chen Ren. "Chen Ren, there you are, you coward." The crowd stilled. Even the clinking of coins and the sizzling of nearby food stalls seemed to pause, leaving only the echo of his words hanging in the air. Chen Ren knew it was just his imagination, since everything around him still operated as usual. But the feeling of impending danger, nonetheless, was there. He tilted his head slightly. "How exactly am I a coward?" he asked, his voice calm, as if he were asking about the weather. "You ran away from my challenge back at the city lord's office." Tsang Rue snapped, his finger shaking with fury. "Only a coward would do that. You insulted me, and now you fear my wrath." Chen Ren's lips twitched, almost forming a smile, but he suppressed it. How dramatic. These young masters would make excellent actors, he thought, his mind briefly amused by the theatrics before returning to the present. He straightened slightly and met Tsang Rue's furious glare. "Now, let's not twist the story," Chen Ren said evenly. "All I did was ask you to respect some boundaries and wait for your turn. You, on the other hand, couldn't handle not getting your way and decided to lash out. Then you attacked me. You should count yourself lucky I didn't take that personally." Chen Ren motioned toward his stall with a small shrug. "Now, if you don't mind, I'm busy here. Go yell at someone else." With that, Chen Ren pretended to turn, but he couldn't help but wait for his response. The crowd, however, started whispering once again. Their attention was now fully locked on the exchange. Some chuckled under their breath, while others looked more invested than even the tournament which was about to begin. A man holding a bowl of noodles slurped loudly beside Chen Ren, the sound somehow adding even more dramatic hue to the tension. Tsang Rue's face darkened further, his hand clenching into a ball at his side. He opened his mouth, but no words came out at first. His eyes swept over the gathered crowd, their curious and entertained faces fueling the fire in his chest. "You," he began again, his voice trembling with fury, but his words faltered as the crowd continued to watch, some even grinning as if they were watching a street play. Finally, Tsang Rue's sneer sharpened. "Your words are as cloutless as your businesses, Chen Ren. You aren't even in the Qi refinement realm, yet you keep courting trouble as if you belong among us." Chen Ren met his glare without flinching. "Funny, considering you're the one who came looking for me." For a moment, a flicker of energy danced on Tsang Rue's palm, the faint glow of a cultivator's intent shimmering in the air between them. Chen Ren's sharp gaze caught it, his body instinctively tensing for a split second. But before the energy could manifest into an attack, one of Tsang Rue's companions stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Young Master Tsang," the man said smoothly, "there's no need to waste your energy on a battle of words with this fool. Everyone knows that you'll hand over his ass back to him by the end of the tournament." The words that were said aloud replaced the fury on his face with a cruel smile. He nodded, seemingly placated by the words. Then, with a sharp glance back at Chen Ren, he spoke again, his voice raised to command the crowd's attention. "You heard him, Chen Ren. I'm here to publicly challenge you in the tournament. There will be no running, no excuses, and no backing down. I'll show everyone my strength and make you kowtow before me in apology." The declaration was enough to send a ripple through the crowd. Murmurs buzzed like an unsettled hive as people exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Some pointed at Chen Ren, while others glanced nervously at Tsang Rue. Chen Ren took a moment to scan the faces in the crowd. Old man Tian stood a few paces away, his mouth hanging open as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. Other stall owners mirrored his stunned expression, their eyes darting between Chen Ren and Tsang Rue. The children, who had paused their work at the stall, looked equally shaken. Their eyes showed fear, though none of them dared to speak. Tang Xiulan, however, stood with her arms crossed, her eyes calm, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. She knew this was all part of the plan. Finally, Chen Ren's gaze landed on the beggar girl, Angie. Unlike everyone else, she seemed entirely unaffected by the tension crackling in the air. She stirred a pot of noodles, her back partially turned to the unfolding drama. She didn't even glance at him or Tsang Rue, her focus fixed entirely on her task. "All right, I accept your challenge. Let's see who makes who kowtow," Chen Ren said with his hands waving dismissively in the air. Tsang Rue laughed maniacally. "You're confident now, Chen Ren, but you won't be once I'm done with you." He turned to leave, his companions following close behind, their smug chuckles cutting through the crowd. But just as Tsang Rue was about to step away, a voice rang out from the throng, cutting through every other whisper that had started to spread. "What if he gets defeated before he even faces you in the tournament?" The crowd stilled, heads swiveling toward the source of the voice. "Wait, who is it?" someone asked loudly. And that was the same question that rang in everyone's minds. At the sudden interruption, Tsang Rue snapped his head toward the crowd, his sharp gaze scanning for the voice that had dared to speak. Yet, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't locate the source. Frustration flickered across his face before one of his young master companions stepped forward with a smug grin. "Yeah, that's true," the companion said, loudly enough for the surrounding crowd to hear. "What if this so-called lowly cultivator can't even make it through the battle royale? It'd be a waste of your time, young Master Tsang. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator." Another chimed in, his tone dripping with mockery. "Exactly. That man isn't a cultivator. He's just a glorified merchant pretending to be one. I doubt he'll even last a minute in the tournament. Most likely, he'll run off before it even ends." A third added, his laugh cutting through the murmurs. "I heard he lost to Li Xian in less than a minute during the Soaring Sword sect entrance exams. A talentless hack like him wouldn't stand a chance." Tsang Rue's confident smirk faltered as he processed their words. His expression shifted through a kaleidoscope of emotions. Anger, doubt, and then a calculating gleam in his eyes as he glanced at Chen Ren. "You're right. This bastard is too weak to make it to the sparring rounds where I can face him properly." He turned toward the crowd, lifting his chin high. "Hence, I declare here and now, I, Tsang Rue, will make him kowtow before me in the tournament." His declaration silenced the crowd, all ears hanging on his next words. "And if anyone dares touch him before I've had my chance, they will be my enemy. Spread the word. Chen Ren is my prey, and no one else has the right to interfere." As he finished, he turned to glare at Chen Ren. Yet Chen Ren remained unmoved, his expression blank save for the faintest curve of a smile. It was a subtle gesture, but one that made Song Rui's frown deepen. With a final, pointed finger, Song Rui spat. Know this, Chen Ren. I'll teach you a lesson in the tournament, and there will be no excuse for you to run away this time. Without waiting for a response, he spun on his heel and stalked away, his entourage following close behind. Some were bumping fists at what had happened, while others simply followed. Chen Ren saw how the crowd parted for him once more, but this time, their whispers were twice as much. Many turned their gazes back to Chen Ren, their expressions ranging from pity to outright dismissal, as though he were already a dead man walking. Chen Ren, however, paid them no mind. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction, his plan working exactly as he'd hoped. He allowed himself a moment to savor the wind before a small voice tugged at his attention. From the edge of the crowd, one of the street kids emerged. It was Chen, his eyes squinted up as the glaring sun bowed upon them. But he had a big smile on his face. I did well, right? Chen Ren smiled back, pulling a small copper one from his pouch and flicking it to the boy. The child caught it mid-air, grinning ear to ear. You did great, Chen Ren said, watching as the boy scurried off, pocketing his reward. The faintest chuckle escaped his lips as he turned back toward his stall. Now, let's see how the rest of this plan unfolds. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Tang Xiaolan stepped closer. She had a sly smile on her face. Young Master Chen, you're really quite the schemer, aren't you? Chen Ren shrugged. Not my fault these young masters are so sheltered they don't even recognize obvious schemes. Song Rui's arrogance makes him an easy target. He glanced in the direction the young master had stormed off. Thankfully, his proclamation will spread like wildfire. Most participants won't risk crossing him, so I should have a safer path through the tournament. Xiaolan chuckled softly, folding her arms. You make it sound so simple. Outwardly, Chen Ren smiled with confidence, but internally, his thoughts weren't so assured. The plan worked for now, but it's riddled with holes, he admitted to himself. If Song Rui and I end up in the same bracket during the battle royale, things could go south quickly. And then there's always the chance that someone from outside the city won't care about Song Rui's threat and decide to attack me anyway. Still, he allowed himself a small moment of relief. At least for now, I have some measure of protection. It might be just enough to conserve my strength for the later stages of the tournament. He looked around, seeing the amount of people that had gathered. His first plan had worked, but if he wanted to win the tournament and get all those sweet rewards and the money from the betting markets, he would have to make sure none of his plans falter. As the day progressed, Chen Ren's noodle stall still flourished, with an increasing number of customers eager to sample their wares. Tang Xiaolan and the children bustled around, serving bowls of steaming noodles to the growing crowd. Although when they tried to move inside the arena with their handcarts bearing ice cream and chips, they faced a challenge. A challenge in the form of stubborn guards. They blocked them from entering the arena, talking about some laws that obviously didn't exist. However, Tang Xiaolan took care of the situation. She slipped the guard a discreet bribe, and soon enough, the handcarts were allowed through, and they began peddling ice cream and snacks to the hungry spectators inside. The extra income from this arrangement made Xiaolan grin with satisfaction, and Chen Ren decided to leave her in charge of managing the logistics. His focus shifted to the tournament. Chen Ren slipped away from the marketplace and into one of the corridors that led into the heart of the arena. The stone walls echoed with murmurs and cheers from the crowd above, growing louder as he approached the open grounds. His round was scheduled earlier than expected, a fact that initially made him uneasy. As he stepped onto the packed soil of the arena floor, he scanned the gathered competitors. Roughly 50 participants stood in clusters. To his relief, there was no sign of Song Rui among them. He let out a quiet sigh, his shoulders loosening ever so slightly. The arena itself was a spectacle. Surrounding the open field, rows of tiered seats overflowed with spectators, many pointing excitedly at the competitors below. Voices called out names, some cheering for their favorites, others placing bets on potential winners. It was a lot. He'd never experienced one of these arenas, and it starkly reminded him of the Gladiator movie that he had loved. His eyes scanned across the competitors, searching for familiar faces, but none appeared. He adjusted the hem of his robe, reminding himself to stay focused. He had come here to win, not to be distracted by what he couldn't control. The announcer's booming voice interrupted his thoughts, calling for the competitors to assemble near the central platform. Chen Ren joined the group, blending into the sea of cultivators. As Chen Ren moved through the crowd toward the competitors' platform, his eyes caught a glimpse of Tang Xiulan and one of the street kids, a boy named Jian, selling chips and ice cream to a bunch of girls who were seated. Xiulan handed a bag of chips to a man, while the little guy offered a scoop to one of the girls. The sight made Chen Ren smile faintly. They were thriving out there, at least something. His attention snapped back to the arena as a tall official, clad in dark green robes embroidered with the city emblem, stepped onto a raised platform. His voice immediately drew all the eyes onto him. You all know the basic rules. This is the first round, so no killing is allowed. If you're thrown off the platform, you're disqualified. If you cannot fight any longer, you're disqualified. No pills, no demonic techniques, and no outside interference. You will begin when I give the signal. He swept his hand toward the massive stone stage. Now, get on the platform. One by one, the competitors climbed onto the raised battlefield. Chen Ren waited until the crowd thinned before stepping up. As he ascended, he kept his eyes on the other participants, studying their movements. Many returned his gaze, their expressions ranging from curiosity to disdain. A few even pointed at him and whispered. Chen Ren didn't need to hear the words to know the content. Song Rui's declaration had undoubtedly spread like wildfire. He could almost feel the weight of their assumptions. Good, he thought, the more they stay away from me, the better. The official raised a hand, signaling for silence, and the murmurs in the stands faded. His voice boomed across the arena as he addressed the audience. Honored spectators, today marks the beginning of this year's tournament, hosted graciously by the City Lord's estate and with the blessing of the Soaring Sword sect. He paused, allowing the crowd to erupt in cheers. Let this battle royale showcase the strength, determination, and skill of our participants. May the best rise above all others. Competitors begin. The moment the words left his mouth, chaos erupted. Chen Ren stood still as the arena turned into a frenzy. Fighters charged at each other, fists, swords, and techniques flying as alliances crumbled and rivalries ignited. The crowd roared with excitement as competitors clashed, some thrown off the platform within moments. He watched everything happen while standing steps away from the corner, a smile threatening to break on his face, the wild melee reminding him of the wrestling matches he'd watched as a kid. Adults fighting as if their life depended on it, some more desperate than others. Just as he had hoped, no one made a move toward him. Song Rui's warning had done its job, and his unassuming behavior worked in his favor. As the number of competitors dwindled, Chen Ren allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. But his moment of calm didn't last. A loud voice rang out from his left. I don't care who Song Rui thinks he is. He doesn't decide what I can or can't do. Chen Ren turned to see a hot-blooded youth, his face flushed with righteous fury, pointing directly at him. I, Mi Feng from Red Willow Village, will defeat you and him. I'll win this tournament and prove my strength to everyone. Before Chen Ren could react, the youth charged toward him. So much for flying under the radar, Chen Ren thought, his smile vanishing as he shifted his stance, readying himself for the fight. Chen Ren had planned to reach the main rounds of the tournament without much trouble, counting on the influence and recklessness of Song Rui to clear his path. But he wasn't naive. He knew that while the Song clan had power in Cloud Mist City, it didn't hold much sway beyond its borders. With cultivators from all over gathered for the competition, Chen Ren prepared himself for more than just local troublemakers. So, when Mi Feng leapt toward him, shouting his name like a budding Xinxia hero, Chen Ren didn't even flinch. With a simple sidestep, he dodged the boy's palm strike, causing the overeager opponent to stumble dangerously close to the edge of the stage. If he were to jump out of the stage, He'd have been disqualified without another word. The boy spun around, glaring at Chen Ren, his face red with embarrassment and anger. "You dare move out of my way? I'll make you kneel once I defeat you." Mi Feng shouted. His hands were balled into fists in his sides, and the boy seemed to shake. Anger radiated from every inch of his body, and Chen Ren barely stopped himself from laughing. Instead, he smirked and said, "Get in line, kid. Also, who even talks like that? You're some village kid with inherent spirit roots, not the prince of the empire." The boy's face darkened with rage. He inhaled deeply and lunged again, yelling the name of his move like it would make it stronger. "Heavenly Trusted Strike." Chen Ren sighed, shaking his head as he effortlessly dodged the punch. The boy swung with his other fist, but this time Chen Ren caught it mid-air and held it firmly. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the struggling cultivator. "You don't even seem to be the fifth star of the body forging realm. What makes you so confident?" Chen Ren asked and raised his eyebrows in question. But before the boy could reply, Chen Ren's fist crackled with lightning. "I don't need to know the answer." With a quick motion, he struck the boy square in the chest, sending him flying off the stage. The unlucky cultivator crashed into another participant, knocking both of them out cold. Chen Ren crossed his arms and waited, half expecting the boy to jump up, stronger and more determined, like one of those hidden protagonist types who only grew tougher the more they struggled. Instead, there was just silence as the crowd murmured in surprise. Just in case, he stood there for a moment, watching as the boy lay sprawled on the ground, completely unconscious. Finally, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Not a hidden protagonist after all," he muttered, shaking his head and turning his attention to the rest of the arena. The battles around him were brutal, and it didn't take long for the arena to clear out. Over half the cultivators were either lying on the ground or being dragged out by the attendants. Blood splattered the floor in various places, even though killing wasn't allowed at this stage of the competition. The sight made Chen Ren feel a little nauseous, but he suppressed it. He had seen enough bloodshed by now to keep himself in check. Eventually, the chaos began to subside, and only two people remained in the arena, Chen Ren and one other man. As he glanced at his final opponent, recognition flashed in his eyes. It was the man in leather armor, the one Yalin had analyzed back in the city lord's office. She'd mentioned a lingering injury in his left leg, a weakness Chen Ren had tucked away in his mind just in case, especially if a situation as the moment right now arose. The man noticed Chen Ren as well, the fear in his eyes shifting as conflicting emotions flickered across his face. Chen Ren guessed what was going through his mind. He had probably heard about Song Rui's threats and was now weighing whether to give face to the Tsang clan or fight for his own chance at the rewards and the opportunity to enter a sect. Finally, he seemed to reach a decision. He gave a slight bow and said, "I, Yang Wai, don't want to surrender. I've sacrificed a lot to stand here and would prefer to leave only after a proper fight." Chen Ren smirked at that. "That's understandable. Come at me then." Yang Wai didn't hesitate. He charged forward, gripping a halberd tightly in his hands. As he closed the distance, a gust of wind seemed to swirl around him, boosting his speed and sharpening the blade of his weapon. Chen Ren noted the enhancement, but didn't let it rattle him. With his movement technique, he darted around the halberd, narrowly avoiding its sweeping arc. Lightning crackled around Chen Ren's palm as he aimed a punch at Yang Wai's side. But the man dodged, stepping back just in time. Chen Ren smirked. Using the feint to his advantage, he shifted his weight and launched a sharp kick at Yang Wai's left leg, the one Yalin had pointed out as injured. The strike connected. Yang Wai's face twisted in pain as he staggered, his footing faltering. Chen Ren took a step back, watching carefully to see if his opponent could recover. Just as Chen Ren had expected, Yang Wai collapsed to the ground, clutching his injured leg and crying out in pain. Despite his obvious disadvantage, the man gritted his teeth and swung his halberd at Chen Ren in a desperate attempt to land a hit. But Chen Ren was ready. With a flick of his wrist, lightning crackled to life, surging around him for everyone around him to feel. The force knocked the halberd from Yang Wai's hands, sending it clattering to the ground. Chen Ren stepped closer, narrowing his eyes and looked down at the fallen man. "You have a lingering injury on your left leg," Chen Ren said and gestured at the man's leg. "You can't win this fight no matter what. Just give up, or you'll only make things harder for yourself." Yang Wai's eyes widened in shock at the statement, and he opened his mouth to respond. But before he could say a word, Chen Ren cut him off. "If a surrender isn't the next thing you say," he added, "I'll hit your injury again." Fear flashed across Yang Wai's face, and he quickly shouted, "I surrender." The official overseeing the match stepped forward and raised his voice. "The winner is Chen Ren of Red Peak City." With that, cheers erupted from the crowd, and Chen Ren's name echoed through the arena. He raised his fists in acknowledgement, a small smile tugging at his lips. His gaze naturally drifted toward Tang Xiulan and the others in the stands. They were clapping and smiling, their support warming him more than the cheers of strangers ever could. But as he turned to leave the arena, his ears caught faint murmurs from the crowd, boos and accusations of cheating. Of course he won. No one dared to attack him because of the Tsang. Typical. A victory handed to him. Chen Ren let the words roll off him. He'd known this was coming the moment he agreed to let Tsang Rui's influence clear his path. He smirked faintly to himself and kept walking, head held high. The tournament wasn't over yet, and he still had much to prove. After his battle royale round, Chen Ren wasted no time to return to his business. The familiar routine of selling things was a comfort, much better than being in the middle of blood and gore. And with every transaction, he felt his chi swirl more intensely within his dantian. Although the noodles were now offering diminishing returns in terms of chi generation, his newer creations, chips and ice cream, were proving to be a hit. Ice cream, in particular, seemed to have a much stronger effect on his chi than the chips, though Chen Ren wasn't sure why. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. Maybe it was because it was more expensive, or perhaps there was something special about it. Either way, he enjoyed the results, the steady stream of customers, and the exciting look on their faces after trying ice cream. As he moved through the arena, peddling his wares, he couldn't help but overhear snippets of conversation about himself. Some of it was positive, praising his skill or his victory in the arena. But there were just as many whispers calling him a cheater. Those voices seemed to have grown louder since the Battle Royale, with more people learning about how the Song clan's influence had likely played a role in his advancement. Chen Ren didn't let it bother him much. He figured most of the negativity came from people who had lost money betting against him. After all, they probably saw him as nothing more than a weak upstart who'd gotten lucky. That perception didn't worry him. He was confident it would change with time. Until it affected his business, he cared little for his reputation. Besides, the quality and uniqueness of his products kept people coming back. For now, the attention was focused on his goods, not him, and that was exactly how he liked it. Still, amidst the whispers, he picked up valuable information about the competition. There was talk of the other prominent cultivators who had entered, and one name stood out to Chen Ren: Li Xian. Li Xian was the man who had defeated and killed Chen Ren's predecessor. Though Chen Ren had briefly heard of him before, it hadn't been confirmed that Li Xian would participate in the tournament. After all, he had already moved on to the prestigious Soaring Sword sect. But now it was certain Li Xian was here, and from what Chen Ren gathered, he was last year's champion. Many cultivators joined the competition this year, just for a chance to face Li Xian. Perhaps that was the reason Li Xian had entered too. Chen Ren wouldn't be surprised if the city lord had convinced his son to participate to elevate the tournament's prestige even further. Rather than dwelling on the implications of Li Xian's presence, Chen Ren was more curious about the man's strength. From his inherited memories, he recalled that Li Xian had been at the peak of the body forging realm during their last battle. It was almost certain that he had since broken through to higher realms. The thought of seeing Li Xian's current capabilities intrigued him, so Chen Ren decided to watch his battle royale match from the spectator stands. After all, what better way to know your competitor than on the field? As he leaned forward, his eyes scanning the arena below, a voice interrupted his focus. "So, You're the one selling this ice cream I've been hearing so much about? Chen Ren turned to see a middle-aged man standing nearby, his face glistening with sweat. The afternoon sun blazed overhead, and the oppressive heat had everyone seeking some form of relief. It was no surprise that his ice cream had become a breakout hit under these conditions. With his best salesman smile, Chen Ren straightened and said, "That's right. Do you want to try some? It's only 10 copper one per scoop." The man's hopeful eyes faltered. "That's too expensive. None of the food stalls here are charging that much." Chen Ren tilted his head and sighed. The heat clearly seemed to have gotten into his head. "That's because none of them are selling ice cream," he replied smoothly. "It's not easy to make, you know. I even need cultivators to use frost arrays on my containers just to preserve them. Honestly, I'm barely making any profit here." The man hesitated, glancing around at the arena stands before looking up at the sun hanging in the sky and brushing sweat off his forehead. Finally, he grumbled, "Fine, you bet." Without wasting time, Chen Ren grabbed a wooden bowl and scooped out a portion of the chill dessert. Handing it over, he said, "Enjoy, but make sure to return the bowl once you're done." The man muttered a distracted, "Sure," already focused on the ice cream. He took an extremely small bite from the ice cream, and soon his eyes widened. He licked his lips deliciously and looked inside the bowl. "Oh my, oh my." He began devouring the rest of the ice cream without a pause, some of it dripping from the corners of his mouth. But soon, he collected them and didn't allow a drop to go to waste. Chen Ren allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction at the man's expression and the swirling qi in his dantian before a loud roar from the arena below pulled his attention. He leaned forward, scanning the arena just as the announcer declared the start of the match. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the sound of clashing weapons echoed from the combatants below. Chen Ren's focus sharpened, his eyes searching for a familiar face. A voice suddenly called out from behind him, inside his mind. "Assessing your competition, are we?" Chen Ren turned to see Yalin perched on the railing of the stand, her amber eyes gleaming with mischief. Without responding aloud, he nodded slightly before gesturing toward the arena. "That's him." Yalin followed his gaze to where a young man wielding a sword was cutting through his opponents effortlessly. "The one who killed the person I was supposed to protect," she said in a dead tone, her eyes squinting at the man. Li Xian was a tall man, taller than most people in the city. He was at least a foot taller than Chen Ren, standing at 7 feet, and had long hair that was braided to the middle of his back. It was a shiny blonde color that stood out from most, giving him the look of a protagonist from one of the Xinxia books he had read back in his previous life. With extreme focus, he showed off his sword skills, gracefully moving through the dozens of cultivators in the arena and striking them down with precise strikes. A faint crackle of lightning danced along his sword, but unlike Chen Ren's volatile energy, Li Xian's control was impeccable. "He's good," Yalin remarked. "Much better than the last time I saw him." Chen Ren's brow furrowed. "How strong is he? Can you see his soul?" Yalin shook her head. "No, I can't. I believe he's using an artifact to conceal his aura. But if I had to guess, he's in the first star of Qi refinement. That said, he could easily defeat someone a star or two above him. His techniques are clearly practiced daily. I don't see anyone in this tournament beating him." Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. "Not even me?" Yalin turned to him, her expression serious. "You've been scheming your way into the top 16, relying on tricks and strategies. But that kid fights like a veteran. He won't be easy to deal with." Chen Ren's gaze didn't waver as he watched Li Xian dispatch another opponent. "The demonic cultivator also used a sword," he said after a moment, "and had a way to hide detection, didn't he?" Yalin gave him a sharp look. "Yes, you're right. Do you think he's—" Chen Ren didn't answer immediately, his mind racing as he considered the possibility. But it seemed too far-fetched. "No, I don't think so. I'm just thinking about how hard it's going to be to find the demonic cultivator until he shows himself. A third of the cultivators here use swords, and it makes sense for someone to have a technique or artifact to hide themselves, especially with this many strong individuals around. If the demonic cultivator is here, he can easily slip past us." Yalin purred. "Yes, I've been doing patrols around the area, keeping an eye out for anyone suspicious. But so far, I haven't seen anyone who fits the profile. She paused, glancing toward the arena's stands, where waves of cultivators watched the battle royale, their eyes fixed on Li Xian. Still, she added, only a rash individual, even among demonic cultivators, would come to a tournament with so many cultivators around. The risk of exposure is far too high. You're not wrong, but desperation does strange things to people. If he's here, he's either exceptionally bold or has a very specific reason for taking the risk. Either way, we can't afford to let our guard down. Chen Ren's grip on the railing tightened as he watched Li Xian strike down his final opponent with a flourish. His opponent crumbled to the ground, his weapon shattered, and the announcer's voice boomed over the noise, declaring him the victor. Li Xian stood tall in the center of the arena, his blade resting casually on his shoulder. Cheers erupted all around. The entire fight felt like Li Xian practicing instead of actually putting in the effort to fight. He inclined his head in a polite bow toward the roaring crowd, his composure unshaken by the attention. As he straightened, his gaze swept across the stands, lingering briefly on Chen Ren. For a moment, their eyes met. Chen Ren tensed. He felt his knuckles turning white, but Li Xian's eyes betrayed no recognition. He looked away without a second thought, striding confidently toward the exit. Yalan snickered, her amber eyes gleaming with amusement. He doesn't even recognize you. Chen Ren exhaled softly and nodded. Not yet, but I think I'll just have to make our next meeting memorable enough that he never forgets me. As the words left his mouth, a chill ran down his spine. His instincts flared, and he turned his head toward the opposite side of the arena. There, amidst the sea of spectators, stood a man whose eyes locked up with his. He was tall and broad-shouldered, draped in a dark cloak. His features were rugged and sharp while his skin was pale, almost sickly, which was the polar opposite of the dark lines of scars and tattoos that crawled up his neck and disappeared beneath his collar. Chen Ren's fingers twitched instinctively as the man kept his gaze on him. For a moment, Chen Ren thought the man was glaring directly at him. The intensity of his gaze felt like it could pierce through the crowd, locking him in place. But then, the man's eyes shifted elsewhere, and he turned, disappearing into the throng of spectators without a second glance. What's wrong? Yalan asked, her voice laced with curiosity as she perched on the railing. Nothing, Chen Ren replied evenly, though his thoughts were still racing. Can you see through that man? Yalan tilted her head, her small eyes narrowing as she scanned the crowd. No, he seems to have some sort of detection-blocking artifact, but I don't think he's that strong. Probably a bit weaker than you, actually. Is that so? Chen Ren mused, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Then I'm just being paranoid. He seems like one of the competitors, but if he's not that strong, he probably won't do well in the tournament. Yalan's tail flicked once. Yeah, you should just focus on selling your stuff and your battles. Leave the rest to fate. Chen Ren nodded, though a lingering unease remained in his chest. His mind drifted back to that night with the spectral rhinos, when even the shadows felt much more dangerous than they actually were. Since then, paranoia tugged at him every now and then. He supposed it was inevitable, given that the demonic cultivator hadn't been caught yet. He could be anywhere, Chen Ren thought grimly. But like Yalan had said, it would take either a fool or someone incredibly reckless to attend a tournament crawling with cultivators. He exhaled, shaking off the feeling, and was brought back to the present by a shout. Hey, ice cream man, over here. Chen Ren turned to see a burly man waving him over impatiently. He grabbed a bowl, scooped out a serving of ice cream, and walked over to hand it off. The man grunted his thanks before digging in, leaving Chen Ren to return to his stand. The battle royale round ended quickly, the competitors falling one by one as the arena grew quieter, leaving only the strongest standing. Chen Ren had hoped to spectate the entire event, watching the clashes of cultivators to learn more about his potential threats, but most of his attention was consumed by a stall and the handcart he had set up inside the arena. Seeing other vendors peddling their goods made it clear that he wasn't the only one with this idea. Many had bribed the guards to set up shop inside the arena. Though, unlike his ice cream and chips, their sales were much slower. Their goods were not as unique or appealing to the crowds. Day by day, Chen Ren found himself selling over 300 bowls of noodles, about 150 packs of chips, and around 100 servings of ice cream. While it seemed like the ice cream wasn't making as much, its price was higher than the other items, and unlike noodles or chips, it had a dedicated group of recurring customers who returned for it every day in the arena. At a glance, it was clear Chen Ren was doing well. He was pulling in hundreds of silver every day, and his chi was constantly swirling within him, rising as his cultivation slowly increased with each passing moment. He could feel a breakthrough coming, the pull of his cultivation urging him to step forward. But Chen Ren held back. He didn't want to use the opportunity just yet. He was saving it for the semifinals. A small voice in his mind warned him that he might not even reach the semifinals, but he chose to ignore it. Confidence in his abilities was key, especially knowing he had many tricks up his sleeve. If he was honest with himself, he felt he could hold his own against even a chi refinement realm cultivator. But fortunately, or unfortunately, he never got the chance to test it. After all, each of his opponents kept surrendering. Zichen surrenders. Chen Ren wins the round and secures his place in the semifinals. An official announced and was followed by a brief pause, his voice ringing clearly through the arena. The defeated cultivator Meng Tu will receive the standard rewards for the top 8: 5 spirit stones, 3 pills, and 1 weapon of his choice. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd, though Chen Ren hardly noticed. He allowed himself a small smile at the announcement, but his attention was already on his opponent. The man's face was twisted into a grimace, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Every fiber of his being radiated frustration and humiliation. Meng Tu had surrendered without even launching a single attack, a decision influenced by something far beyond his control. The man's shoulders shook with barely restrained anger, his breath coming in short, ragged bursts. He cast one final glare at Chen Ren, then at the sky, before stepping off the stage. His movements were stiff, as if each step was an effort to hold himself together. Chen Ren's smile faded, replaced by a more somber expression. A pang of sympathy tugged at him. He understood too well how it felt to be powerless, to have no choice but to surrender before even launching one punch. Yes, his thoughts drifted to his previous opponent, the girl he had faced in the top 16. She had looked on the verge of tears as she surrendered, her head bowed in defeat. The memory of her trembling hands and downcast gaze lingered uncomfortably in his mind. He hadn't known what to say then, and even now, words seemed inadequate. Instead, he had sent Xiulan to offer her some ice cream after the match. It was a small gesture, hardly enough to erase the sting of defeat, but he hoped it had brought her a sliver of comfort. Watching her accept it with hesitant gratitude had lightened the weight on his chest, if only a little. Ice cream was, after all, a good comfort dessert. The world wasn't kind, and it was easy to feel sorry for those forced to give up, but in his heart, he knew he would have won against both of them regardless of their circumstances. He tried to think of it positively. The competition wasn't about fairness, it was about survival. And though he knew it was a bit underhanded, scheming was part of the game. There were no rules barring him from using every trick at his disposal, and the so-called righteous cultivators here were no different than the bloodthirsty murder hobos, all pride and ego, willing to do anything to stay on top. Love this story? Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. Still, the boos of the crowd affected him a bit. Their discontent was palpable. Jeers and shouts of coward and other insults rang through the air. They were disappointed by the lack of a fight, and though he understood why, it didn't make it any easier to bear. He turned toward them, meeting their eyes for a brief moment, and silently vowed to turn their boos into cheers next time. The trick might not work in the semifinals, but he'd make sure that before stepping off the platform. Chen Ren's gaze shifted upward. He noticed a special area in the arena, elevated above the crowd, reserved for important figures. It looked like a VIP box at a sports match, and in it sat a few individuals observing the events below. Among them, His eyes landed on an old man with a large beard, dressed in robes that immediately told Chen Ren he was from the Soaring Sword sect. Chen Ren vaguely recalled him from the sect entrance examinations. He caught Chen Ren's eyes with the air of someone who had seen it all, someone who wouldn't easily be impressed. His eyes seemed calculating, observing him from above and taking everything in. Next to the elder sat a burly man, his intense gaze focused on the arena with a scowl on his face. His expensive robes indicated his high status, and the way he spoke angrily to a man seated to his left confirmed his importance. Chen Ren recognized him immediately, the city lord Li Baolong. From the way he glared at the proceedings, Chen Ren guessed that the city lord was none too pleased with how things were unfolding. He probably disapproved of Chen Ren's unorthodox methods, but as long as he didn't break any rules, there was nothing the city lord could do to him. As he took in the scene, Chen Ren couldn't help but notice the differences between Li Xian and his father. The city lord and his son clearly didn't share much in terms of appearance. Chen Ren had expected some resemblance, but Li Xian didn't seem to look anything like the older man, suggesting he must have inherited his features from his mother. After giving a respectful bow toward the distinguished figures in the VIP box, Chen Ren turned away. He wasn't here to cater to the whims of the powerful. He had his eyes on the prize, preparing for the semifinals. With his next fight on the horizon, he knew it might not be able to get away with it without fighting. The city lord, Li Baolong, sat in the elevated stands in the arena, his eyes never leaving it. His lips were tightened in frustration as he watched the battle end in surrender. His gaze landed on the young man who had gotten an entry into the semifinals without a single scratch on him, and the crowd's harsh words and boos that followed him. Their discontent was palpable. Li Baolong clenched his jaw, his anger simmering beneath the surface. "Isn't this a mockery of our city's tournament?" he muttered under his breath, his words leaving his mouth heavy with disdain. His leg continuously bounced up and down impatiently. Someone makes it to the semi-finals and hasn't even bled once in the process? Not a single exchange of blows, no real effort. Why is everyone surrendering like this to this man? What's his background? A steward standing nearby, his posture stiff with unease and the long hours of standing, quickly leaned in to answer. "Lord, he's a man from Red Peak City. His name is Chen Ren, and he has gained some notoriety for two reasons. First, he won a trial by might against Bai Shun, the young master of the Baihu Trade Association. Second, his businesses, particularly his perfumes, are becoming quite popular among mortal women in the region. However, the real reason behind the surrender is a rumor. It is said that Song Rue of the Song clan has spread word that anyone fighting this man will earn the ire of his clan. According to the rumor, only Song Rue is allowed to defeat him." Li Baolong's face darkened further, the disbelief etched across his features twisting into a mixture of anger and incredulity. "That's bullshit," he snapped, his voice rising. "If that's the reason, then what does it say about this tournament? A man who doesn't even break a sweat in his victories, and people surrendering left and right? It's all because of rumors." His voice dripped with derision as he leaned forward, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the chair's armrests. "This is disgraceful. Where's the honor in this?" His anger mounting, Li Baolong turned sharply toward the man seated to his right, a figure draped in deep purple robes and adorned with an air of reserved authority. "Lord Song, is that true?" His voice carried a biting edge, the question less a query and more a demand for an explanation. The man, Song Huasheng, maintained his composure despite the pointed accusation. He inclined his head in a show of respect, though his expression betrayed a flicker of discomfort. "I must apologize, Lord Li," he said. "It is true that my son, Song Rue, has always been hasty in his words. He was deeply offended by this man, and perhaps his pride got the better of him. It seems he may have spoken out of turn, and for that, I take full responsibility. But rest assured," he added, "there is no way this man will make it out of the semifinals. I will personally ensure that whoever fights him doesn't hold back in their match." Li Baolong's anger simmered, his lips pressing into a thin line as he nodded sharply. "Do that," he said curtly. "And next time, Tell your son to keep his mouth shut. Spreading such rumors brings a very bad flavor to the tournament. At this rate, even someone entirely unworthy could make it to the semifinals. Just as the tension in the room seemed to settle, a voice cut through the charged atmosphere. Unworthy? I doubt that, lordly. The words came from Elder Yin Xiao of the Soaring Sword sect, who had been quietly observing the proceedings from his seat. His voice was calm, yet carried a weight of authority that commanded attention. Li Baolong's gaze snapped toward Yin Xiao, his brow furrowing in confusion and annoyance. What do you mean? He asked, his tone laced with skepticism. Do you think a mere 7-star body-forging realm cultivator is worthy of making it this far? Greater cultivators have failed long before reaching the semifinals. Even a man who surrendered just now was at the 9th star. Yin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. You are right, lordly, but cultivation realms aren't everything. He paused, eyes narrowing at parts of the crowd. Despite the surrenders, that man's entire body stance was fitted for battle, as if he was prepared for even a fight rather than a surrender. His eyes, there was no fear in them. Moreover, one of his hands was very close to the pockets of his robes. He has planned things in advance. He might not have great cultivation, but I don't think he's here just because of circumstances. He might just surprise you. Lordly Baolong opened his mouth to respond, but just then, another figure entered the box, cutting him off. I agree with that. Everyone turned as Tang Jihao, the esteemed elder from the Tang clan, walked in. His complexion looked a little better than the last time they had seen him, and even his walk exuded an air of dignity. Li Baolong raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. You look to be having better health now, Tang Jihao. Tang Jihao gave a modest smile, nodding respectfully. My daughter's success has made my illness much more tolerable, he said. I didn't want to miss watching the tournament, so I came here in person. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement, and Tang Jihao settled into a seat beside them. Li Baolong, however, was still deep in thought. He turned toward him. What do you mean, you agree with Elder Yin Xiao? He asked. Chen Ren lives with me. His eyes were distant as he looked at the arena, seeing how people were mingling with each other. And I must admit, I've been surprised by him every step of the way. I've seen him push through situations that would have broken most others. I have confidence in him. His abilities go beyond what others might perceive at first glance. Lordly Baolong studied Tang Jihao closely. Confidence is good, Tang Jihao, he replied, but I don't think just that will help the young man. After all, soon there will only be 4 people left, and none of them will be weak enough to surrender. He'll have to fight, really fight, and then we will see if he's actually worthy. Tang Jihai turned in his seat slightly and looked at Li Baolong in his eyes. He offered a gentle smile and said, We'll see, lordly. We'll see if my confidence in him is misplaced. The city lord snorted, clearly not convinced. We shall indeed, but when the real battle begins, only the strongest will remain. We'll see how your young friend fares then. Chen Ren kept his eyes fixed on the arena platform, maintaining his focus despite the noise coming from the crowd. The city official, serving as the referee, stepped forward, his voice loud and clear as it echoed across the massive arena. After many interesting and exciting battles, where cultivators displayed their strength and willpower to challenge even the heavens, only 4 remain, he announced, his jubilant voice drawing cheers from the audience. He looked around with his hands extending to the 4 corners where the 4 participants were being kept. These 4 have caught the attention of not just the city lord, but also the esteemed elders of the Soaring Sword sect. But the question is, can they make it to the finals and win the tournament? Let's find out. The official paused dramatically, letting the crowd's energy build. A lot of people stood up from their seats and cheered for the competitors. First up, we have Li Xian, last year's champion and an inner disciple of the Soaring Sword sect. His sword techniques are famous throughout the region. Will he defend his title, or will one of the others take the crown this year? All eyes shifted toward a corner of the arena, where Li Xian stood with a calm and composed stance, his gaze fixed downwards and hands clutched behind. To Chen Ren, Li Xian seemed indifferent, as if he already believed the victory was his. Before Chen Ren could dwell further on Li Xian, the official continued. Challenging him foremost is the young master of the Song clan, Song Rue, known for his mastery of the void element. He's considered the most dangerous contender among the semi-finalists. Rumor has it, he already has some unfinished business with the third contender. Can he dominate the competition? We'll see soon. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement growing. Song Rue, surrounded by a group of other young masters, smirked confidently. He shot a venomous glare at Chen Ren, but he simply ignored it, turning his focus towards the official once again. And now, the official said, his voice rising once more, we have Chen Ren, an unexpected semi-finalist who has already shaken the betting market. Those who place their faith in him are walking away much richer. We haven't seen much of his abilities yet, but many are eager to see if he has more surprises up his sleeve. Will he rise to the occasion or falter here? That's what we're about to find out. At the mention of Chen Ren's name, the crowd didn't cheer. Instead, a wave of boos echoed through the arena. While it was true that he had made some people rich with unexpected victories, he had also caused many others to lose money. Those who had bet on his opponents, confident that Chen Ren would lose. He stood tall, unbothered by the noise. He didn't show any emotions. The jeers didn't faze him, but beside him, Tang Xiulan and the children from the noodle stall shifted nervously, their worry evident on their faces. The official didn't dwell on the crowd's reaction, quickly moving on to the next name. And now, the last semi-finalist, someone who has truly surprised us all, regarded as the dark horse of this tournament. He is Gu Tian, a wandering sword cultivator. Though only at the 6th star of the body forging realm, his deadly techniques have carried him all the way to the top 4. Let's give him a well-deserved round of applause. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, their enthusiasm a sharp, bold difference from the reception Chen Ren had received. His eyes followed the official's gesture to where Gu Tian stood, and a flicker of surprise flashed on his face. This was the same man Chen Ren had locked eyes with earlier. The same man who'd given him an eerie feeling with a simple eye contact. At first glance, Gu Tian didn't seem particularly impressive, his aura plain and unassuming. Yet, as Chen Ren continued to observe him, he couldn't fathom how this cultivator had managed to fight his way to the semifinals. Gu Tian, seemingly unaware of or uninterested in Chen Ren's scrutiny, raised his hands in acknowledgement of the crowd. Their cheers grew louder, and the entire arena buzzed, shook with excitement. Chen Ren hadn't watched any of Gu Tian's matches, but judging by the crowd's adoration, they must have been thrilling. He must have given something worthy to watch. After all, everyone loved an underdog, a dark horse capable of taking down stronger opponents, and Gu Tian had clearly done justice to their expectations. As Chen Ren continued to study Gu Tian, the official stepped forward again, holding a small bag in one hand while another man stood beside him with an assortment of chits inside. Now, the official announced, his voice commanding attention, let's determine who will face each other in the semi-finals. The arena immediately went silent. The tension was palpable as all eyes turned to the official, waiting for the matchups to be revealed. Without another word, he reached into the bag, pulling out 2 chits. He unfolded them and called out, the first match will be between Chen Ren and Song Rue. That means the second match will pit Li Xian against Gu Tian. Let's give a round of applause. The crowd soon started cheering, the chaos from before surfacing once again. Chen Ren's eyes flicked toward Song Rue, who stood grinning at him. It wasn't a pleasant smile. It was bloodthirsty, filled with malice and confidence. Chen Ren didn't react, brushing it off with no expression. This match was inevitable, and it was better to face Song Rue now rather than later. Still, Chen Ren couldn't ignore what he had observed. During the tournament, he had made a point to study Song Rue's matches. The man might have been an arrogant young master, but his strength was undeniable. The void element was incredibly rare, even rarer than Chen Ren's own lightning element. It was swift, mysterious, destructive, and brutally efficient. Most of Song Rue's battles had ended quickly, His opponents became overwhelmed before they had the chance to mount a defense. Chen Ren's thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind him. Thinking about something, he turned to see Qing He approaching, her arms crossed and a faint smirk playing on her lips. "Senior Qing He," Chen Ren greeted, a bit surprised. "I never thought you'd leave your tea shop to come watch my match." Qing He shrugged. I felt trapped in there. Besides, I wanted to see if all that training of yours has paid off, or if you're just going to eat dirt in this tournament." Her smirk widened as she added, "And it seems you've managed to get yourself a strong opponent. The difference in cultivation alone is quite the hurdle. Add the void element to the mix, and you've really outdone yourself this time. You have a talent for making your life difficult, kid." New Epsilon S. Chen Ren ignored the jab, keeping his focus. "Do you have any advice for me? You must have seen void cultivators before." Before Qing He could respond, another voice cut in from his left. "The void element may be rare and destructive, but it's also unstable, especially for someone who's not fully in control of it. If you can disrupt your opponent's emotional stability, their element can spiral out of control." Chen Ren turned toward the speaker and blinked in mild surprise. It was Angie, standing with her arms folded, her sharp gaze fixed on him. "If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it." Qing He chuckled. "The kid's right. That's your best bet to win this battle." Chen Ren nodded, filing the information away. He looked back at Angie, curious. "How do you know that?" Angie tilted her head slightly, her expression unreadable. "I once served a cultivator who used void as his element. I learned it from him." Chen Ren mimicked her action and tilted his head in return. "Can you tell me more about it?" Angie's face hardened, and she shook her head. "No, I'd rather keep certain things to myself." Though her answer left him with more questions, Chen Ren respected her decision and gave a nod. As he glanced at Angie, his senses subtly probed to determine if she was a cultivator. Yet, as always, he found nothing. It was as though he was reading too much into her, but that was what unsettled him the most. Angie's knowledge of cultivation techniques and elements far surpassed what any commoner should know. Even Yalin had been unable to provide any insight. When Chen Ren had asked about her, the cat had simply flicked its tail and replied that Angie displayed no signs of cultivation whatsoever. Yet, here she was speaking with confidence about the void element, as if she had first-hand experience. The mystery surrounding her tugged at the edges of his mind. Was she telling the truth, or was there more to her than she let on? Chen Ren couldn't decide, and the unknown made him uneasy. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. His gaze shifted back to the arena platform, where the crowd literally moved as one. The match against Song Rue was ahead, and that was where his focus needed to be. Chen Ren sat quietly, meditating with his legs crossed, his mind focused on the energy stirring within him. His dantian, the center of his qi, felt as though it was bubbling up with power. This surge of qi had started after his recent ice cream and chip sales and only continued to grow from there. The energy felt different, like it had its own movements, but it was growing stronger by the day. Chen Ren knew he had to use this opportunity to grow stronger before the battle with Song Rue. As he closed his eyes, he felt himself slip back into his star space. The familiar sight of countless stars above him greeted him once again. He could feel the eyes of the stars watching over him, their light guiding his cultivation. He had unlocked 2 new stars recently, and now he focused on them, feeling their energy intertwining with his own. Chen Ren turned his attention inward, observing the qi that was gathering inside his body. The energy, like a liquid, moved through his meridians, filling him with strength. It began to feel like his muscles were tightening, his bones growing stronger, and every part of him becoming more resilient. The sensation was intense, but it felt right. This was the progress he needed. But as the energy grew inside him, so did the pressure. His dantian felt full, as though it might burst from the force of the qi. Sweat started to bead on his forehead, and his breath became shallow. He could feel his chest tighten, the strain building. It was almost overwhelming, but Chen Ren forced himself to stay calm, to keep his focus sharp. Seconds soon bled into minutes, and the energy only continued to grow and swirl inside him in circles. It was hard, but he knew it was essential. He reminded himself that this was part of the process. He reached for the Dao of money, the connection that had always helped him find balance in his life. Drawing on this, he focused his mind on using the qi properly, making sure it flowed without spilling over or causing damage. With each breath, he slowly absorbed more and more of the energy, his body growing stronger with every passing moment. As the pressure built, he fought the urge to stop. His stomach churned, and his body felt as though it might burst, but he pushed through, focusing all his will on keeping the energy contained. Slowly, gradually, the flow of qi began to settle, the intensity easing as he absorbed the power. Chen Ren's breath steadied, his body relaxing as he reached the limit of the energy he could take in for now. He had done it. I did it. He gasped out aloud. The qi had settled within him, strengthening his body and mind. All the extra qi he felt were now much calmer, under control. I did it, he thought to himself again, and slowly opened his eyes, the room around him coming back into focus. He looked down at his sweat-soaked body and clenched his fists. The power that coursed through him felt surreal. Even his fingertips felt powerful. A quiet mutter escaped his lips. Ninth star of the body, forging realm. I finally achieved it. The moment of win was brief, interrupted by a knock at the door. The semi-final is about to begin. They need your presence out there, came a voice from the other side. I'm coming, Chen Ren replied and sighed. Relief filled his bones as he stretched his neck. Rising to his feet, he quickly pulled himself together, wiping away the sweat and shrugging off his clothes before stepping out of the room. As he walked past the official, the muffled sounds of the arena grew louder until they became an overwhelming roar. Cheers and boos mixed together in a chaotic symphony, filling the air with energy. Chen Ren stepped onto the arena platform, the ground beneath his feet solid and familiar. The crowd erupted with renewed fervor, some voices shouting for his defeat while others cheered him on. He ignored the noise, his focus remaining on what was about to come, and his eyes scanned the stands. In the lower section, he spotted Yalin sitting calmly, her amber eyes locked on him. Catching her gaze, he gave her a slight nod and a confident smile. She responded as she got the hint of his breakthrough and raised her paw. Chen Ren smiled at her and turned back to the arena. He continued to walk, ignoring the slight stage fright as his ears buzzed with the shouts of the crowd. He had felt it before, but it was clearly hard to get used to it. Chen Ren wondered if this is how performers must feel, under so many eyes. Wait, no, he couldn't allow himself to get distracted. He pulled his focus back on the task at hand. The cheers and jeers around him soon blurred into the background. Sang Rue stood in the center of the arena with his trademark arrogance, his eyes gleaming with contempt. When Chen Ren finally reached the platform, the young master's lips curled into a mocking smirk. I was wondering if you had already run off, Sang Rue scoffed loudly. You made me wait a long time. Obviously not, young Master Song, he replied, his words carrying just the right amount of sarcasm. I wouldn't dream of disappointing you, especially after you helped me reach the semifinals by flexing the might of your family. Not even my own family has been so generous. Sang Rue's smirk faltered, replaced by a flash of pure fury. A low murmur ran through the crowd as some of the onlookers caught the subtle jab, and a few began to cheer. It was clear from the shift in the atmosphere that they understood the implications of Chen Ren's words. The young master's anger ignited when the crowd kept cheering for Chen Ren. His chi flared, swirling in dark, violent tendrils around him. The void element, dangerous and unpredictable, rippled in the air, crackling. He clenched his fists at his sides, and his gaze narrowed, turning icy. Chen Ren didn't know why it made him so angry, but was glad that it did his job. You dare speak to me like that? Sang Rue hissed. I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Then I'll kill you. Chen Ren didn't flinch. Instead, he continued to look at him with the same stare. He had expected this. Sang Rue's anger was his fuel, and it was precisely what he needed. The more enraged his opponent became, The easier it would be to unsettle him during the fight. Just as Chen Ren thought of replying, the official stepped forward, raising his hand to silence the crowd. His voice rang out. Enough. Listen to the rules, both of you. The official paused, allowing the words to settle in the air. From this round onward, fatal strikes are allowed. You may cripple your opponent and kill them. If you manage to do so, whatever items the fallen cultivator has will be yours. Other than that, the same rules as before apply. Once you're out of the stage, you lose. Once you surrender, you lose, and well, once you're killed, you lose. Now, if both of you are ready, the official's eyes moved between the two fighters, gauging their readiness. With a final sweep of his arm, he declared, "Begin." As Tsang Rue rushed at him, his purple-colored chi swirled around his legs, moving around like an eye-catching trail. It wasn't just for show. His speed was astonishing. Chen Ren's eyes struggled to follow the movement. He couldn't understand why it was happening. Was it because of their difference in cultivation realms? Or was the movement technique itself leagues ahead of his own? Likely both. He barely managed to twist his body, the wind of Tsang Rue's attack brushing past his shoulder. Tsang Rue came dangerously close, his nose scrunched up. "You're too slow," he growled, thrusting his hand forward. Purple chi surged around his fingers, forming a pointy claw. Chen Ren reacted on instinct. Lightning chi surged through his legs, and he pushed off the ground in a blinding leap backward. His feet hit the stone platform with a dull thud, the faint crackle of lightning still dancing around his calves. Fortunately, the arena was wide. He had plenty of space to move around. If there was one thing Chen Ren was good at, it was staying out of reach. The purple claw slammed into the ground where he had stood moments ago, splintering the stone into small, spiky chunks. Dust scattered everywhere, but Chen Ren kept moving. The purple claw seemed to have the strength to crush him in one slash. Therefore, his main intention was to not be caught. The claw kept chasing him, tearing through the platform. But he kept moving. Shards of rock flew past his face, but he didn't stop. Each dodge brought a faint stirring within his core, a sensation of his chi shifting, growing. It was almost as if a breakthrough was near. He wasn't exactly sure, but he clung to the feeling. If he could hold out long enough, it might just tip the scales in his favor. On the other hand, Tsang Rue's frustration was clear. His snarls grew louder with every failed attack, and his movements, they were getting reckless. "Why won't you stand still?" he shouted, his voice echoing across the arena. The purple claw flickered and vanished. In its place, 5 violet Jian blades shimmered into existence, hovering in the air, menacingly. Chen Ren's heart sank. He had seen this technique before while watching Tsang Rue's previous fights. The blades were sharp enough to slice through iron and fast enough to catch an unprepared opponent. If even one hit him, it was over. The blade shot forward without warning, streaking through the air. Chen Ren moved, lightning crackling through his legs as he dashed away. The first blade struck the ground behind him, an explosion of energy and stone following. The shockwave sent a wave of heat against his back, but he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. The second and third blades came in rapid succession, forcing him to zigzag across the platform. Both the explosions sent shards of stone flying, grazing his arms and legs. By the time he dodged the fourth, sweat dripped down his face, his breaths coming in short, sharp bursts. As the fifth blade closed in, Tsang Rue suddenly appeared in front of him, moving faster than Chen Ren could process. His claw, burning with purple void chi, rose high, ready to strike the finishing blow. Chen Ren didn't hesitate. "Lightning frenzy," he yelled, letting his chi explode outward. Bolts of lightning erupted from his body in a storm of crackling, raw energy. The arena lit up with the blinding flashes, forcing Tsang Rue to pause for a split second. One of the bolts struck the claw directly, detonating in a small but powerful blast. The force knocked both of them backwards, Chen Ren skidding across the stone platform while Tsang Rue staggered, his eyes lit up in shock. The crowd roared around them, their cheers echoing through the arena, shaking the ground. The boos that had filled the air just some minutes ago were gone. Now in its place were loud applause and shouts of excitement, just what the crowd had wanted. A thrilling fight that was worthy of their bets. And it was clear now, this wasn't just a one-sided fight. Song Rui's attacks were undeniably stronger, his cultivation and techniques overpowering. But Chen Ren's ability to endure and fight back showed a skill that couldn't be ignored. Even Song Rui seemed to acknowledge it. A void blade materialized in his hands, its edges shimmering with purple chi. He smirked, his eyes filled with arrogance. "You've already exceeded my expectations," he admitted. Then his grin widened. "But I'm not going to hold back anymore." Chen Ren wiped the sweat from his brow, his lips curling into a smile. "You can try all you want," he said and shrugged. "I'd be damned if I lost to someone like you." The words, as cliché as they were, seemed to ignite a fire in Song Rui's eyes. His smirk twisted into a scowl, and without another word, he launched himself forward. His sword moved so fast that it seemed to multiply, slashing at Chen Ren from every direction at once. Chen Ren felt the pressure immediately. Lightning chi surged through his veins as he planted his feet firmly on the ground, choosing not to dodge this time. He countered with his fists, the punch crackling with lightning electricity as it met the void blade head-on. Oh! The clash of their techniques sent sparks flying through the air. Chen Ren's punch connected with the blade mid-swing, but the sheer force behind Song Rui's strike was overwhelming. The impact hurled Chen Ren backwards, his body skidding across the rough stone. Before he could fully recover, Song Rui was already closing in, his sword raised high for a finishing blow. Chen Ren rolled to the side just as the blade came crashing down, the impact shattering the stone where he had been moments before. Fuck, that was a close call. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ren pushed himself up, but another void Jian blade appeared in the air, its purple energy vivid as it shot toward him. He barely had time to react, his movement technique activating in a burst of lightning. His body blurred out of the way just as the blade slammed into the ground, leaving behind a deep, smoldering crater. Song Rui gave him no chance to breathe. He rushed forward, his sword moving in a flurry of strikes while his movement technique made him faster than ever. The void chi from his attacks filled the air, making it feel like blades were coming from every direction at once. Chen Ren was forced on the defensive, dodging frantically. His lightning chi flared with every movement, his body a blur as he avoided strike after strike. But the pressure was immense. Every swing of Song Rui's blade brought him closer to death. Then Chen Ren remembered Yalin's advice. Don't just watch your opponent. Feel the chi in the air. Let it guide you. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, trusting his instincts. The air around him felt heavy, filled with a murky, destructive chi that carried the essence of the void. It wasn't random. There was a pattern to it. He shifted his focus, feeling for the direction the chi was flowing. As another strike came, he moved, not away from the blade, but toward the gap where the chi felt weakest. The void blade missed him by inches, slamming into the ground behind him. Chen Ren opened his eyes, suddenly feeling twice as confident as he was before. He could feel it now. The destructive chi swirled like a storm, but within the chaos, there were moments of stillness, openings he could use. Within the next few strikes, he moved with more accuracy, narrowly avoiding Song Rui's attacks. The crowd erupted again, their cheers growing louder as Chen Ren turned what seemed like an impossible situation into one of survival. But the battle was far from over. Song Rui's attacks showed no sign of slowing, and the void chi in the air only grew heavier. Chen Ren clenched his fists, his lightning chi sparking around him as he prepared for the next move. It would have been far harder to dodge if Song Rui had used a chi aspect like wind or fire. Those elements mixed too easily with the atmosphere, making their flows harder to detect. But void chi was different. Its destructive, hollow nature stood out sharply against the natural energy around them. Chen Ren used this to his advantage, dodging them. In hindsight, every misstrike made Song Rui's frown deepen. Veins began to bulge on his forehead, his frustration turning into visible rage. To make it worse, The crowd was having even more fun, watching Chen Ren avoid Song Rue's attacks. He would narrowly miss the latter's attacks, or they would brush past his skin without causing real damage. Despite the increasing pressure, Song Rue couldn't land a single solid hit. His voice finally burst out in anger. "Why the fuck are you moving so much?" Chen Ren smirked, his breathing steady. "Do you really expect me to just stand here and let you kill me?" he asked in a mocking tone. "It seems like your brains stopped working in all that anger." The jab struck deeper than the blade ever could. Chen Ren's sharp eyes noticed the void qi surrounding Song Rue's weapons and techniques beginning to flicker and lose cohesion. Angie had been right. Anger made it harder to control qi, especially one as volatile as void. This was true for all elements to some degree, but void was particularly unforgiving. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. Seeing the cracks in Song Rue's focus, Chen Ren decided to finally make his move. He relaxed his stance, letting his arms fall to his sides as he took an intentional step backwards. "All right," he said, his voice carrying clearly over the noise of the arena. "You want me to stand still? Fine. I'll stay in one place for you." Song Rue's eyes lit up with fury, his lips curling into a vicious smirk. "You'll regret that," he snarled, void qi surging around him as he dashed forward. His speed was blinding, the oppressive energy of his attacks crashing toward Chen Ren like a tidal wave. But just as he was about to strike, Chen Ren muttered, "Idiot." Before Song Rue could react, he found himself slamming into an invisible wall. The force of the impact made him stagger back, and his gaze shot upward to see a shining barrier trapping him inside. He pressed his hands against the glowing surface, confusion turning into disbelief. He looked down where he saw a white line surrounding him. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena. "Incredible. Chen Ren seems to have created a barrier array while dodging those strikes. Who could have seen this coming? He's an array learner." But the question remains, can Song Rue break through it? Song Rue's shock quickly gave way to anger as he drew his sword and began slashing at the barrier with all his might. He continued his thrashing with powerful attempts, void qi crashing against the glowing barrier like a hammer on glass. After a few strikes, a thin crack appeared, and a confident smirk spread across his face. "Do you really think something this flimsy can stop me?" he shouted. "I'm far too powerful to lose to a trick like this." Chen Ren stood calmly outside the barrier, his arms crossed as he watched Song Rue struggle. He tilted his head slightly and frowned. "You're really stupid," he said flatly. Song Rue paused mid-swing, his smirk faltering. "Why do you think I'm just standing here while you're busy breaking the barrier?" Chen Ren continued. "Do you really think I created it just to hold you?" He gestured downward with his chin. "Look at your feet." Song Rue stared in confusion, his brows furrowing as his gaze shifted downward. His eyes widened in alarm when he spotted multiple fire talismans stuck to his body. They clung to his robes and armor, their dim light throbbing forebodingly. Panic set in, and he scrambled to rip them off, but before he could, Chen Ren acted. "Too late," Chen Ren muttered. He thrust his hand forward and unleashed his attack. Lighting Frenzy, his most reliable technique, roared to life. Massive arcs of lightning surged from his fingertips, crackling with raw energy as they slammed into the barrier. The lightning traveled through the crack that Song Rue's sword had made moments earlier, weaving its way toward one of the talismans. The talisman sparked and ignited instantly, its flames spreading like wildfire. Song Rue reacted instinctively, summoning void qi to form a barrier around himself. But his anger and desperation made the energy wild and unstable. The void qi clashed with the igniting talismans, triggering a violent chain reaction. Boom! The explosion ripped through the air, shaking the entire arena. Flames and dark, murky void energy swirled together, creating a storm of destruction that made the audience gasp and recoil in shock. The ground trembled beneath the force, and smoke shot upward, obscuring the center of the arena. The man was hurled into the air, limbs flailing helplessly at his sides. The sound of bones cracking cut through the chaos, and a nasty stench of burning flesh filled the air. Soon, with a sickening thud, Song Rui's charred body crashed to the ground. The force of the body rolled lifelessly before coming to a halt. Chen Ren didn't hesitate. He moved towards Song Ruin immediately, his breathing heavy but controlled. The crowd watched in stunned silence as he got closer. Suddenly, it was almost as if everyone had collectively lost their voice. The man lay sprawled on the ground, his body battered, bloodied, and broken. His once pristine robes and leather armor were nearly gone, reduced to smoldering scraps. Burned scars covered his face, and his chest rose and fell weakly as he groaned in unconscious pain. He tried to move, but his hands faltered every time he made an attempt. Chen Ren looked down at him and stared at the man for a moment. "I won," he whispered. Straightening up, he turned his attention to the announcer, who stood frozen, mouth slightly agape. Realizing the match was over, the announcer quickly snapped out of his daze. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer's voice was loud, trembling with excitement. "Song Rui is out. Chen Ren has won the round and is advancing to the finals. Let's hear it for this budding array and talisman master who has shocked everyone in the arena today." The crowd immediately stood up, cheering for Chen Ren, and it was far louder than anything he'd heard before. There were no boos this time, no insults hurled his way, no accusations of cheating. Only pure admiration and excitement filled the air as they chanted his name. Chen Ren's eyes swept across the stands, taking in the sea of cheering faces. But he wasn't looking for his friends or allies. His eyes locked onto the VIP section, where the city lord and other dignitaries sat. Among them was a man with a shade of purple hair as Song Rui, his father. Song Huaxing's face had gone pale, yet when their eyes met, Chen Ren gave him a small, almost imperceptible nod. It was a message. "I could have killed him, but I didn't. Consider this a favor." The latter's lips tightened, his fists clenched at his sides. But he nodded back, acknowledging the unspoken gesture. Without another glance, Chen Ren turned and walked away from the arena. Chen Ren trudged back to his assigned room in the arena, his legs heavy with fatigue. The cheers of the crowd still echoed faintly through the hallways, but he barely registered them. His mind was already clouded by exhaustion and the lingering adrenaline of the fight. Pushing open the wooden door, he stepped inside and shut it behind him, finally allowing his shoulders to sag. The room was small and sparse, with a single chair, a bed, and a basin of water on a stand. He made his way to the chair and sank into it heavily. For a moment, he sat still, staring blankly at the floor, before a sharp twinge of pain reminded him of the toll the battle had taken. HSSS. He let out a painful yelp as he leaned back too quickly, aggravating the wounds he had sustained. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ren reached up to untie his robe. Blood had seeped through the fabric in several places, sticking it to his skin. Peeling it off was excruciating, but he managed, tossing the torn and bloodied garment onto the floor. His torso was a mess. Cuts crisscrossed his chest and arms, some shallow, others deep enough that fresh blood trickled from them. Bruises had begun to form along his ribs, dark patches that ached with every breath. He grimaced as he touched a particularly deep gash on his shoulder, the edges ragged where Song Rui's void-enhanced blade had grazed him. Chen Ren rummaged through a pouch at his side, looking down briefly at the medallion he had kept close after getting it from Feng Ming, and pulled out a small vial. Inside were the pills Yalan had given him before the match, healing pills that were designed to accelerate recovery and bolster his body. He popped one into his mouth, grimacing at the bitter taste that spread across his tongue as he bit down. "Ugh, disgusting," he muttered, swallowing it with a wince. Almost immediately, a warm sensation spread through his chest, dulling the pain and slowing the bleeding. He let out a sigh, leaning back in the chair, though the motion still made him wince. His mind wandered to the fight. One wrong move, one misstep, and he would have been dead. Song Rui hadn't held back, and Chen Ren doubted the man would have hesitated to kill him if he'd gotten the chance. But sparing him had been the right call. Song Rue's clan would have come for my head if I killed him, Chen Ren thought, his fingers brushing absent-mindedly over the gash on his side. But that doesn't mean I'm safe. He won't forget this, but with his father owing me a favor, he wouldn't try anything. He sighed again, running a hand through his sweat-matted hair. His eyes flicked to the remaining pills in the vial. One more fight. If his assumptions were correct, and they usually were, he'd be facing Li Xian in the finals. The man had fought with clinical precision in every match so far, barely breaking a sweat. Unlike Song Rue, who relied on brute strength and fury, Li Xian was methodical, dismantling his opponents piece by piece. Chen Ren clenched his fist, bringing it back from the hair, his nails digging into his palm at the thought of what was about to come. It's going to be hard. Probably the hardest fight of my life. I never expected you to win against Song Rue. Chen Ren's head shot up at the voice, his tired eyes narrowing as they landed on the figure in the doorway. Li Xian stood there, his arms crossed, his posture relaxed yet exuding confidence. Especially after the last time I defeated you. Chen Ren blinked, surprised. Of all people, Li Xian was the last he'd expected to see right now. I was just thinking about him, he thought. But it wasn't just the man's unexpected appearance that caught him off guard. It was the realization that Li Xian remembered him. You remember me? Chen Ren asked. I remember everyone I fought against, Li Xian replied, his tone matter of fact. It's just that not many of them show such rapid improvement in a couple of months. Chen Ren couldn't help the smirk that tugged at the corner of his lips. You yourself have advanced. Reaching the Qi refinement realm since the last time we met is no small feat. Li Xian's eyes gleamed with confidence. You and I aren't the same, he said dismissively, the air around him practically radiating superiority. Yes, I know that, Chen Ren said, leaning back in his chair. And as you saw, I've learned some tricks to make up for my lack of talent. Trained hard for this. He paused, tilting his head slightly. But I don't understand. Why are you here? To remind me of the last time we fought, when I lost. Li Xian shook his head. No, I'm here to tell you to prepare. He took a step closer, his voice dropping slightly. My match is next. Once I defeat Gu Tian, we'll be fighting in just a couple of hours. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. Li Xian's gaze sharpened, his tone steady but firm. I held back a lot the last time we fought. But I won't be doing the same this time, especially not after seeing how much you've improved. I don't want to end up like Song Rue. He paused, a small smirk playing on his lips. So, make sure you've got more tricks lined up, because I'll be prepared for the ones you've already shown. With that, Li Xian turned on his heel and walked out, leaving Chen Ren staring after him, his expression caught between amusement and exasperation. What's with him? Chen Ren muttered, shaking his head. His lips quivered into a hesitant smile. Is he actually a Xinxia protagonist, spouting those cliché lines? He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck before leaning back in his chair, his eyes narrowing slightly as his smirk grew. Bad for you, Li Xian, he murmured. I haven't even shown half the tricks I've prepared. As the pills did their work, Chen Ren moved to the arena stands where his people were sitting for the second round of the semifinals. The matches were all scheduled for the same day, largely due to the mounting tension from recent demonic cultivator attacks, and the city wanting to wrap up the tournament quickly. As Chen Ren moved through the crowd to where Tang Xiulan and others should be, a few spectators recognized him. Not only did they do, but some cheered for him with their fists in the air. He also noticed a group of kids looking at him with wide, sparkling eyes. Some kids among them had their mouths hung open. Cultivators were revered in Cloud, Mist City, thanks to the proximity of the Soaring Sword sect, and these children undoubtedly dreamed of one day reaching such heights. Their sparkly eyes filled him with an odd sense of pride and awkwardness, as if he were a fabled hero plucked from a storybook. Heavens, he was not. Still, he offered them a small wave and moved past, scanning the stands for familiar faces. Fortunately, he didn't have to search for long. Tang Xiulan stood near an improvised stall, selling ice cream and fried chips alongside Angie. Qing He and Tang Yuqiu sat nearby, with Yalan sprawled lazily on Qing He's lap. Despite her relaxed posture, Yalin stirred the moment Chen Ren approached, cracking one eye open. Chen Ren gave a small nod to her and looked around. The kids stood on their seats, craning their necks for a better view of the arena grounds. Everyone was excited for what was about to come, and so was he. When he got closer, Shilan approached. Her eyes widened in concern as she looked for any scratch or injury on his face. "Young master, are you okay? Congratulations on your victory, but are you really uninjured?" "Minor scratches," Chen Ren replied with a faint smile. "I took a pill. I'll be fine before the next match. Don't worry about it now." "Did you close the noodle stall?" Shilan nodded. "Yes, young master. The kids are begging me to let them watch the semi-finals and finals. They've been working hard, so they missed all the earlier rounds. Besides, most people are here to see the end of battles anyway." "That's okay," Chen Ren said with a shrug. "I'm curious about who I'm going to fight next, too." Shilan smiled, pulling out a scoop of ice cream and holding it to him. "Then you should sit and watch. Relax for a bit and eat this. The heat's unbearable." He considered brushing it off. The heat didn't bother him much thanks to his cultivation, but thought better of it. Ice cream is ice cream, and it takes a fool to say no to it. Taking the scoop, he moved to sit next to Qing He and Tang Yuqiu. "Congratulations on your victory." Yuqiu greeted him, smiling. "Thanks to you, I'm going to make a killing in the betting market. Don't forget to win the finals, too." "Against Li Xian?" Chen Ren arched a brow, biting into the ice cream. "Even I'm not sure I can win against him." Tang Yuqiu laughed, waving off his doubts with a dismissive hand in the air. "Just do your best, and don't lose within the first 5 minutes. I've got my reputation as a savvy bettor to maintain." Qing He leaned back, her eyes never leaving the arena grounds, as she spoke in a very pointed tone. "It's not decided that you're going to fight him. People who assume things before they happen often find themselves surprised." Chen Ren glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. "Are you saying Li Xian's going to lose? Or is this just another one of your old lady proverbs?" Qing He scoffed, her lips tightening to a thin line. "Take it however you want." Yalin, still draped lazily on Qing He's lap, chimed in without opening her eyes fully. "She's right, though. Even if I think Li Xian should win, you never know what an opponent might have up their sleeve. You surprised Song Rue, didn't you?" With grave NBS. "Yeah, that's true," Chen Ren admitted, his gaze drifting toward the arena below. His thoughts raised questions and possibilities about the way these women looked at the tournament. He couldn't blame them. There was some truth in their words. No one knew what would come, and every fight seemed to reveal different beasts hidden in these cultivators. However, a loud clap echoed through the air, drawing their attention. The official stepped into the center of the arena, his booming announcement silencing the crowd. Chen Ren's eyes narrowed as he spotted Li Xian and Gu Tian entering from opposite sides, their auras already clashing as they looked at each other with narrowed gazes. Soon, the official spoke. "After the first semifinal, only one spot remains to challenge Chen Ren. Will Li Xian maintain his title as the city's prodigy, or will Gu Tian, the dark horse of the tournament, surprise us all with an upset? Let's find out." After the introduction that got him a lot of cheers, the official launched into an explanation of the rules, the same ones that were announced before he fought, but Chen Ren's focus remained on the two competitors. Li Xian stood on one end, his blade glowing faintly. Gu Tian stood on the other end, the man's face devoid of any emotions, only primal hunger in his eyes. By the end of the rules, both of them were gripping their weapons tightly, eager to begin the fight. "Begin," the official yelled, stepping back. Gu Tian wasted no time. With a devastating shout, he dashed forward, his sword raised high. "I've been waiting to fight the city's genius. Let's see how long you last." Li Xian smirked, raising his own sword to block the strike. Sparks danced along his blade as lightning surged to meet the impact. "You talk too much for someone this weak," Li Xian said and smiled. "Credit where it's due. You've made it this far. But this is the end." With a sharp twist of his wrist, Li Xian deflected the blow and surged forward, his blade crackling with lightning as he countered with blistering speed. The air thrummed as his sword arced toward Gu Tian, but the strike found only empty space. Chen Ren blinked, his breath catching as Gu Tian's figure blurred, reappearing a split second later behind Li Xian. The sharp clang of steel echoed as Li Xian twisted just in time to intercept the next strike. He moved so fast, Chen Ren muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on Gu Tian's fluid movements. It's not an ordinary movement technique, Qinghe explained while squinting her eyes to take a better look at what was happening. I've seen something like it before. Cultivators who specialize in stealth use it. That one's at least Earth grade. Chen Ren frowned. An Earth grade technique? Where did he get that? Back in the arena, the battle intensified. Lightning surged from Li Xian's blade, sharp and crackling, making the air thick static as the ground scorched beneath his attacks. But Gu Tian moved between the strikes, his movements seamless, each dodge bringing him closer to his opponent. It was clear that Li Xian wasn't able to keep up with Gu Tian's movements and was blindly attacking him. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. With a sudden burst of speed, Gu Tian finally closed the gap, his sword cutting a clean line through the air and striking Li Xian's side. The crowd was suddenly on their feet, and the entire arena erupted into gasps and cheers as the prodigy staggered, his face scrunched up with disbelief. Chen Ren leaned forward as he tried to analyze the incoming strikes. The fight was far from over, but one thing was clear. This battle was going to be much closer than anyone had expected. Gu Tian's blade connected, but instead of tearing flesh, a golden light flared around Li Xian's body. The impact reverberated through the arena, and Gu Tian was forced to leap back as sparks scattered from his strike. Li Xian sneered, his sword glowing as he stepped forward. "You think brute force is enough to pierce my shield?" His voice was loud, and his confidence flared, making the crowd roar in response. Without hesitation, he raised his blade high, lightning crackling along its edge. One slash strike. The air seemed to split as his sword came down, a blazing arc of energy tearing toward Gu Tian. But just as the strike neared, Gu Tian's body twisted impossibly. With a burst of acrobatics, he vaulted into the air, flipping over Li Xian's head with breathtaking precision. As he landed, Gu Tian spun and lashed out with a sharp kick, his heel slamming into Li Xian's back. The force pushed the prodigy forward several steps, and his eyes burned with fury as lightning began to— "You'll regret that," Li Xian roared. The storm intensified, streaks of lightning shooting out from his body, moving through the ground and forming a shimmering cage around the arena. The electricity crackled menacingly, the energy radiating so fiercely that the ground beneath their feet began to scorch visibly. Chen Ren leaned forward, his fingers gripping the edge of his seat. "He's trapping him," he murmured. Gu Tian's movements faltered as the lightning struck him from all directions, crackling against his skin. His eyes narrowed, as if he was surprised for a moment by Li Xian's tactic. But instead of collapsing, his body began to change. A dull sheen coated his form, his skin hardening like tempered steel. It glistened all of a sudden, making the man look unnatural. "Impressive," Li Xian said, closing the distance between them in an instant. "But it won't save you." With a shout, he swung his blade in another one-slash strike, the power radiating from his weapon enough to send visible ripples through the air. Then, just as the strike was about to land, Gu Tian smirked. In one swift motion, he tilted his head back and spewed a dark, viscous liquid from his mouth. The crowd gasped as the black substance splattered across Li Xian's body. His movements faltered instantly, his limbs trembling as his sword dropped slightly. "What is this?" Li Xian growled, staggering back. His previously fluid movements became sluggish, his breathing labored. Out of nowhere, Gu Tian has sprayed what appears to be poison on Li Xian, the official shouted, his voice echoing across the stunned arena. Will the reigning champion recover? The lightning cage dissipated, its crackling energy fading as Li Xian's control wavered. Gu Tian wasted no time. He lunged forward, his blade a blur as it slashed into Li Xian's stomach. Li Xian gasped, blood staining his robes as his glare locked onto Gu Tian. Lightning surged from his hand in a desperate strike, but the once deadly arcs fizzled weakly, lacking their usual precision and force. Gu Tian sidestepped the attack with ease, his movement technique allowing him to flow like water. He struck again and again, each blow chipping away at Li Xian's defenses. Chen Ren watched in tense silence, his eyes darting between the fighters. That poison, it's affecting his qi flow. He can't channel his energy properly. Gu Tian pressed his advantage, raising his blade for the finishing blow. Just as the sword came down, Li Xian's head in its path, Gu Tian froze. For a moment, the arena was silent except for the faint hum of dissipating lightning. Gu Tian's expression hardened, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Then, with a growl, he stepped back and drove his foot into Li Xian's chest, sending the champion sprawling out of the blood-stained arena floor. The official, his face a mix of shock and awe, stammered. Gu Tian wins. Last year's champion, Li Xian, has fallen. He yelled the last part. The crowd erupted, their cheers shaking the arena. It's been a tournament full of surprises, the official continued, his voice climbing over the noise. For the first time in years, two young cultivators will face off in the finals. Who will claim victory? Chen Ren sat back, his heart pounding as he stared at the battered form of Li Xian being carried off the field. He kept the ice cream bowl away and inhaled deeply. He couldn't drag his eyes away from the bloodied spot where Li Xian had been dragged off moments ago. His mind churned with questions as he turned to Qing He and Yalan, his brow furrowed. What kind of poison was that? And why didn't it affect Gu Tian, considering it was in his mouth all this time? Qing He crossed her arms. It's likely black veil poison. It's infamous for paralyzing the body and making it nearly impossible to channel qi. It's hard to defend against, especially when applied like that, directly to the skin. She paused. As for why Gu Tian wasn't affected, it might be because he... Yalan cut her off. Thousand poisoned tongue, she said, drawing Chen Ren's attention. It's an alchemical technique, rare, dangerous, and borderline insane to practice. The method is basically exposing your tongue to countless poisons over the years, forcing your body to develop immunity. Eventually, the tongue becomes numb to toxins, allowing the practitioner to handle deadly substances like they're nothing. She purred as if this was an interesting topic of conversation. Mastering it means walking a thin line between life and death countless times. Gu Tian must have gone through hell to achieve that level of immunity. Chen Ren's jaw tightened as he processed her explanation. Yalan's voice broke through his thoughts. You need to be prepared. Li Xian is strong, but he's predictable. He fights with overwhelming power, and that works, most of the time. Gu Tian, I can't fathom how he clawed his way to the finals, but he's not someone to underestimate. Against him, it'll come down to tricks. Your tricks against his. Whoever has the better surprises will win. Chen Ren nodded. He looked back at Gu Tian, who now met his gaze with an unsettling calm, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He soon turned around and waved at the raging crowd with an eerie calmness. The crowd's cheers echoed in Chen Ren's ears, but all he could hear was the sound of his own heartbeat. Gu Tian's gaze followed the city guards as they carried Li Xian's paralyzed body from the arena. The defeated champion still managed to glare at him, his eyes burning with anger. But Gu Tian had already stopped caring. Li Xian was a nuisance, no more. What truly gnawed at him now was the bitter frustration of being denied the kill. His jaw tightened as he thought, why did you stop me from killing him? It's allowed in these matches. And by the rules, his possessions would have been mine. That sword of his, it's a good one. A voice echoed in his mind, ancient and rough. You're an idiot, his master spat. That's the city lord's son you just fought. Killing him would have brought the entire city down on your head. And don't forget the soaring sword sect. Do you want them hunting you too? Gu Tian's lips curled into a sneer. Aren't we already against the righteous sects? What's one more enemy? Besides, you've always said I'm like a cockroach. Hard to kill. Let them come. I can always run and grow stronger. His master's voice was cold and cutting. Cockroach or not, you're overestimating yourself. Do you truly think you can escape if a group of Foundation establishment cultivators comes after you? You're not invincible. Not yet. Gu Tian chuckled darkly. You weren't saying that when I survived eating all those poisons to master the 1,000 poison tongue. Surviving doesn't mean thriving, his master shot back. Stay focused. The real target is within your grasp. We've finally located the medallion, and I'm not about to let you ruin this opportunity with your arrogance. One mistake, and we're back to square one or worse. Gu Tian's grin faded as he exhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over the stands. It'll be soon, he thought to himself. His mind drifted to the moment of revelation. His master had sensed the medallion during a casual stroll through the arena stands, its faint, unique chi signature unmistakable. Fate, it seemed, had aligned perfectly. It was with the one opponent standing between him and victory, Chen Ren. Gu Tian's eyes darkened. He had infiltrated countless clans, risked his life in the shadows, and endured endless failures in his quest to find the medallion. Yet now, it was right in front of him, within reach. One battle, he thought, his fists tightening. One fight, and I'll have it. Then the gate to immortality will open for me. I'll ascend, grow stronger, and claim my place at the apex of all realms. As an immortal, he whispered aloud, a smirk tugging at his lips, just one battle more. Chen Ren sat cross-legged in the room that was allocated for him. The faraway, muffled noise of the crowd in the arena could be heard and felt by him due to the sheer number of people cheering even before the fight had started. Yet, he managed to ignore all of them. Instead, he focused on his dantian. He steadied his breath, his chi flowing smoothly through his meridians. He inhaled the herbal scent from his pills and slowly deepened his focus. His injuries had already healed, therefore, he had no physical distraction, leaving him powerful. By now, the idea of losing to a 6-star body, forging realm cultivator would have been laughable. His strength, his techniques, his strategies, they had all carried him through countless battles. But he knew this wasn't just any opponent. It was Gu Tian. The man carried surprises, much like himself. Chen Ren could sense it. Gu Tian walked a unique path just like him. His fight against Li Xian had revealed glimpses of those secrets. Earth-grade techniques, the infamous 1,000 poison tongue. Regardless, there was something dangerous about him, something that gnawed at his instincts. He tried to calm his thoughts, to focus on his breathing, and to remind himself of his abilities. He had faced danger before. Song Rue had been an annoying opponent, a formidable one at that, and Chen Ren had outmaneuvered him with wit and tactics. But this was different. Against Gu Tian, for the first time in a while, he wasn't sure of his victory. The faint sound of rustling broke his focus. His eyes snapped open, and he found Yalan sitting in front of him. The fight is going to start soon, she said. Did you find anything more about Gu Tian? Yalan shook her head. No, he kept to himself since the last fight, locked in his room. My senses picked up a conversation, but I couldn't hear much from outside. He wasn't alone, though. Whoever he's talking to, it's someone important. Right now, my theory is that he belongs to a major clan, and that's why. He has Earth-grade techniques in his arsenal. Chen Ren's jaw tightened. You think he's from a major clan? It's possible. There's a Gu clan on the western side of the empire, but they don't deal in poisons. And I doubt they'd be generous enough to grant Earth-grade techniques to a wandering member. He might have gotten those techniques from elsewhere, like a ruin or some legacy from a rogue cultivator. Chen Ren suggested. Maybe, she admitted. Young cultivators with inherited legacies do appear from time to time, but knowing his background won't give you much of an advantage. Focus on what you've seen. The man is cunning, and he's not above using underhanded tactics. Chen Ren nodded at Yalan's words. I know that. He uses poisons and earth-grade techniques. It's unfortunate I never practiced any body fortification techniques, he said, his tone tinged with regret. Yalan gave him a small, encouraging purr. Just be quick. You're light on your feet, and unlike Li Xian, you're clever enough to keep an eye out for the poison. Use that to your advantage. I'll handle it, Chen Ren replied, and pushed himself up from his meditative stance. Together, they walked to the arena grounds, the echoes of the crowd's jubilant cheers growing louder with every step. The shouts and clamors swelled like a tidal wave as Chen Ren came into view, the energy of the audience washing over him. His eyes scanned the sea of faces, and he noticed something different this time. More people were cheering for him. With grave. Was it his win against Song Rue? His resourcefulness? Whatever the reason, he couldn't let them down now. As he approached the stage, his gaze locked onto Gu Tian, standing at the opposite end. The man offered a simple nod, calm and unbothered, as though this was just another sparring match. Chen Ren returned the nod and turned his focus to the official in the center of the stage. The man raised a hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down. Before the final match begins, we are honored to hear a few words from our esteemed city lord, Li Baolong. The official announced, his voice booming across the arena. All eyes turned to the city lord, who rose from his elevated seat. He looked over the crowd and waved at them, calming down the cheers that came his way. When this tournament was announced, Cloud Mist City was shrouded in dark clouds. Li Baolong began. Demonic cultivator attacks had left us shaken. Many advised me to cancel this event, to avoid gathering so many people in one place. But I was stubborn. I believe in the resilience of the people and cultivators of Cloud Mist City and the surrounding regions. I believe that a mere demonic cultivator would not be able to scare us into submission. And all of you, every single one of you, have proved me right. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, echoing his sentiment. Li Baolong raised a hand to quiet them once more. Hundreds of young cultivators gathered here to prove their mettle. We have seen great battles, acts of courage, and strategies that rival even the most experienced warriors. And now, only two remain. Two cultivators who have surprised us all and earned their place here today. His gaze briefly swept over Chen Ren and Gu Tian. Whoever wins today, know this. Both of you are talented and determined. I have no doubt that you will rise through the realms and make your names known across the empire. With that, I leave the stage to you. May the final fight of this tournament be a spectacle that we will remember for years to come. The city lord's words hung in the air, the crowd roaring their approval once more. Chen Ren took a deep breath, his focus narrowing as he stepped onto the stage, ready for the battle that would define the tournament. As the city lord took his seat, the official stepped forward, his voice calm but authoritative as he addressed the arena. The rules for the final round are clear, the same as before. Fatal strikes are allowed. You may cripple or kill your opponent, and any items the fallen cultivator possesses will be yours. Beyond that, the same criteria for disqualification apply. Leaving the stage means defeat, surrender means defeat, and of course, death means defeat. Now, let the final battle of this year's tournament begin. The gong rang, a deep, reverberating sound that seemed to shake the ground beneath Chen Ren's feet. He barely had time to prepare when a wave of killing intent washed over him, freezing him in place for a heartbeat. It wasn't just pressure, it was suffocating, unlike anything he'd felt before, not even in Gu Tian's fight with Li Xian. The crowd let out a collective gasp, their cheers momentarily silenced. Chen Ren's instinct screamed at him as he met Gu Tian's eyes. In that 1 second, every thought he had about his opponent changed. No, this wasn't some lucky cultivator who'd stumbled upon a legacy. This was someone who had killed a lot. And now, Gu Tian looked at him with the same gaze a predator reserves for its prey. That moment of hesitation nearly cost him. A glint of steel flashed in the air as Gu Tian's blade descended. Chen Ren barely managed to leap aside, the sharp edge carving through the spot where he had just stood. But there was no reprieve. Gu Tian vanished and reappeared beside him in a blur, his Earth-grade movement technique making him impossibly fast. Chen Ren reacted on instinct, activating lightning frenzy, unleashing crackling arcs of electricity in every direction. Gu Tian jumped back with an almost casual grace, weaving through the chaotic lightning as though it were no more than an inconvenience. The gap he created was gone in an instant as he closed the distance again, his blade coming down in a relentless blur. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Chen Ren gritted his teeth as he narrowed his eyes and tracked the sword's peculiar, almost hypnotic movements. It wasn't a simple attack. This was a sword technique, one designed to confuse and overwhelm. He deflected one strike, then another, each one coming closer than the last, until a sharp pain shot through his shoulder as the edge of Gu Tian's blade grazed him, slicing through his robe and leaving a shallow wound. Blood trickled down, but Chen Ren didn't flinch. Instead, he slammed his palm into his pouch, pulling out several fire talismans. With a surge of qi, he activated them, channeling the power through his lightning. The air around him exploded in a wave of searing heat as flames erupted, forcing Gu Tian to stumble back. The flames licked at Gu Tian's robe, scorching his hand, but he didn't falter. Instead, his expression darkened as he reached into his robes, pulling out 3 small blades. With a flick of his wrist, they shot toward Chen Ren, each one whistling through the air with deadly precision. Chen Ren's eyes widened, his mind racing. He had no time to dodge all 3. His reflexes kicked in as the daggers shot toward him. Instead of dodging, he reached into his pouch and flung a handful of white powder into the air, chanting quickly under his breath. A translucent barrier shimmered into existence, just in time to block the incoming projectiles. One dagger, however, phased partially through the barrier. The mystical shield slowed it just enough for Chen Ren to sidestep, snatching the weapon midair. His eyes darted to its edge, dripping with a slick, dark liquid. Poison. Fuck! Before he could react further, Gu Tian closed the distance, his blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. Chen Ren countered, activating Thundering Fist, as his fist crackled with lightning, surging forward to meet the attack. His punch landed squarely on Gu Tian's chest. But instead of the satisfying impact of flesh and bone, it felt like striking solid stone. Gu Tian didn't so much as flinch. His grin widened, teeth flashing as he licked his lips like a dog. "You won't get past my techniques," Gu Tian taunted. "I'll kill you and take the medallion." Chen Ren's brow furrowed. "Medallion?" he muttered, but there was no time to process the cryptic statement. Gu Tian's blade was already coming down on him. Chen Ren darted back, only to feel the cold edge of the platform beneath his heels. Trapped, nowhere to dodge forward without meeting Gu Tian's blade, or throwing himself off the stage. Gu Tian smirked, lunging for the kill. Desperate, Chen Ren pulled out another talisman, its glowing edges catching Gu Tian's attention. The grin on his opponent's face widened. Another fire talisman? Gu Tian scoffed, sidestepping smoothly. "Your tricks won't work." Before he could finish, Chen Ren burned the talisman with his lightning. "I don't only carry fire talismans," he muttered. In an instant, a brilliant flash of blinding light engulfed the battlefield. Gu Tian cried out, staggering as he covered his eyes, momentarily disoriented. Chen Ren, who had closed his eyes before activating the blinding talisman, claimed the opportunity. He charged forward, his fist crackling with lightning again. This time, his thundering fist connected squarely with Gu Tian's jaw, sending him flying back. Gu Tian crashed heavily onto the platform, the force of the impact sending cracks spidering across the surface. But Chen Ren didn't hold back. He surged forward and continuously punched his face. Each blow echoed across the arena, drawing gasps from the crowd. Gu Tian gritted his teeth, forcing himself to regain his footing. With a swift motion, he threw a flurry of daggers, the deadly blades gleaming as they shot toward Chen Ren. Seeing the attack, Chen Ren propelled himself into the air. His movements were agile as he dodged the projectiles. Yet, as he hung momentarily in the air, his body twisted mid-flight, he realized the leap had left him wide open to a counterattack. Gu Tian retrieved his blade, lunging forward to cover the distance between them. His speed was terrifying, but just as he closed in, Chen Ren's eyes began to glow faintly. Gu Tian froze mid-charge, his instincts flaring as he sensed an incoming attack. Gu Tian muttered something incomprehensible under his breath, stepping back cautiously, his blade poised. But nothing happened. Chen Ren smirked. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the poison dagger he'd caught earlier straight at Gu Tian, who said glowing eyes meant an attack. Chen Ren quipped. The dagger flew true, striking Gu Tian square in the chest. For a moment, Chen Ren saw victory on the horizon. Without hesitation, he launched forward, his movement technique propelling him toward his downed opponent. His fist shot out, crackling with lightning, ready to end it. But just as his first punch landed, Gu Tian's body convulsed violently. A foul, dark liquid erupted from his mouth, spraying out in a torrent of poison. Chen Ren barely managed to twist away in time, but the poison splattered across his arm, sizzling against his skin. He quickly jumped back, shaking his arm free of the venom. But Gu Tian wasn't finished. The man almost seemed to revel in the chaos he created. The poison kept spraying, jetting from his mouth in a continuous stream, and the stage below them began to melt, the once sturdy stone now eating away into nothingness. Chen Ren's eyes widened. There was nowhere to run. Every inch of the arena was being consumed by the toxic spray. The crowd's collective gasp echoed as the platform began to crack and decay, unable to withstand the powerful venom that Gu Tian expelled with such ease. Chen Ren looked back at his opponent, and the sight almost froze his blood. Despite blood dripping out from the wounds he had given him, Gu Tian's grin only widened, a bloodthirsty, maniacal smile that radiated with a terrifying, almost psychotic rage. It was the kind of grin that made Chen Ren's instincts flare with unease. Poison dripping down his mouth just added to the... Something was really wrong with this man. Really fucking wrong. The air grew heavier as Gu Tian, blood dripping from his wounds, lunged forward again. His movements flickered like a shadow, impossibly fast and hard to follow. Chen Ren struggled to track him, but he didn't waver. His mind sharpened, blocking out the pain and the poison that surrounded him. He thought of a way out of it. There was no way to run with the poison melting the stage, and it gave Gu Tian a big advantage. As his mind ran to find a way out, a plan formed. Chen Ren quickly pulled out a handful of talismans, his fingers moving with precision as he threw them into the air. The paper strips fluttered before igniting with flashes of lightning as their power activated. Energy surged in the air, crackling like a brewing storm. Just as Gu Tian's blade swept toward him, Chen Ren acted. He dashed forward, stepping onto the talismans, which solidified into stone under his feet. Without pause, he used the makeshift platforms to launch himself high into the air. The crowd erupted as he soared over Gu Tian, who looked up in surprise. Chen Ren didn't waste the opening. From above, he unleashed lightning frenzy, a rapid flurry of electric strikes that rained down on Gu Tian. Lightning crackled as the blows landed, and it left Gu Tian stunned and struggling to defend himself. His hands came to his face, trying to avoid the attacks, but his body convulsed with each hit. Before the latter could recover, Chen Ren landed in front of him, his fist crackling with raw energy. With one swift motion, he drove it into Gu Tian's stomach. The impact sent shockwaves rippling across the platform, hurling Gu Tian through the air. He crashed past the edge of the arena, falling hard and motionless. The crowd roared as Chen Ren stood at the center of the stage, breathing heavily but victorious. The poison sizzling on the platform no longer mattered. Gu Tian lay outside the ring, bloodied and defeated. Chen Ren, though battered, stood tall, a rare sense of calm washing over him. It had been a difficult fight, but he had won. Yes, he had finally won. The arena trembled, the ground beneath them shaking as the official's voice rang out. Gu Tian is out of bounds and disqualified. Chen Ren wins the match in the tournament. Give a loud applause for him. The roar of the crowd surged around him again, deafening in its intensity. The applause was overwhelming, each clap like a thunderous wave crashing against the walls of the arena. The stadium was alive with jubilant celebration, the energy of thousands of voices echoing through the air. But for Chen Ren, it all felt distant. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, exhausted beyond belief. The adrenaline that had carried him through the battle was beginning to wear off, leaving him with the weight of his own fatigue. His chest heaved with shallow breaths, the aftershocks of the fight still rippling through his body. Slowly, his eyes drifted across the arena. The cheers, the people celebrating, the knowledge that he had won. His mind tried to catch up with the reality of it, and a small, disbelieving smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He had done it. He had won the tournament. But then, a faint whisper reached his ears, something cold and malicious. No, it can't be like this. I can't lose. Not to you. Not to such trash. Chen Ren's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze snapped downward. His eyes locked onto Gu Tian, lying in a pool of blood and poison, the remnants of their fight still hanging heavy in the air. Despite the state he was in, Gu Tian's eyes burned with a hatred so intense it felt like it could consume everything around him. Chen Ren's blood ran cold as he watched the man, whose body should have been limp and unconscious, begin to twitch. A low growl escaped from his throat, and before Chen Ren could react, something inside him snapped. The man's eyes, once dark and full of malice, shifted, turning a deep crimson. An immediate wave of energy seemed to ripple out from Gu Tian's form, extremely dark and repulsive, like an entire storm brewing beneath his skin. The bloodied figure stood, impossibly, his robes simmering as dark chains erupted out of it, wrapping around Chen Ren like tendrils of doom. Dark energy emanated from Gu Tian, rolling outward in waves, coating everything with an oppressive aura. The entire arena seemed to freeze for a moment, the temperature dropping, and Chen Ren's skin prickled as though he were standing in the presence of something he shouldn't. His eyes widened, his body instinctively tensing. What is this? Before he could make sense of it, a familiar voice cut through the air. Yalan, Chen Ren, get back. He's a demonic. Life was unfair, and the heavens even more so. They always try to shoot down anyone who dared to rise too high, as though they despised those who challenged their fate. Gu Tian had learned this bitter truth long ago, back in his childhood, when his cultivation had been destroyed, not by an enemy, but by his own cousin. His cousin, the young master of the main branch of the Gu family, had been his equal once. Gu Tan, a rising star from one of the lower branches, had shone brightly, his talents praised by all, and had rivaled him. But in one fateful moment, it was all taken away. Crippled and humiliated, he was cast aside like broken pottery, no longer useful or admired. Instead, he was bullied. The clan sneered at him, his peers mocked him, and even his fiancée publicly broke off their engagement, leaving him in disgrace. That was his life, broken, unfair, laughable, until he found a ring. The old, worn ring he had stumbled upon by chance held his salvation. Inside it dwelled the spirit of a legendary alchemist and demonic cultivator. The master within the ring had shown him that the heavens could be defied, that there were ways to claw back what fate had stolen. Gu Tian, who was mentally exhausted from everything that was going on with him, didn't hesitate to abandon what was called the righteous path. And like he'd expected, things changed for him, for good. His master healed him, painstakingly rebuilding his shattered cultivation. In return, Gu Tian offered his loyalty, embracing the darkness that had given him a second chance. His revenge was swift and brutal. The cousin who had destroyed him fell to his blade, and with bloodied hands, Gu Tian severed his ties to the Gu family forever, banished but finally free. That was all that mattered, didn't it? He soon started wandering the vast lands of the Kalian Empire, and with every challenge that was thrown his way, he grew. Each victory reinforced his belief that he could rise above the heavens themselves, just like his master had told him. When he joined a demonic sect hell-bent on breaking apart the heavens to reach newfound realms, his master approved. Slowly, he had proven his worth in the sect, until he had been looked upon as someone promising and had been tasked with finding the medallion that would unlock the gate of immortals. His master had already intended to look for it, so the decision was made quickly. That quest led him to Cloud Mist City, a place brimming with danger and opportunity. Though obstacles arose, he overcame them, his confidence growing with every success. Defeating Li Xian, a prodigy of the Soaring Sword sect, had been his crowning achievement so far. In that moment, standing over his fallen opponent, he had felt invincible. The medallion also had been within his grasp, with his next opponent Chen Ren being in possession of it. The heavens trembled before him, and Gu Tian was certain of one thing. He would seize immortality and make the heavens kneel. But just as he was one step away from claiming the medallion after supposedly killing Chen Ren, everything fell apart. Gu Tian had lost to tricks and deceit, to the careful concealment of power that Chen Ren had used, and a lapse of judgment. And as the official declared Chen Ren the victor, something inside Gu Tian snapped. He remembered the humiliation of his youth, the day his cousin had shattered his cultivation. Back then, it hadn't been a head-on fight, but a web of schemes and traps. And now, here he was again, standing on the edge of greatness, only to be dragged down by trickery. After becoming a demonic cultivator, Gu Tian had never truly lost. Yes, there were times when he had to flee, but he always called it a strategic retreat, never a defeat. But now, with Chen Ren basking in the crowd's cheers, something dark and primal clawed its way to the surface. Gu Tian clenched his fists, his voice low and venomous. "I haven't lost yet," he whispered, just loud enough for Chen Ren to hear. Inside his mind, his master's voice echoed urgently. By now he knew that his master had a good idea of his personality and quirks, how far his anger could go, and what he could do when he would snap. "Gu Tian, calm yourself. This is not the time. There are too many cultivators here. Revealing yourself now will be disastrous. Do you hear me? Don't do anything." Gu Tian's face twisted with fury, his eyes locked on Chen Ren's triumphant figure. "I won't get another chance," he hissed, saying the words out loud. "You said it yourself. There's a strong presence around him. If I wait, I'll never be able to reach him. I'll kill him now and make him suffer for this disgrace. Then we'll run. Arno Tullenbot Epsilon." Gu Tian, no, his master's voice rang in his mind, loud and clear. "This is reckless." But his words fell on deaf ears. Gu Tian unleashed the demonic chi sealed within him, the dark energy radiating outward in waves, big and harmful. His eyes darkened, their color shifting to crimson. "I've hidden for long enough," Gu Tian growled. He raised a trembling hand. The air around him grew heavy as he whispered, "Chains of confinement." Dark chains burst from his body, writhing like living tendrils, their sharp edges gleaming in the air. The crowd gasped in shock. A loud laughter escaped Gu Tian's lips when he saw Chen Ren. The man, caught off guard, could only watch as the chains shot toward him. He tried to call upon his lightning chi, his body crackling with energy, but the chains moved faster. They wrapped around his arms and legs, pulling him down to the ground and pinning him in place. Gu Tian rose to his feet, his eyes cold and unrelenting. He tilted his head mockingly and grinned. He walked towards Chen Ren, and with every step, the air grew thicker with his demonic chi, suffocating those nearby. The crowd scrambled back in panic, some shouting in terror, others frozen in fear. The official who had just declared the match hurriedly fled the arena, abandoning any pretense of maintaining order. The cultivators in the audience began to stir, their weapons drawn, but Gu Tian didn't stop. He glared at Chen Ren, his voice low and menacing. "Who the fuck do you think you're? You thought you could humiliate me? Just like that? You'll pay for this with your life." The stage trembled under the preparations of his unleashed power as he was about to strike, uncaring of the consequences that would follow. As the demonic chi swirled, a dark silhouette emerged above Gu Tian, growing larger and more defined. His master's ghostly form materialized, a tall, lean figure with hollow, glowing eyes that radiated a red glow. The ghostly figure raised a hand, and a barrier of shimmering black energy formed around the entire stage. The barrier pulsated with malevolent energy, exuding an impenetrable aura. Gu Tian laughed again, knowing that his master was strong enough to hold back any cultivator in the arena. "Nowhere to escape," he said with a smirk. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a daring cultivator leapt forward, summoning a blazing spear of fire imbued with spiritual chi, and hurled it toward the barrier. The spear crashed into the dark shield, the collision sending shockwaves through the air, but the barrier held firm. The flames were swallowed whole, leaving no trace of their existence. His master's deep, otherworldly voice boomed, echoing across the arena. "I can hold this for 5 minutes, no more. Do what you must quickly." Gu Tian sneered, his gaze locked onto Chen Ren. "I won't need more than a minute," he said coldly, striding toward his immobilized foe. Chen Ren glared up at him, his body still bound by the dark chains. Gu Tian saw the fear and anxiety in his eyes, but there was something else, something that made his blood boil. It was resilience, defiance that refused to die, even in the face of certain death. Gu Tian leaned closer, his voice dripping with malice. "Your tricks won't save you now. The medallion will be mine, and you'll die here, humiliated, with the whole city watching your execution." Chen Ren struggled against the chains, his lightning chi flickering weakly around him. "Get me out of these," he spat. "If you want to fight, I'll give you one." Gu Tian laughed, the sound echoing like a death knell. "A fight," he repeated mockingly. "No, that's the way of the righteous, a path I abandoned long ago. For me, a kill is a kill. It doesn't matter how it's done." He straightened, gripping his sword tightly. "You should close your eyes. That way, you won't have to see your own body cut in half." With those words, Gu Tian raised his sword and plunged it into Chen Ren's stomach. Blood splattered across the ground as Chen Ren screamed in pain, his body writhing against the chains. Gu Tian smirked, savoring the moment. Pulling the sword free, he turned his attention to Chen Ren's belongings. Kneeling, he rummaged through the pouch tied to his waist and withdrew the medallion. It glimmered faintly in his hands. His master's voice resonated beside him. Finally, the medallion, the way to the gate of immortals. Gu Tian studied the medallion, his brow furrowing. "You're sure this is the right one? Doesn't look remarkable." "It is," his master said confidently. "I don't lie about these things. It matches the descriptions in the old legends. Now, finish him. I'll propel you into the sky to escape." Gu Tian scoffed as his master's words echoed in his ears. "What do you mean he's already dead?" he muttered. Turning back to Chen Ren, his eyes narrowed. Chen Ren lay in a pool of his own blood, the sword still embedded in his stomach, but he was still alive. His chest rose and fell, shallow breaths escaping his lips. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. As Gu Tian moved to use his sword to slice his neck off, to give him a final rest, something gave him pause. The defiance, the fear, the resilience he had seen earlier, all of it was gone from his eyes. What remained in Chen Ren's gaze wasn't the emptiness of death, but something entirely different. Hollow. No, not hollow. It was something completely different. Inside the empty, it was as if the man before him had become a vessel, an empty shell brimming with something incomprehensible. Before he could process the thought further, Chen Ren's body convulsed, and his pupils began to change. The dark irises shimmered, a light spreading outward. In moments, they turned gold. Gu Tian felt his demonic chi recoil, as if struck, the pressure around him shifting violently. The air grew dense and suffocating, as an unfamiliar and overwhelming presence filled the stage. From Chen Ren's mouth, a voice unlike his own rang out, deep, resonant, and filled with a power that seemed to shake the heavens themselves. "You dare harm my chosen, filthy demon." Yalin's heart plummeted as her claws scraped against the invisible wall that separated her from the platform. Her amber eyes blazed with fury as she watched Gu Tian loom over Chen Ren's barely conscious form, his demonic chi spilling forth like a suffocating tide. The barrier shimmered ominously, a translucent dome of dark energy that repelled every strike she unleashed. Her claws lengthened instinctively, the razor-sharp tips gleaming under the flickering flames of her tail. She snarled, slamming her burning tail against the barrier with all her strength, the impact resounding through the air. But the barrier held firm. Her rage only deepened as she pressed her paw against the cold surface, feeling the pulse of powerful energy rippling through it. It didn't budge, not even a crack or a flicker of weakness. "How is this possible?" she growled, her voice trembling with frustration. She was in the Meridian expansion realm. Her strikes should have been enough to destabilize any ordinary barrier. Yet, this wasn't ordinary. It was created for the purpose of ensuring that all the cultivators in the arena would be kept out of it. This barrier wasn't something Gu Tian could have created on his own. Yalin's sharp eyes scanned the stage, her breath catching as she saw the faint silhouette forming above Gu Tian. A ghostly figure hovered in the air, its shape wavering as if struggling to maintain its presence in the physical realm. Despite its ethereal weakness, its aura was unmistakable, formidable, ancient, and suffused with the terrifying power of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Her claws retracted slightly as shock momentarily overtook her rage. A nascent soul specter? She thought, her mind racing. Nascent soul cultivators had vanished from the mortal world centuries ago, their power so immense that the heavens themselves seemed to conspire against their existence. Yet here one stood, or at least its lingering shadow, bolstering Gu Tian with its unholy strength. How could Gu Tian have aligned himself with such an entity? There was no time to dwell on the answer. Every second wasted was another second Chen Ren lay bleeding on the stage, bound and vulnerable. Yalin's gaze snapped back to him, her chest tightening as she saw the blood pooling around his body. "Chen Ren, hold on," she whispered, her fury reigniting. Flames surged down her tail as she struck the barrier again, the inferno roaring with her resolve. She didn't care if her strikes didn't break through. She didn't care if her attacks left her drained. All she cared about was finding a way to save him, no matter what it cost. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears, each pulse driving home a dreadful reality. She was watching it happen again. The sight of his pale face, blood spilling freely from his wounds, tore through her resolve. Memories flashed unbidden of the previous Chen Ren that she had failed to protect. She clenched her fists, her claws digging into her paws as guilt and despair warred within her. Was she truly this weak? Her hair bristled as her eyes burned with fury. She had always thought herself strong. Yet here she was, standing powerless, while the one she swore to defend teetered on the edge of death. Her head snapped to the side as a familiar presence approached. Qing He appeared, her usually serene face etched with a fury that matched Yalin's own. The elder's squinted eyes fixated on the barrier, and the faint wrinkles on her face seemed deeper under the strain of her anger. "This is no ordinary construct," Qing He muttered, her voice heavy with frustration. Yalin let out a howl. "We need to combine forces. Together, we might be able to crack it enough to get through." "We should." Qing He didn't hesitate, already preparing to channel her qi. Yalin mirrored her, flames rippling along her tail and claws as the two pooled their strength. But just as they moved to strike, Yalin froze, her sharp instincts picking up something in the air, something emanating from Chen Ren himself. Her gaze whipped back to him, and her amber eyes widened. Golden light began to seep from his eyes, an otherworldly glow that seemed to pierce the demonic qi surrounding him. The light grew stronger, radiating from his battered form with an intensity that made the platform tremble. Then she felt it. Her breath caught, and her flames wavered as a sensation long buried resurfaced, a power she hadn't sensed in years. Heavenly qi, pure, untainted, and overwhelming, it rolled off Chen Ren in waves, clashing with the oppressive darkness of Gu Tian's demonic energy. Yalin's heart pounded as she stared at him, her disbelief mingling with a glimmer of hope. "Heavenly qi," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Qing Yi paused as well, her attack forgotten as she turned to Yalin. "What did you say?" Yalin didn't answer. Her eyes remained fixed on Chen Ren, her lips parting in astonishment as the golden light grew brighter, illuminating the stage. Perhaps all was not lost. Chen Ren's consciousness drifted like a leaf caught in a murky current. His thoughts were sluggish, fragmented, and disjointed. The last thing he could recall was the crushing weight of Gu Tian's chains binding his limbs, his body sapped of strength. He'd stared up at the demonic cultivator, his heart pounding with defiance and despair, just before the cold bite of a blade plunged into his gut. Pain had exploded through him, and he threw up a lot of blood. It had been bitter and painful. But then endless darkness had taken over him. Now he stood in a void. No ground beneath his feet, no walls or sky to confine him. Just an infinite expanse dotted with light, stars twinkling faintly above and around him. He glanced down at his hands, flexing his fingers sluggishly. There were no wounds, no blood soaking through his robes, but the memory of the pain still lingered, sharp and biting. I'm back in my star space. But why? The question echoed hollowly in his mind. A bitter taste rose in his throat as fragments of his failure swirled together. He had doubted Gu Tian's facade of mediocrity and suspected the man's techniques weren't as simple as they seemed. Yet he'd done nothing, ignored the signs, and now here he was, caught between life and death, alone in the star space. Is this where cultivators come before they die, their star space? The thought sent a chill down his spine, but there was no one to answer him. He tilted his head upward, scanning the stars above. It was different. His star space had always been sparse, a cold expanse with only 4 stars burning dimly in the void. But now the sky was alive, teeming with countless lights. The stars blazed fiercely, their glow raining down over him and filling the void with a warmth he hadn't felt in what seemed like ages. A rumble broke through the stillness. Chen Ren's heart jumped as the ground, or whatever it was he stood on, shuddered beneath him. The stars seemed to tremble as something massive shifted in the space above. He turned, his body moving sluggishly as though underwater, and froze. A presence loomed above him. It was vast, shadowy, and incomprehensibly large. As the rumble grew louder, the shape resolved into something unmistakable. Scales, luminous and shimmering like liquid golden, caught the light of the stars as the creature descended. Its form coiled endlessly, a serpent wreathed in celestial radiance. The dragon. The stars seemed to bow to its presence, their light dimming as the dragon's maw opened. The stars themselves formed the dragon's fangs, sharp and radiant, and its voice rolled through the space, vibrating through his chest. The beast's eyes, glowing like molten gold, bore into him with an intensity that made his legs tremble. Chen Ren, I choose you, yet you stumble so quickly toward death. Chen Ren swallowed hard, unable to muster a reply, his gaze fixed on the creature's immense, gleaming fangs. A tornado of questions swirled in his mind, and he resisted the urge to prostrate himself in front of the entity. But rather than ask about what was going on, he answered the dragon's question. I didn't expect Gu Tian to be a demonic cultivator. Even then, those chains, he looked down at his hands, flexing them uselessly. I couldn't break through them. The dragon's eyes narrowed, and a sharp exhale escaped its nostrils like the sigh of a storm. There's no excuse for weakness. This is the way of the world. Strength determines survival, and you are far too close to death. My slumber has lasted long enough. I cannot let it be. The words struck like a hammer, but Chen Ren barely had time to absorb them. His thoughts churned in frustration and confusion. His fists clenched, trembling. I know, he muttered, his voice barely audible. Then louder, more resolute. But how can I defeat Gu Tian? With his chains and that ghost at his back, it's too strong. The dragon tilted its head, a faint glow rippling across its scales. I know it is. Hence, we're taking over. Your fight is no longer yours alone. Chen Ren's breath hitched in his throat. What does that mean? The dragon didn't answer. Instead, its form began to shift, its body unraveling into streaks of radiant light. Chen Ren's eyes widened, as the dragon unfurled from the heavens, descending upon him with a terrible grace. The stars in his space flickered and dimmed, their light snuffed out one by one. Cracks formed in the void beneath him, jagged lines racing outward with every rumble of the dragon's approach. No, Chen Ren stumbled back, his voice caught in his throat. The dragon surged forward, its golden eyes blazing brighter as it filled his vision. The last thing he saw was the beast's maw opening wide, its fangs shimmering like starfire as it swallowed him whole. The void shattered. Chen Ren gasped, his eyes snapping open. The platform stretched beneath him, Gu Tian standing below with a sneer that faltered as he looked up. Chains still bound Chen Ren's arms, but they felt lighter now, their weight insignificant compared to the power coursing through him. It was unlike anything he'd felt before, consuming and powerful, extremely powerful. Heat rushed through his veins, igniting every nerve as golden light spilled from his eyes. A low rumble escaped his throat, growing louder until it built into a deafening roar that echoed through the arena. The voice wasn't his alone. From within the roar, Chen Ren felt it, something bursting free. His chi surged outward, enveloping the platform in waves of radiant energy. Gu Tian's eyes widened, and he stumbled back, shielding himself from the force. Above them, the sky tore apart. A golden dragon emerged, its massive form coiling and twisting as it rose into the heavens. It roared again, a sound that shook the very ground and sent waves of fear through the onlookers. Chen Ren looked up, his body trembling from the sheer intensity of the power. It felt alien and unstoppable, yet somehow it was him. Or was it? As he tried to grasp it, the dragon turned its gaze downward, its golden eyes locking onto Gu Tian, whose expression had turned to one of terror. Chen Ren felt his lips curve into a faint smile, though he wasn't entirely sure it was his own. The golden light in his eyes flared, and the platform trembled as his chi surged again. City Lordly Baolong's breath hitched in his throat as he looked at the sight before him in pure horror. He knew that the chaos below was something that wouldn't leave his mind anytime soon. The arena stands rumbled with the weight of countless footsteps, the crowd scrambling to escape the nightmare before them. The once exuberant tournament, a celebration of youthful talent and strength, had devolved into sheer pandemonium. And it had all happened too quickly. He didn't even get time to blink twice when Gu Tian turned into a demonic being. His fists clenched, nails digging into his palms as he tried to steady his nerves. The whole event had been a series of shocks, but none struck as deeply as this. Even his son, Li Xian, losing had been a hard truth to face, one that bruised his pride as a father and city lord. Yet now, knowing the identity of the man who had bested Li Xian, he felt a strange relief, one he was guilty of. Chen Ren's skill had proven formidable, even praiseworthy. But that same young cultivator now hung in chains, bloodied and helpless, his life ebbing away under the demon Gu Tian's blade. Blood gushed out from the gaping wound in Chen Ren's stomach, pooling all around him. The sight churned Li Baolong's stomach, his heart sinking further with every droplet lost. To make things worse, he couldn't do anything. The barrier encasing the platform was thick, its translucent surface unmoved. All the powerful cultivators that were around the premise started attacking, attempting to break the surface with their best techniques, but failed miserably. The barrier stood as a cruel mockery to their attempts, separating them from saving Chen Ren, leaving the latter to a grim fate. Li Baolong turned abruptly to the sect elder standing beside him, the man's imposing aura as steadfast as ever despite the chaos and the anxiety in the air. Elder Yin Xiu, he began, his voice tight, almost desperate. We need to break that barrier. A promising cultivator like Chen Ren cannot die at the hands of a demon. It would be a disgrace to us all. Elder Yin Xiu stroked his long, silvery beard, his sharp eyes narrowing as he regarded the shimmering barrier. His calm demeanor betrayed nothing of the tension in the air. Lordly Baolong, it's not that simple. None of us here, none, I tell you, have the strength to shatter that barrier. Li Baolong frowned. You can't mean that. The elder gestured toward the cultivators scattered across the stands, all of them hurling their mightiest attacks at the barrier. Fire, lightning, and blades of chi crashed against it in vain, leaving not so much as a crack. Look around you, Elder Yin Xiu said. The strongest among us have tried and failed. That demon, somehow, he has created a barrier beyond even the reach of meridian expansion cultivators. Perhaps only a core formation cultivator could break through, but we have none here. Li Baolong's jaw tightened. So, we're to stand by and watch him die. Elder Yin Xiu sighed, his eyes flickering with a rare glint of regret. I cannot save him, but the barrier won't last forever. When it falls, I will ensure that Gu Tian pays for his crimes with his life. Li Baolong turned back to the platform, his heart heavy as he watched the futile attempts to breach the barrier. Every strike against it sent faint ripples across its surface, but not a single fracture appeared. His gaze shifted to Chen Ren, his pale face, the blood-soaked chains holding him aloft, and the smirk plastered on Gu Tian's face as he reveled in his victory. The implications of it all rang like alarm bells in Li Baolong's mind. A demonic cultivator infiltrating the tournament, killing its winner, and wreaking havoc. There would be no hiding this disaster. The news would spread like wildfire, reaching even the imperial court. Punishment was inevitable, and the city's reputation would be in shambles. Li Baolong's hands trembled as his mind chanted one word: failure. As his eyes moved once more to the place where Gu Tian's blade had plunged into Chen Ren, he could only hope, desperately, that some miracle would intervene before it was too late. Li Baolong's focus remained fixed on Chen Ren, his mind a whirlwind of regret and self-recrimination. The young cultivator had proved him wrong in the most astonishing of ways, rising above his initial doubts and showing a brilliance few could match. Yet now, chained and bleeding, his life hung by a thread that frayed with every drop of blood spilling onto the platform. This was his fault. The city guard had failed to vet participants thoroughly, and that failure now rested squarely on his shoulders. Chen Ren's life, no, his death, would be an indelible stain on Li Baolong's record. As these thoughts gnawed at him, a ripple of chi brushed against his senses. It wasn't just any chi. It was primordial, pure, and made him lose track of what he was thinking. He glanced toward Elder Yin Xiu, whose usually composed expression had shifted to one of shock. He hadn't been the only one to sense it. What's going on? Li Baolong muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Before an answer could form, the world itself seemed to respond. The skies darkened with unnatural speed as clouds coiled above the arena, their swirling mass deepening to a foreboding shade of black. A low rumble rolled across the sky, growing louder with each passing second until it sounded like the roar of an impending storm. Lightning forked through the clouds, illuminating the ominous scene in brief, blinding flashes. More ripples of chi radiated outward, stronger and more concentrated. Li Baolong's gaze snapped to Chen Ren, his instincts screaming that the source of this power was none other than the young cultivator. "NES, what is this?" he muttered again, his voice trembling now. Suddenly, a roar tore through the chaos, a sound so primal and overwhelming that it seemed to shake the very air. The platform trembled, cracks, spider webbing across its surface as the ground beneath it groaned in protest. Gu Tian, who had stood confidently over his chained prey moments ago, staggered back, his expression betraying the first flicker of unease. Then it happened. A golden light erupted from Chen Ren, flooding the arena so intense that many shielded their eyes. Within the brilliance, something formed, rising higher and higher into the sky. Li Baolong's breath caught as the shape solidified. A colossal golden dragon, its scales shimmering like polished gold and its eyes burning with ancient wisdom and fury. Lightning danced along its sinuous body, the flashes framing its silhouette against the roiling clouds. The sheer majesty of the beast stole every ounce of air from Li Baolong's lungs. The dragon roared again, and this time the sound carried an unearthly power, shaking the very heavens. The darkened clouds parted in deference to the creature, exposing a brilliant shaft of sunlight that bathed the dragon in a divine glow. Hovering above the platform, the dragon lowered its gaze to Chen Ren, its massive form exuding both ferocity and reverence. The demonic cultivator Gu Tian stumbled further back, his smug confidence evaporating like morning dew under the sun. Li Baolong's hands trembled as he took in the sight. His lips moved on their own, forming the words he scarcely believed. A cultivator, blessed by the golden dragon himself. I can't believe it. The surge of power was overwhelming. Chen Ren's entire body felt like it was being pushed to the edge, stretched so thin it might tear apart. It was as if liquid lightning poured through his veins, crackling with power, threatening to rip him open. Each pulse of energy surged like a tidal wave, filling him up until he thought he might explode into nothingness. Above him, the sky growled with thunder, lightning dancing across the dark clouds like veins of the heavens themselves. Chen Ren raised his head, his breath catching in his throat. The golden dragon, no longer just flashes in his vision, was there in all its glory. Its enormous form coiled through the stormy skies, its scales glowing with an unearthly brilliance. The air around it shimmered with its power, and even the heavens seemed to tremble in its presence. Squinting, Chen Ren tried to focus, but the dragon's sheer size and majesty left him in awe. It wasn't just a creature, it was a force of nature. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. Chen Ren glanced down at himself and froze. The blade that had impaled him was sliding out, its edges slick with blood. He gasped softly, but no pain followed. Instead, he watched as the wound in his stomach began to heal, the torn flesh pulling together, glowing with the same golden light as the dragon above. The pain that had threatened to consume him moments before was gone, replaced by a surging power roaring inside him like a raging storm. His chi wasn't his own anymore. This was something far greater, far wilder, and it sent a shiver through him. His golden eyes snapped toward Gu Tian. The man who had once stood so confidently now looked frozen in place. His arrogant sneer had vanished, replaced by wide eyes darting between Chen Ren and the dragon above. For the first time, fear crept into Gu Tian's face, making him seem smaller, weaker. What are you?" Gu Tian stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Chen Ren's lips curved into a faint, almost amused smile. "I don't know," he said softly. "But I know one thing, you're going to die." The chains binding Chen Ren glowed with golden cracks, light spilling out like molten gold. A loud crack echoed as the chains shattered, the fragments disintegrating into sparks. Free at last, Chen Ren stepped forward. Each movement hummed with energy, sparks flickering around him. He wasn't just wielding lightning anymore. He was lightning, his body alive with raw power. Gu Tian's face paled, and he took a step back. Then another. Panic filled his eyes as he turned and ran, desperate to escape. But Chen Ren was faster. With a burst of speed, he closed the distance in an instant, his body a blur. His fist slammed into Gu Tian's stomach with the force of a boulder, the impact echoing through the arena. Gu Tian's body flew like a rag doll, crashing into the barrier with a deafening thud before crumpling to the ground, limp and broken. Slowly, Chen Ren walked toward him, his footsteps calm and deliberate. Gu Tian groaned, trying to push himself up, but his body wouldn't respond. He looked up at Chen Ren, his eyes filled with desperation and fear. "You can't do anything," Chen Ren said, his voice cold and steady. "You've already lost. You're already dead." Gu Tian opened his mouth to speak, but before a single word could escape, a new voice filled the arena. It was deep and guttural, vibrating with fury and hatred, the kind of sound that made the air itself feel heavy. The arena seemed to darken, the oppressive energy thickening around them. "No, you can't hurt my disciple." The arena grew even darker, as if all the light was being pulled away. Chen Ren could feel something terrible before he saw it. The demon that had been floating behind Gu Tian began to change. Thick black smoke oozed from its body, and its shape became more monstrous. Its face twisted unnaturally, sharp horns grew from its head, and its eyes burned a fiery red. Its hands turned into claws, crackling with dark flames and surrounded by black energy. The demon roared, a deep and terrifying sound, and threw itself at Chen Ren. Dark flames followed it like a shadowy trail, and the air around it seemed to grow heavy and foul, like it was alive and full of hatred. Just as the flames were about to reach Chen Ren, the golden dragon sprang to life. With a roar that shook the ground, the dragon shot down like lightning, glowing brighter than the sun. Its golden energy smashed into the dark flames, sending sparks flying in all directions. Light and darkness collided in a loud explosion, shaking the arena. The demon staggered back, its eyes wide with shock. The dragon's voice filled the air, echoing across the battlefield. "You used to have strength," it said, its golden eyes locked on the demon. "But now you are nothing, just a broken piece of evil clinging to life. You can't even touch my power." Golden lightning surged forward from the dragon, swallowing the dark flames completely. The smell of burning filled the air as the black fire died out. The demon let out a scream, its ghostly form shaking under the dragon's overwhelming power. Desperate, the demon turned and darted toward Gu Tian. Gu Tian screamed, his voice full of panic. "What are you doing, master?" The demon's cold voice answered, trembling with desperation. "I will take your body. It's the only way for me to survive." Gu Tian's face twisted in horror as the demon's smoky form rushed into his chest. He gasped, his body stiffening as if it was fighting the demon off. Then he collapsed, shaking violently on the ground. His body twitched and cracked, his bones shifting unnaturally. Black smoke poured from his skin, wrapping around him like a living shadow. With a sharp, painful crack, horns erupted from Gu Tian's head, twisting upward like those of a beast. His skin darkened, splitting apart, and glowing red light seeped from the cracks like molten lava. His fingers clawed at the ground as razor-sharp talons replaced his nails. His body shuddered violently, sending waves of dark energy rippling outward, scorching and cracking the ground beneath him. A guttural roar tore from his throat, loud, raw, and filled with a mix of agony and fury. The sound was inhuman, a terrifying blend of the man he had been and the monster he had become. When the transformation ended, Gu Tian's eyes snapped open, glowing an intense red. Hatred and a consuming thirst for destruction burned within them. He was no longer human or a demon. He was something much worse. With newfound strength, Gu Tian turned toward the barrier surrounding the arena. With a deafening cry, he unleashed a surge of power, shattering the barrier into fragments that dissolved into the air. Without hesitation, he prepared to flee. But Chen Ren was already in motion. Fury ignited within Chen Ren, his golden eyes blazing like fire as he roared. "You won't escape. Not while I'm here." He raised his hand toward the stormy heavens, and the dragon above roared in harmony with him. The storm responded to his call, bolts of lightning crashing down to form an electrified cage around Gu Tian. The demonic cultivator flinched, his escape route blocked. This barrier was similar to the one Li Xian had used before, but now it was stronger, infused with the full might of his qi and the dragon's energy. "Impossible!" Gu Tian snarled, his voice filled with rage and disbelief as Chen Ren closed in. Chen Ren's body crackled with lightning, and he surged forward like a streak of light. Gu Tian lunged, desperate to counterattack, but Chen Ren was faster. His palm struck Gu Tian's chest with the force of a thunderbolt, breaking through every defense the demonic cultivator could muster. Gu Tian staggered, gasping as terror filled his glowing red eyes. "No, please forgive me. I don't want to die. I don't want to lose my chance at life." Chen Ren glared down at him, his golden gaze unwavering. You would have killed me twice. You've murdered countless others, showing no mercy to anyone. Tell me, why should I show mercy to you? Tell me. Gu Tian stammered, but his words were cut short as Chen Ren channeled a final surge of power into his palm, driving it deeper into Gu Tian's chest. The impact shattered Gu Tian's dantian, sending a wave of demonic qi spiraling into the air before dissipating entirely. Blood erupted from Gu Tian's wounds, and his body convulsed violently. A cry of agony echoed through the air, the last sound Gu Tian made before his lifeless form crumpled to the ground. His eyes, now dim, wept blood as his body lay still. For a moment, silence hung heavy in the arena, but Chen Ren's instinct screamed at him that it wasn't over. His golden eyes scanned Gu Tian's broken body until they landed on the faint glint of a ring on his finger. Chen Ren noticed movement as dark mist began to seep from the ring on Gu Tian's finger. The mist twisted and grew, forming into the shape of the ghostly specter that had been controlling him. The figure thrashed in the air, letting out a terrible scream as it broke free from Gu Tian's body. The specter flailed wildly, its shadowy arms reaching out in all directions as it tried to escape. It surged upward, desperate, but before it could get far, Chen Ren felt something shift above him. The golden dragon, still floating in the stormy sky, moved. Its massive form glowed with lightning, and its glowing eyes locked onto the fleeing specter. The dragon opened its huge mouth, lightning crackling around its jaws as it dove toward the ghost. "No, you can't," the specter screamed, its voice filled with fear and panic. It lashed out with dark tendrils, clawing at the air in a desperate attempt to escape. The dragon roared, the sound like rolling thunder, and with one swift motion, it devoured the spirit. The specter disappeared completely, leaving nothing behind but a ripple of golden sparks. The dragon lifted its head, its glowing eyes turning to Chen Ren. He stood frozen, watching in awe and confusion. "It's finally over," Chen Ren thought, still catching his breath. He looked up at the dragon's massive form, but all he could focus on were its glowing, golden eyes. Gathering his courage, he asked, "Thank you, but who are you? And why are you inside my star space?" The dragon's gaze remained calm. Even though the chaos had started to dissipate around him, the dragon was unnaturally calm. "You're not ready to know. You're still too weak to handle my full presence outside your star space. When the time is right, all will be revealed." As it spoke, the dragon's body began to break apart, turning into shimmering particles of golden light. The glowing fragments rose into the stormy sky before gently descending back toward Chen Ren. The light sank into him, and the faint golden glow around his body grew stronger for a moment before fading. As the last of the golden light merged with Chen Ren, it flowed through him one final time, filling him with a warm, powerful energy. The golden glow shimmered across his body, lighting up every cut and bruise, making it look like they were healing for a moment. Slowly, the light began to fade, breaking into tiny streams that drifted away like sparks before disappearing into the air. The bright aura around him shrank until it was just a faint glow, then sank deep into his core, leaving his body empty and weak. Without the dragon's energy, his body shook and his legs buckled. He fell to his knees, crushed by exhaustion that felt like a giant weight pressing down on him. Above him, the stormy sky began to clear. The dark clouds parted, revealing a calm blue sky. The golden light that had filled the arena was gone, leaving only silence for a moment. Then the crowd's shouts grew louder, cutting through the fog in Chen Ren's mind. He turned toward the noise, but his vision was blurry, and the people in the crowd looked like shadows. His body swayed, and the edges of his sight turned dark. Before he could stop himself, the darkness closed incompletely. Chen Ren collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, and the arena, which had been so loud moments before, went quiet once again. Chen Ren dreamed of home, not the chaos of cloud, mist city, not the noise of markets or the sharp clash of blades, but home, The small apartment with peeling wallpaper, the aroma of instant noodles in the air, and the old, second-hand couch where he spent countless hours. He wasn't dreaming of the grind this time. The endless string of part-time jobs he juggled to keep the lights on and the rent paid, nor the late nights studying as a struggling business management student. No, this dream wasn't about the struggle. It was about the moments in between. Chen Ren saw himself sitting on that lumpy couch, a box of cheap pizza on his lap, the TV flickering with a cricket match. He could almost taste the greasy cheese and hear the roar of the crowd as someone hit a six. Then the scene shifted. He was standing at the counter of one of his part-time jobs, leaning casually as he chatted with the girl from the next shift. He could hear his own awkward laughter as he tried to work up the courage to ask her out. Her laugh echoed faintly, soft and teasing, before fading into the next memory. He was back outside his apartment building, crouched on the cold concrete, feeding the stray cats that gathered around him like tiny, furry shadows. One cat, a scruffy tabby with a half-missing ear, pushed closer. He reached out, scratching its head, feeling the soft fur beneath his fingers. He chuckled, a giddy warmth bubbling up inside him. But something was off. As Chen Ren scratched the cat, a strange unease crept in, a nagging feeling that something was missing, something important. He wanted to stay in this world, to savor these small joys, but the sensation tugged at him like an unanswered question. The cat purred beneath his touch, and the streets around him began to shimmer unnaturally. The cars, the lights, the faint chatter of distant pedestrians, they all felt distant like echoes from another life. Chen Ren looked up, and in the sky, he saw something streaking toward him. At first, it seemed like a shooting star, a bright light cutting across the dark canvas of the night. But as he squinted, focusing on the light, his breath caught. It wasn't a star. The figure grew larger, its shape clearer with each passing second. Wings stretched wide, scales shimmering like molten gold, and glowing eyes piercing through the haze of the dream. It was a dragon, descending from the heavens. Chen Ren stared, his heart racing as the world around him began to crumble. The buildings disintegrated, the ground beneath him cracked and fell away, replaced by a void of endless light. As the dragon loomed closer, its immense presence pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. It didn't roar, didn't move with fury. Instead, it gazed at him with calm, commanding eyes. "You have slept a lot. Chosen one," the dragon said. The word struck Chen Ren like a hammer. In an instant, memories flooded back. The bustling streets of Cloud Mist City, the taste of noodles he sold to its people, Yalin's purr and attitude, the thunderous applause of the tournament, and the fight against Gu Tian. The weight of his life came crashing down, vivid and undeniable. Chen Ren's knees buckled under the realization. The world around him broke further, the dream crumbling into nothingness. He looked back down at the tabby cat, his last anchor to this fleeting dream, but it was gone. All that remained was the dragon and the endless void. A sudden pull, like an invisible thread yanking him back, jolted Chen Ren awake. His eyes snapped open, his breath coming in quick, shallow gasps as he adjusted to the dim light around him. Blinking a few times, he looked up, and a familiar sight greeted him. A wooden ceiling with faint cracks that he had come to know well. The Tang clan. My room. The same place where he had woken up every morning since arriving in this strange Xinxiao world. His heart settled as he took slow, calming breaths, grounding himself in reality. But his hand instinctively moved to his chest, to the spot where Gu Tian's blade had pierced him. His fingers traced the area, expecting pain as scar. Something. R.A. Beta. There was nothing. The skin was smooth, unblemished, and warm to the touch. He was whole, alive, and no longer on the brink of death. Relief flooded him, but it was quickly followed by confusion. How am I healed? Before he could dwell on it further, a soft presence stirred beside him. Turning his head, Chen Ren's gaze fell on Yalin, curled up on his bed. Her tiny frame looked peaceful, her paws peeking out from under the blanket she had wrapped herself in. A small smile tugged at his lips. She looked adorable like this, vulnerable in a way that belied her sharp tongue. Almost on instinct, he reached out to pat her head. But just as his hand was about to make contact, her eyes flicked open. "It looks like you've finally woken up," Yalin said, her voice calm but sharp as her amber eyes locked onto him. Chen Ren froze, his hand hovering in midair, his smile awkward. Yeah, I guess I have," he replied, lowering his arm. "It feels like I've been out for a long time. What happened after I passed out?" Yalin stretched lazily, her tail flicking to the side. "After you lost consciousness." Before she could finish, the door to his room opened with a faint crack and Li Hua, the maid, stepped in. As soon as his eyes matched with her, shock plastered on her face. "Young Master Chen Ren is awake," she shouted, her voice ringing out like a bell. "Wait, no. Don't." Chen Ren tried to stop her, but the damage was already done. Within moments, the room was packed with people. Tang Xiaolan was the first to arrive, her usual composed expression softened with concern. Yuchio followed close behind, barely managing to hide the relief in her eyes. Even Qing he shuffled in, her sharp gaze scanning him from head to toe. The children who helped around his stall also peeked in through the doorway, their wide eyes filled with curiosity and awe. Everyone, Chen Ren started, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of visitors. Before he could get a word in, Senior Qing, he stepped forward, her wrinkled hands reaching for his arm. Her touch was firm yet gentle as she closed her eyes, a faint ripple of qi passing through him. After a moment, she opened her eyes and gave a small nod. "You should thank the heavens," she said. "You've come out of your ordeal with that demonic cultivator stronger than before. Truly, you have the resilience of a cockroach." Chen Ren blinked at her, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to respond. Finally, he let out a half laugh, half sigh. "I just woke up, and you're already calling me a cockroach?" "I'm praising you, kid." Qing, he said matter-of-factly, crossing her arms. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow, leaning back against the pillows. "You need to work on your delivery, Senior Qing he." Her eyes narrowed, but there was a faint hint of a smile on her lips. "And you need to work on staying out of trouble. But I suppose that's too much to ask." The room erupted into laughter, the tension breaking as Chen Ren shook his head, a smile finally spreading across his face. Despite everything, he was alive. And in this moment, surrounded by friends and allies, he couldn't help but feel grateful. Chen Ren shook his head with a wry smile and turned his attention to the others. "All right," he said, his voice still a bit hoarse. "What exactly happened after I was out?" Tang Yuchio stepped forward and gave him worried eyes. "You collapsed. And after that, the city guards took over to bring the situation under control. They moved you to the chambers of the city lord's personal healer. At the same time, they burned the body of the demonic cultivator and raided the inn where he had been staying. Everything in his possession was destroyed as a precaution." Chen Ren nodded, listening intently as Yuchio continued. "It wasn't a quiet matter," she added. "It was a public event. The whole city is in an uproar. Rumors are flying everywhere. Some say you died valiantly while fighting the demonic cultivator, while others are hell-bent on the fact that you've been permanently crippled." Chen Ren blinked, his lips twitching. "Crippled? Really? That's not even the most outrageous one," Tang Xiaolan interjected, stepping forward. "Oh, what's the top rumor then?" "They're calling you Dragonheart," Xiaolan said from the side. "Everyone in the city saw the golden dragon in the sky. People are saying you've been blessed by the fabled dragons themselves. That's why they've given you the title." "Dragonheart, huh?" Chen Ren repeated, leaning back into the pillows. The name rolled off his tongue, and for a moment he considered it. "Well," he said with a shrug, "it's a little early for me to have a title, but I'm not complaining. Dragonheart sounds just the right amount of edgy." The room chuckled lightly, though Chen Ren's thoughts turned inward. He couldn't help but reflect on the dragon that had appeared in his dream. Blessed by dragons? He shook his head. No, that wasn't it. Even he had no clue what the dragon's presence meant, let alone why it had appeared. Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. His musings were interrupted by Senior Qing, his sharp voice. "So, tell us, boy, are you blessed by dragons?" Chen Ren glanced at her. No, he replied truthfully. Even I know nothing about the dragon that appeared. He paused, his gaze dropping to his hands. The dragon called me a chosen one. Is it some world-saving nonsense? He groaned internally. I hope not. That's way above my pay grade. Fortunately, no one pressed him further about the dragon. Sensing the shift in the conversation, Chen Ren straightened. You've talked about all this like a lot of time has passed. How long was I out? Tang Xiaolan exchanged a glance with Yuchio before answering. A week. Chen Ren's eyes widened slightly. A week? That's a lot of time. Qing he clicked her tongue, shaking her head. You should be glad it was only a week, boy. With all the heavenly qi that filled your body, it's a miracle you didn't break apart. A week of rest is nothing. And it wasn't wasted. You've made another breakthrough. Chen Ren blinked, caught off guard. Breakthrough? Yes. Qing he confirmed, her eyes narrowing as she studied him. Check it yourself. Chen Ren frowned, closing his eyes as he focused inward. He quickly sat cross-legged on the bed as he moved his qi through his dantian. He could feel it, his core had changed. He hadn't realized it before, but the energy also flowed smoother and stronger, almost as if the air itself had become a reservoir of power he could tap into. When he opened his eyes, his senses expanded beyond what he had ever known. Qi wasn't just a subtle force anymore. It was tangible, a current in the air, swirling and flowing with life. I broke through, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Qi refinement realm. Qing he nodded approvingly. Yes, but don't get ahead of yourself, boy. You still need rest, and I'll not have you running off to test your newfound strength like some brash fool. I wasn't planning to. Chen Ren chuckled at that thought. He didn't feel like testing his strength right away, not after the fight he'd had. Good, she said, though her tone suggested she didn't believe him for a second. Before Chen Ren could respond, Tang Yuchio spoke up. You'll have to wait until you're summoned anyway. Chen Ren tilted his head. Summoned? For what? The award ceremony. Due to the attack in your unconscious state, it was delayed. The other participants received their rewards 3 days after the incident. But the city lord wanted to personally meet you and reward you for defeating the demonic cultivator. Chen Ren frowned slightly. Personally, Tang Yuchio nodded. You'll get the summons any day now. And before you meet him, you'll need to prepare. Prepare what? Chen Ren asked, confused. An outfit. Yuchio replied with a smirk. You can't meet the city lord looking like an ordinary cultivator, can you? Chen Ren glanced down at his plain robes. What's wrong with this? Xiaolan almost rolled her eyes. Everything, young master. You'll need something formal. Something that makes you look like the hero they're calling Dragonheart. Chen Ren sighed. I didn't ask for that name, you know. Doesn't matter, Tang Xiaolan said. You've got it now, and you'll have to live up to it. Chen Ren remained on the bed for 3 more days under Qing, his strict supervision. Her sharp gaze left no room for argument, ensuring that he fully recovered before she finally allowed him to move freely. By the end of the 3rd day, when she was convinced his condition had stabilized, a formal summons from the city lord arrived. Without delay, Chen Ren prepared himself, donning the new outfit tailored for him. No one accompanied him to the city lord's estate, uncertain about the nature of the meeting. Even Yalan refused, citing the reason that she would be patrolling around the city, making sure that no other demonic cultivator had made their way in. The carriage ride through the city was an experience in itself. His recent achievements were still being talked about, raising his stakes in the city significantly. Even from inside, he could hear whispers of Dragonheart and snippets of stories about his supposed feats. The tales had grown with each retelling, painting him as a heroic figure blessed by the dragons. Chen Ren shook his head, amused yet resigned to the title he hadn't asked for. When they arrived at the city lord's estate, the grandeur of the place did little to faze him. What caught his attention, however, were the expressions of the guards and maids stationed outside. Their eyes literally sparkled with admiration, and some even seemed starstruck, as though they were in the presence of a legend. He was instructed to wait downstairs until a guard came to escort him. The short wait was filled with curious glances from the staff, some discreet and others outright gawking. Chen Ren ignored most of them, focusing instead on keeping his composure. Then, he heard footsteps approaching him. When he turned, he froze momentarily, recognizing the man, the same guard captain who had interrogated him. Kai Tao. He remembered the latter's name correctly. The man's facial expressions were entirely different this time. He wore a genuine smile, and, to Chen Ren's surprise, bowed before addressing him. Young Master Chen Ren, Kai Tao began, his voice respectful yet tinged with hesitation. I wanted to apologize for suspecting you as a demonic cultivator and for interrogating you. It was a grievous mistake on my part and the guards. I hope you can accept my apology and my gratitude for ridding the city of Gu Tian. Chen Ren took his words with a bit of surprise. He hadn't expected anything like that, even with his newfound glory. Still, he was in no mood to accept it. Okay, but I don't think an apology will cut it. You were ready to send me to my death in the purity chamber. Don't act like you don't know what that means. The guard captain flinched slightly, his smile faltering. He looked down for a moment before replying. You're right. That's not something an apology can fix. I understand your anger. I was following orders from my superiors, but I didn't join the guards to force innocents to their deaths. If it's any consolation, I deeply regret my actions. Chen Ren studied the man, his gaze searching for signs of deceit. Unable to tell if the regret was genuine or simply a show, he finally nodded. Fine, I won't hold it against you. That's the only thing I can say right now. Kai Tao bowed again, his voice steady this time. That's more than enough. The tension eased slightly as the captain straightened up. Now, if you'll follow me, he said, gesturing toward the stairs. Chen Ren nodded and followed the captain deeper into the city lord's estate silently. He decided not to press the issue with the guard captain. It wasn't worth burning bridges, not when he still had plans in Cloud Mist City. Maintaining a good relationship with the guards would be far more beneficial. After today, he was certain they'd owe him a debt for taking down the demonic cultivator, a debt he could call on if needed. With that thought in mind, he followed the guard captain through the winding halls of the city lord's estate. Eventually, they stopped before a pair of ornate doors flanked by two guards. This is it, the guard captain said, nodding toward the doors. Please go inside. The city lord is waiting. The guards pushed the doors open, revealing a grand chamber lit by a massive chandelier. As Chen Ren stepped inside, his gaze immediately landed on City Lordly Baolong. He sat on a chair, wearing long white robes with rings donning his fingers. His eyes briefly landed on them before noticing that the city lord wasn't alone. Beside him sat an old man with a long, flowing, silver-colored beard that cascaded down his chest. His wise eyes gleamed with a sharp intelligence that seemed to see through everything. He wore simple but elegant robes that bore the emblem of the Soaring Sword sect. Chen Ren recognized him immediately, Yan Xiao, an elder of the sect who had overseen parts of the tournament. Though they hadn't interacted directly, Chen Ren had seen him back then. Suppressing any sign of unease, Chen Ren followed the etiquette Yuchio had drilled into him and bowed deeply. Raise your head, City Lordly Baolong said. There's no need for formalities today. Chen Ren straightened, meeting the city lord's gaze. I would like to thank you, he continued, for the great service you have done to this city by ridding us of that filthy, demonic cultivator. To be honest, when the first rounds of the tournament began, and I saw how you moved through without engaging in direct combat, I thought you were nothing more than a schemer. A hacker relied on tricks rather than skill. Chen Ren kept his face neutral, though the bluntness of the statement almost made him twitch. But, he added with a small smile, as the tournament progressed, through the semifinals, the finals, and, of course, your battle with that vile cultivator, you proved me wrong. You showed not only your strength, but also your righteousness. You are deserving of the title the people have given you, Dragonheart. Hearing the title again, Chen Ren resisted the urge to grimace. It seemed there was no escaping it now. Before he could respond, the city lordly Baolong continued. For your deeds, I have decided to double the amount of spirit stones you were to receive as the winner of the tournament. Consider it a token of this city's gratitude. Chen Ren blinked, momentarily caught off guard. That was no small reward, especially when spirit stones were a vital resource for cultivation. Thank you, City Lord, Chen Ren said, bowing slightly. He chose his words carefully. I only did what any cultivator should when faced with such evil. The City Lord's smile widened. Humble as well. Good. That will serve you well in the future. The elder beside him nodded slightly, his wise eyes fixed on Chen Ren as though evaluating him. He couldn't shake the feeling that this meeting was about more than just gratitude. Chen Ren smiled and bowed politely at the words, but before he could say anything, the City Lord added, not only that. Sect Elder Yin Xiu also has a reward for you. Chen Ren turned to the elder, unable to keep his gaze away. The old man chuckled warmly, the sound deep and rich like an ancient bell. I want to offer you flowery praise like Baolong, he said. I have a feeling you're the sort who already knows your capabilities and takes pride in your accomplishments. The elder's gaze sharpened slightly, as though testing Chen Ren with his next words. You know, one of the rewards for winning the tournament is being granted core disciple status in the Soaring Sword sect. But I would take a step further. I am Yin Xiu, the vice sect leader of the Soaring Sword sect, and I offer you the opportunity to become my personal disciple. I will ensure that you're not only an exceptional cultivator, but that you will receive every priority and resource the sect can offer. Chen Ren blinked, taken aback. He had no idea this man was the vice sect leader. His thoughts raced. This was an incredible offer, one most cultivators would dream of. Core disciple status was prestigious on its own, but being taken under the wing of the man just below the sect leader, that was on an entirely different level. The Chen Ren who had first transmigrated to this world would have accepted immediately. Even the previous Chen Ren, desperate to find his footing, would have jumped at the chance. But now, he had come to trust his instincts and his chosen path. While the offer was tempting, Chen Ren knew it would tie him to the sect's rules and politics, constraints he wasn't prepared to accept. Making his decision, Chen Ren bowed deeply to the sect elder. I am deeply honored by your offer, Vice Sect Leader Yin Xiu, but I must decline. I have no intention of joining a sect at this time. The City Lord's eyebrows shot up, his expression one of surprise. Are you certain? This is a rare opportunity. Yin Xiu, however, didn't look surprised. If anything, he seemed amused. Very well, he said with a nod. So be it. I had a feeling you might refuse. Chen Ren straightened, watching as the man's smile grew. But, the elder continued, a debt is still a debt, and I cannot let your contribution to the city and the sect go unrewarded. How about this? Aside from the rewards for winning the tournament, I will allow you to select one item of your choice from the intersect treasury. Do you accept that? To Chen Ren's relief, neither the city lordly Baolong nor the sect elder Yin Xiu asked him about the golden dragon. They focused solely on praising his efforts and rewarding him for his actions. He had no idea why it was so. Were they simply making their own guesses, or was it something else? Either way, it was a blessing in disguise, as he still didn't know how to explain what had happened. True to their word, his rewards were presented immediately. He received 100 spirit stones, an assortment of potent pills, rare herbs, and a vial of beast essence. He was also given a plot of land situated to the north of Cloud Mist City, near the border of this part of the empire. The location was remote, but Chen Ren saw potential in it. Even if it was some abandoned land, it was more than enough for him. After all, he earned it, and he deserved to use every bit of it. For his cultivation manual, Chen Ren had already discussed his options with Yalan. They agreed on selecting a defensive technique. His current skill set lacked a solid method for blocking or mitigating attacks, and Yalan didn't have a suitable technique to teach him. This reward filled that gap and would round out his fighting style. When it came to picking a weapon of his choice, he went along with a spear. While he had initially considered a bow, remembering his original plan of focusing on ranged combat, he decided against it. The spear was more versatile. It offered range in close combat and the ability to keep opponents at bay. Furthermore, Chen Ren had been formulating ideas for creating a better ranged weapon in the future, so a spear felt like the right choice for now. Once the rewards were finalized, the sect elder wasted no time. "Come," Yin Xiu said. "We'll head to the sect now, so you can choose your reward from the inner sect treasury." At those words, his excitement hit the roof. A sect's treasury wasn't a simple storehouse. The treasury of the Soaring Sword sect would undoubtedly hold treasures of immense value. Artifacts, rare cultivation techniques, and priceless materials that few could even dream of obtaining. Even in that, it wasn't the outer treasury, rather the inner one. However, in his enthusiasm, one critical detail slipped his mind. How would they go to get there? There, shining under the sunlight, stood a medium-sized ship, painted pristine white with the crest of the Soaring Sword sect prominently engraved on its side. His first thought after disbelief was confusion. What's a ship doing here? There's no sea for miles. Then, a fragment of the previous Chen Ren's memory clicked into place. This wasn't just a ship. It was a skyship, a marvel of cultivation engineering designed to float in the air. In other words, it was an open-air airplane, only powered by spirit stones and chi rather than engines. Elder Xiu turned to him with an expectant look. "Get in." Chen Ren didn't need to be told twice. He hopped inside, still gaping at the interior and the sleek, almost futuristic design of the vessel. The elder followed him in, settling at the helm where a glowing red stone was embedded. Without wasting another second, he placed his hand on the stone, and a swirl of chi emanated outward. The stone glowed faintly, and the ship shuddered for a moment before lifting off the ground. As the skyship began to ascend, Chen Ren instinctively gripped the edge of his seat. The wind whipped past them, and the sensation of leaving the ground sent a surge of both excitement and anxiety through him. He felt his stomach churn in nervousness due to the open roof and lack of safety. Even as a cultivator, if he fell from such a height, he would suffer grievous injuries. But within a minute, he realized his fears were useless. The ship sailed smoothly, unaffected by turbulence. Despite the high speed, there was no sensation of jarring movement, and the wind, though present, didn't disrupt his balance. Relaxing slightly, Chen Ren turned to Elder Yin Xiu and asked, "Is there a balancing array on the ship?" The elder rubbed his long beard, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "You've guessed right. There's several arrays, actually. One for balance, another to shield against any storms or tornadoes, and a few more to ensure no one accidentally falls off." Chen Ren nodded, his interest piqued. "That's fascinating." Yin Xiu's smile widened. "It's one of the treasures of our sect. Only top elders and disciples are allowed to use it." Chen Ren acknowledged the statement with a brief nod, though a small part of him wondered if this was another subtle attempt to sway him into reconsidering his decision about joining the sect. Still, he decided to let the comment pass, focusing instead on the breathtaking scenery below. As the skyship glided effortlessly through the air, he looked down at the forests, rivers, and villages that passed beneath them. From this vantage point, the world felt vast and serene, and the experience was undeniably better than any airplane ride he remembered from his previous life, especially with the wind hitting him in the face and the clouds shifting when it moved through them. The journey, however, was short-lived. Less than an hour later, the ship began to ascend sharply, heading toward the towering peaks of the mountains. Situated among the clouds, the sprawling expanse of the Soaring Sword sect came into view. Chen Ren leaned forward, captivated by the sight. He didn't know why most sects chose mountaintops for their bases, but one thing was clear: the panoramic view alone was worth it. If he were to guess, the choice of location had something to do with the potent chi this high in the air. The ship soared effortlessly through the mountain peaks, and as they passed different summits, he noticed figures in flowing red robes moving along narrow paths or practicing on top of platforms. The robes matched what he recognized as sect wear, similar to what Elder Xiu had worn, and their vibrant colors stood out against the serene backdrop of the mountains. He kept observing everything from afar when the view got closer. Soon, the ship approached what Chen Ren assumed was the inner peak, its significance evident in the grandeur of the buildings and the intensity of chi emanating from the area. With a wave of Elder Yin Shio's hand, the ship began to descend, the hum of its arrays softening as it lowered gently toward a wide courtyard in front of a grand three-story building. Two figures stood waiting for them at the entrance. Their robes were a deeper, richer shade of red compared to the ones worn by the disciples Chen Ren had seen earlier. He immediately pegged them as inner disciples. As the ship came to a halt and they got off, both disciples bowed deeply to Elder Yin Shio. "Raise your heads," Elder Yin Shio said in a commanding voice. It wasn't the usual friendly mask he had with Chen Ren. He gestured toward Chen Ren, who stood slightly behind him. This young man here killed the demonic cultivator that plagued Cloud Mist City and earned the right to choose an item from the inner sect treasury. Both disciples straightened and turned their gazes toward Chen Ren. Their eyes widened slightly as they sized him up, a mix of curiosity and respect flickering in their expressions. After a moment, they nodded in unison and stepped aside, granting them entry into the building. Elder Yin Shio stepped forward, and Chen Ren followed, his eyes wandering as they entered. The interior had an ancient, almost timeless quality to it, similar to the aircraft. The wooden beams were covered with carvings, and faint traces of qi emanated from the walls. Protective arrays, probably. Chen Ren continued to look around, but a voice took his attention. "This way. The second floor holds artifacts appropriate for your level." Chen Ren nodded, trusting the elder's guidance. He trailed behind as they climbed a spiraling staircase, his hand brushing against the smooth wooden railing. The craftsmanship of the building was exquisite, blending functionality with artistry in a way that only innovative cultivators could achieve. But so was the silence and solace in the building. There were no guards, no bustling activity, just the two of them and the faint hum of qi-infused air. His eyes darted to the details around him, the glowing runes etched into the walls, the faint glimmers of light that danced across the ceiling, and the subtle hum of power that seemed to resonate from every corner. "Elder Yin Shio," he began as they ascended, his curiosity getting the better of him. "Why is it so quiet here? I'd expect a place like this to be heavily guarded." The elder glanced back with a knowing smile. "The arrays embedded in this building are more than enough to deter anyone foolish enough to try and steal from it. Only those with permission can pass beyond the first floor. Without it, the building itself will defend what's inside." Chen Ren swallowed, nodding. It made sense, and the faint pressure of qi in the air served as a constant reminder of the power housed within these walls. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. When they finally reached the second floor, the elder clasped his hands in his front. For a treasure trove as significant as this, he had expected at least a few disciples stationed outside. Yet the elder didn't seem concerned, stopping only when they reached him. "Take your time," Yin Shio said. "Choose wisely. Every artifact here has been curated for disciples like you. Practical, powerful, and invaluable in the right hands. But know that you may choose only one artifact. Just one. Whatever you walk out with will be yours, but no more than that." Chen Ren nodded, swallowing his rising excitement. The elder pushed the door open, and as it creaked aside, Chen Ren stepped in and froze. Right in the center of the vast room, an enormous pile of coins shimmered in the faint light, glinting like a golden sea. His eyes widened, and for a moment he could only stare in awe. It was almost as if he'd walked into a gold mine. But no, they weren't the most valuable thing in the room. Around the room, neatly arranged on shelves, pedestals, and stands, were weapons, manuals, and artifacts. His eyes wandered towards them, knowing they were the real treasures. Forcing himself to focus, Chen Ren walked toward the section with manuals first, reasoning that these might hold the key to unique cultivation techniques. He picked up a random scroll, unrolling it to read its name aloud. "Eternal Tide Barrier." He frowned, setting it aside and reaching for another. "Storm Saber Technique." One after another, he scanned through the names, his curiosity growing. "All the manuals here are Earth-grade," Elder Yin Shio said, stroking his long beard. "Whatever you pick will aid your cultivation greatly." Chen Ren nodded, his eyes still glued to the books at hand. Still, after reading through a few more of them, he set the manuals back on their pedestals. He was tempted, but his current goal was survival. He needed something practical, something tangible that could protect him in a fight. Turning his attention to another section, he wandered over to the artifacts and weapons. Swords, staffs, copper discs, and even what looked like ninja stars were displayed neatly, each radiating a faint, mysterious glow. As he inspected them, Chen Ren couldn't help but hesitate. A part of him wished Yalan were here to offer advice. But he quickly dismissed the thought. There was no way the elder would have allowed her to enter, and hiding her presence would have been impossible. His gaze roamed over the items until they landed on a piece of armor tucked away in the corner. Intrigued, he approached it and picked it up. To his surprise, it was lighter than it looked. The armor gleamed a dull silver, its surface etched with intricate runic inscriptions that pulsed faintly with power. Elder Yin Xiu stepped closer, a hint of approval in his eyes. That piece is called the Shatterguard Plate. Earth-grade armor. A sturdy piece of armor, heavily enchanted. It's resistant to most chi-based attacks and provides excellent physical protection. But that's not all. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow, waiting for the elder to continue. It has a unique enchantment, Elder Yin Xiu explained. In dire situations, you can activate it to explode. Explode, Chen Ren echoed, his tone incredulous. The elder chuckled. Yes, many cultivators who face demonic beasts or enemy cultivators find such enchantments useful. If they're certain of their demise, they can activate it to take their foe down with them. A last resort, but a potent one. Chen Ren looked at the armor again, his fingers tracing the runes thoughtfully. Interesting, he said. I do need good armor, but I'm not sure if this is the right one for me. Elder Yin Xiu nodded, letting him mull over the decision. Take your time. Choose wisely. An artifact is only as useful as its wielder's intent. Chen Ren set the armor back gently, still unsure. There were so many options, and he only had one chance to pick the right one. He sighed quietly. It was a good piece, no doubt, but something gnawed at him. Could he really not do better? His thoughts turned to the logic of countless Xinxia tales he had read in his previous life. In those stories, protagonists always seemed to stumble upon legendary artifacts in the most unassuming corners of treasure rooms like this. A spark of inspiration lit in his mind. Turning away from the central displays, his eyes roved over the room, searching for something less obvious. That's when he noticed it. A dusty box shoved into a dimly lit corner, its contents haphazardly strewn about. Necklaces and trinkets spilled over the edges like discarded junk. Curiosity piqued, Chen Ren walked over. Those are just one-use enchanted items, Elder Yin Xiu said, waving a dismissive hand. Talismans in necklace form. They're not worth much, and certainly not suitable for someone like you. It's fine, Chen Ren replied with a shrug. I'm just looking. Kneeling by the box, he began sifting through its contents. As expected, most of the items were unimpressive. Necklaces with faint enchantments, likely intended for quick escapes or minor attacks. Still, he didn't stop. He rummaged deeper, his hands brushing against cold metal, worn leather, and fragile. And then something hot touched his palm. Chen Ren froze. His fingers closed around the object instinctively, and he pulled it out. It was a large, irregularly shaped black gem, its surface glossy yet veined with faint red lines that glowed dimly, like embers smoldering in the dark. The heat emanating from it wasn't searing, but enough to make him grip it carefully. "What's this?" he muttered, turning the gem over in his hands. Elder Yin Xiu's gaze sharpened as he stepped closer, squinting at the gem. After a moment, he reached out and took it from Chen Ren, holding it up to the light. I don't know, the elder admitted, his voice tinged with surprise. I've never seen this before. It doesn't seem to be a typical artifact. Judging by its shape and faint aura, it might be a dead beast egg. A beast egg, Chen Ren repeated, his brow furrowing. The elder nodded. Yes, though if it's here, it must have been considered useless. Likely dead for centuries, its energy long dissipated. I've no idea who would have placed such a thing in the treasury or why. Chen Ren turned his attention back to the gem, now identified as a possible beast egg. His mind churned with possibilities. Could it really be dead? Something about it tugged at him, a faint, inexplicable feeling that there was more to this object than met the eye. If the elder's assessment was correct, why hadn't anyone discarded it? Why was it even here among Earth-grade treasures? His instinct screamed that this wasn't ordinary. If Xinxiao logic held true, then an overlooked dead egg could very well turn out to be something extraordinary. Chen Ren turned the gem over in his hands, still feeling the faint warmth emanating from it. An idea struck him, and he glanced at Elder Yin Xiu. What are you planning to do with this? Elder Yin Xiu furrowed deeply. That thing? I'll throw it away. It doesn't belong here. Useless clutter in the treasury. Chen Ren smiled. Then can I take it? Not as my reward, but as a souvenir. I study alchemy, and I might be able to use it for something. Even if it's dead, it could have its uses. The elder studied him, his gaze thoughtful. You're an odd one, aren't you? Fine, take it. Better than letting it gather dust or tossing it out. Chen Ren's face lit up with a grin. Thank you, Elder Yin. He took it from his hand and carefully slipped the black gem into his pocket before striding back to the armor he had examined earlier. Without hesitation, he picked it up and said, I'll take this as my reward. Elder Yin Xiu's lips curved into a slight smile. A wise choice. Without wasting any time, Chen Ren donned the armor. Its snug fit surprised him, as if it were tailored for him, and its lightweight made it feel almost like a second skin. He rolled his shoulders, testing its flexibility, and found it perfect for combat. Once satisfied, he turned to Elder Yin Xiu and gave a deep bow. Thank you for this opportunity, Elder. I'll make the most of it. He nodded, a rare flicker of respect in his eyes. You've earned it. Few young cultivators are as brave or as resourceful as you. As Chen Ren straightened, Elder Yin Xiu hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Do you truly not wish to study under me? My guidance could help you learn more about the golden dragon that aided you. Chen Ren froze, the mention of the dragon sending a chill through him. He had known this would come up eventually, but not like this. Keeping his expression neutral, he responded with a question of his own. How do you know I don't already know about the golden dragon? Elder Yin Xiu chuckled, the sound deep and knowing. I'll look into your background. Nothing about it suggests you should possess the blessings of something so powerful. Dragons are legends, lost to time. For you to have formed a contract with one makes you unique. One reason I offer you my discipleship is because the legend of the dragon heart will spread. When it does, more sects will come looking for you. While I am amiable, many in the Soaring Sword sect are not. They will use threats and force to claim you for themselves. The words settled heavily in Chen Ren's mind. He had hoped to keep his connection to the golden dragon quiet, but with the tournament and its reveal, things were turning messy. He hesitated, weighing Elder Yin Xiu's words about the other sections. The stories he'd heard of their politics and schemes didn't sit well with him. A sect backing might help stop anyone trying to take advantage of him. But did he really want that? He didn't think so. Joining a sect meant getting trapped inside it and not being able to progress his Dao of money. He met Elder Yin Xiu's gaze firmly. I appreciate your warning and your offer, Elder. But for now, I prefer to walk my own path. Elder Yin Xiu studied him for a long moment before nodding slowly. Very well. Just know that when the time comes, the doors of the Soaring Sword sect will remain open to you. Though, what's your reason to reject my offer? I know City Lordly hasn't offered you anything. Chen Ren nodded, debating whether he should tell the truth or not. But in the end, he decided that there was no use hiding the information since it would be easily accessible to someone like him. Actually, I'm already part of a sect, though it's an unofficial one that I'm building myself. So, I can't enter any others. Elder Yin Xiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A sect of your own? Chen Ren nodded. Yes, I know other sects might come for me, but I believe my path is one I need to walk with people who truly trust me. If someone comes with bad intentions, well, it just means I need to get stronger, faster. After a moment of thought, Chen Ren added with a wry smile, besides, I can't run my businesses if I'm tied to a sect. Sect economies are a headache I don't want to tackle right now. Businesses? Elder Yin Xiu asked, tilting his head and stroking his beard. Chen Ren's grin widened. It's something I'm passionate about. A legacy from my ancestors, you could say. I enjoy creating things, trading, and watching them grow. It's a different kind of cultivation for me. Elder Yin Xiu thinned his lips. You're unique, Chen Ren. I can respect your decision, even if it's unconventional. Very well, walk your own path. One of the disciples guarding the treasury will escort you back to the city. Chen Ren bowed deeply. Thank you again, Elder Yin. As he turned to leave, the elder's voice stopped him. Wait, what's the name of your sect? Chen Ren paused, a glint of pride in his eyes. Divine Coin Sect. With that, he walked out. The treasure room's grand Elder Yin Xiu remained in the treasury, gazing thoughtfully at the now quiet room. His fingers brushed the carvings of the nearest artifact as he muttered, Divine Coin Sect and the Golden Dragon. A rogue cultivator who rejects the offer of a soaring sword elder to walk his own path. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. It's the first time anyone's turned me down like this. What an intriguing young man. Turning his gaze toward the array of treasures, his lips curled into a faint smile. Interesting times are ahead of us. I suppose I should keep my eyes open and do some studying of my own. With that, he strode out of the treasury, the name of the Divine Coin Sect lingering in his mind. Chen Ren was able to get back to Cloud Mist City surprisingly fast. A part of him had wondered if the old elder might attempt to keep him as a disciple by any means necessary, but the man had been honorable. Despite returning with a trove of rewards, Chen Ren couldn't seem to sit in peace. News of his recovery spread quickly, and within days, dozens of invitations from both merchant and cultivation clans flooded in, each seeking his presence as a guest. He rejected them all. It wasn't that he didn't want to build connections. He did. But his mind was preoccupied with questions about his future and the reality of his recent battle with Gutian. On the other hand, his businesses were flourishing, especially after the tournament, yet it didn't feel like enough. The memory of that fight lingered, a constant reminder that his strength had been insufficient. He had survived, yes, but only because of the dragon that was within him. And even that power came with uncertainty. He had no means of calling on it at will, no assurance it would come to his aid again. Worse, he couldn't guarantee his body would survive the strain if it did. The thought left him restless. There was only one path forward. He had to get stronger. His cultivation was intertwined with his businesses, so the decision was clear. It was time to look beyond Cloud Mist City. His heart raced at the prospect. Expanding both his sect and his business wasn't just a goal, it was a necessity. And it was exactly what he had to do next. You're leaving? Tang Jihao's voice rang with disbelief, his eyes widening. Chen Ren nodded. I've decided not to trouble the Tang clan anymore. At his words, Tang Yuchio, who had been sitting nearby, interjected, You know it's no trouble. A few months ago, maybe, but now a lot has changed. You staying here isn't just fine, it's a boon. Chen Ren offered her a small smile. I understand, but I stayed here because I had nowhere else to go. That's not the case anymore. I have responsibilities, both to my sect and my businesses, and Cloud Mist City is starting to feel too small for me. Tang Jihao crossed his arms, studying him carefully. Too small? How so? Chen Ren leaned back and sighed. I've done well with my stalls and perfumes, and I could keep creating similar products, but the growth would be slow. Until now, I've focused on the mortal market here, and it's been successful. But I don't want to be confined to one city. I want to expand across the empire, and for that, Jihao asked, though his expression suggested he already knew the answer. For that, I need to build a factory, diversify my products, and, most importantly, establish my sect. Cloud Mist City isn't the place for that. There's already Soaring Sword Sect here, and there's no way I can take on it right now, he said, having already thought about it in the last few days. If I try to make pills or talismans here to sell, I'd be directly competing with them, and as you know, I can't take them on. I'd be crushed quickly. So, I need to look elsewhere in the empire, a place from which I can expand everywhere. Yuchio opened her mouth to argue, but her father spoke first. Are you going to the land you got? Chen Ren nodded. That doesn't mean I'm abandoning Cloud, Miss City. I still have heavenly fragrances here, along with my stall. I'll have people to manage them, and I'll keep visiting to check on their progress. As you know, it's not that far from the city, so I'll be able to come and go easily. Especially with my cultivation, I'm far faster than any cart. But before I leave, I wanted to ask for something and talk more about the expansion plan. Tang Jihao tilted his head. What do you want to ask? Chen Ren smiled sheepishly. Tang Xiulan and Li Hua. Mostly Xiulan, since I want to take her with me as the manager of the sect. And in her absence, Li Hua has agreed to stay behind and take care of the stall. The old, sickly man raised an eyebrow. A manager, huh? That kid sure is talented, has a good head on her shoulders. When I first brought her to you, I didn't expect things to take such a turn. But I believe it's for the best. He paused, then nodded. Sure, I'll let her go and give Li Hua the freedom to manage her stall. You've helped Yuchio a lot and killed that demonic cultivator. It's the least I can do. But this sect of yours? When you first told me about it, I was apprehensive. Honestly, I still am. I don't know how you're going to make it work. Chen Ren smiled confidently, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. You'll know soon enough, he said, leaving Tang Jihao to shake his head in bemusement. Then, he chuckled, turning his attention to Tang Yuchio, who wore a faint frown. I thought you disliked me, but now you look sad about me leaving. Tang Yuchio's cheeks flushed faintly as she quickly looked away. I'm not sad, she retorted, her tone defensive. I'm just too used to seeing your face around. Chen Ren's grin widened. Don't worry, you'll still see it, just less often. He shifted topics seamlessly. Either way, before I leave, I wanted to discuss the expansion plans for heavenly fragrances with you. At that, Tang Yuchio's expression shifted, her usual sharp focus returning. As Chen Ren laid out his plans, strategies to increase production, establish trade routes, and expand heavenly fragrances' influence beyond Cloud Mist City. Her frown deepened, though this time with thoughtful consideration. She leaned forward, asking sharp questions and offering occasional suggestions. By the time the conversation wrapped up, her earlier embarrassment had vanished, replaced by a serious, professional demeanor. That's ambitious, she said finally. But with the right resources and people, it could work. Chen Ren nodded, his confidence unwavering. That's the plan. I'll leave the foundation in capable hands here and focus on building the next step. Tang Jihao, who had been watching quietly, folded his arms with a smirk. Looks like you've thought this through. I'll be keeping an eye on how far you can take it. Chen Ren met his gaze with a smile. You won't be disappointed. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. Chen Ren moved through the quiet, somber halls, his footsteps echoing softly against the polished stone floor. The place where urns were kept, Lingtang, was both imposing and serene, with corridors that seemed to stretch endlessly, lined with niches in the walls. Each compartment housed an urn, the final resting place for the ashes of someone who had once lived, laughed, and loved in the city. A few others roamed the halls, their expressions a mix of grief and reverence. The muted murmurs of visitors filled the air, a backdrop to the faint scent of incense that lingered in every corner. The priest walking beside him stopped abruptly, turning to him with a gentle smile. It's here, he said, gesturing toward one of the walls. Chen Ren nodded. Thank you. The priest's smile deepened, kind yet knowing. I'll give you time with it, Dragonheart, he said softly before retreating down the corridor, leaving him alone. Chen Ren let out a wry chuckle and used the title. His gaze swept across the compartments, each a reminder of lives lost and memories preserved. The Lingtang was a public place, directly controlled by the city lord's office, where the ashes of the departed were kept for families and visitors to honor them. Today, Chen Ren was here to visit the urn of a man he hadn't shared a good relationship with, Feng Ming. Standing before the niche, he hesitated. A swirl of conflicting emotions churned within him. Feng Ming had been no more than another arrogant young master, someone who had antagonized him in their every meeting. Yet, even as Chen Ren recalled their less-than-pleasant interactions, one thought remained firm in his mind. Feng Ming's death had been unfair. Did he deserve to die? Chen Ren sighed. No, he didn't. Feng Ming, like Song Rue or Bai Shun, had been frustrating and pompous, someone Chen Ren had clashed with repeatedly. But for all his flaws, Feng Ming hadn't deserved more than a lesson or a beating to humble him. Death was too cruel an end. He stepped closer, his eyes lingering on the urn nestled within the wall, a silent testament to the fragility of life. Chen Ren stood in front of the small, unassuming urn, his expression unreadable. He believed that every person had the capacity to change if given the opportunity. Sadly, Feng Ming had never gotten that chance. Gu Tian had taken that away, cutting down a life before it could take a new direction. Chen Ren didn't feel guilt. Feng Ming's death wasn't his fault, but he felt a weight nonetheless. I know we didn't have great interactions, Chen Ren began, and you would never know it, but I'm not the Chen Ren you knew. Still, even if I didn't think of you as a friend, I couldn't let Gu Tian's actions go unpunished. I killed him. If your soul is still out there somewhere, I hope you find peace knowing that. He lit the candle in front of the urn, the flickering flame casting fleeting shadows on his face. Giving the urn one last look, he added with a faint, almost wistful smile, maybe we'll meet in the next life and have a better relationship. I can at least attest to the fact that there's a next life. Until then, goodbye. Turning around, Chen Ren slowly made his way out of the Lingtang. In his previous life, he hadn't believed in souls or reincarnation. Such ideas had seemed fanciful and far-fetched. But here, in this world of cultivation, spirits and souls were some of the most normal things he would encounter. As he left, he silently hoped Feng Ming would find his rest. When he stepped outside, the sight waiting for him brought a flicker of surprise to his face. A large carriage was parked near the entrance, its interior already bustling with familiar faces. Tang Xiulan stood by it, managing the group of children he'd taken under his wing, Mei Lin, Chun, and Jian. But what caught his attention most was someone unexpected, Angie. She stood on the side against the carriage, her eyes following him with a blank emotion in them. Chen Ren's gaze shifted to the young woman, his eyebrows raising slightly. Before he could say anything, Tang Xiulan followed his line of sight and smirked. She wanted to tag along, she said matter-of-factly. Is that true? Chen Ren asked, his tone tinged with curiosity as he looked at Angie. Angie nodded confidently. Yes, I have no reason to stay in the city anymore. Miss Xiulan told me about your plans to establish a sect and how you'll need more hands. So I volunteered. Chen Ren stared at her for a few seconds before shaking his head. Bringing you along means one more mouth to feed. I would need a good release to allow you to do so. Angie rubbed her arms, not knowing what to say for a while before she lowered her head in an awkward bow. I know a bit of hunting, so food won't be a problem, and I know numbers, how to read and write, so I'll be able to help out with the accounts. I know you have no obligation to bring me along, but I promise I won't be a burden. So please can I join you? Chen Ren looked at Angie, feeling a strange, unplaceable sensation as her words hung in the air. He wasn't sure about letting her come with him. He had ignored the signs with Gu Tian, but he wouldn't this time. Whatever he had observed of Angie told him that the woman had a past, and it wasn't ordinary. Just her knowing how to hunt and being literate meant that she was from a good family or even part of a sect. So why had she been living as a beggar? Her appearance also confirmed the fact, since he could see that she looked far better than the average woman. A lot of time, cultivation had a way to improve your appearance as you remove impurities from your body, but despite that, Angie was immortal. He couldn't deny the fact, but it simply made the mystery around her far harder to discern. Should I let her in? Well, I doubt she can be a threat, and before I do anything, I would need to know more about. As he thought more and more about his decision, Angie stood there with a mix of determination and vulnerability, waiting for his response. Finally, he nodded, his expression softening. Okay, you can come along. Take a seat inside. Angie gave another small, awkward, but grateful bow before climbing into the carriage. She's hard-working, Xiulan remarked from beside him, her tone light yet approving. I think she'll fit in just fine. Hopefully. We will need to learn more about her, though, Chen Ren replied, his gaze shifting to the 3 children gathered nearby. What about the others? Not everyone wanted to tag along, Shilon explained. Most of them have spent their entire lives here, so I left them under Li Hua's care. She'll need help with the stall anyway, and they're already settled in the servants' courtyard of the Tang clan. Chen Ren's brow furrowed slightly. And Qing He? She didn't agree to come either. Shilon shook her head. No, she said she likes her tea stall too much to leave, especially for a village that hasn't even been properly set up yet. Something about her old bones not wanting to take the journey. She paused, then added with a small smile, but she sent you books on cultivation disciplines and told me to remind you to visit her if you need anything. Chen Ren chuckled. I'll definitely need to see her once we move into the next phase of our plans. He glanced back at Shilon. Did you pack everything? Of course, Shilon replied with a confident nod. Chen Ren smiled. Then let's go. He reached for the carriage door and opened it, only to find Yalan already lounging inside. She looked up at him with a mix of boredom and irritation. You took forever in there, Yalan said, yawning. I got tired waiting for you. Chen Ren arched a brow. Tired? You're literally lying around doing nothing. Yalan scoffed and purred gracefully. I'm preserving my energy in case some idiotic beast decides to attack us on the road, she said in her usual elegant tone. Anyway, enough talk. Let's get going. We have a sect to build. Chen Ren chuckled, shaking his head as he climbed into the carriage. Questions, mysteries, and a lot of thoughts filled him as he took his seat, but right now, he knew one thing. His path on the Dao of Money had just begun, and there was a lot for him to explore. But before that, it was finally time to build his own company. The sun broke through the soft mist covering the mountains. Step by step, a lone figure climbed the stone stairs carved into the ancient rock, each step echoing gently in the quiet air. The man dressed in plain yet refined robes moved slowly, as though he wanted to enjoy every moment of the ascent. He climbed until he reached the peak, where the world opened into a stunning view. Before him stretched a vast, serene land with swaying trees and crystal-clear lakes sparkling under the sunlight, a paradise that could leave any ordinary person breathless. At the center of the peak sat another figure, his back turned, hands gliding over the strings of an old guqin. The mournful notes floated through the air, both beautiful and sorrowful, as if the instrument itself grieved its solitude in this heavenly place. The man stopped and took in the sight. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, until the musician finally turned, a small smirk breaking the calm on his face. I knew you'd come, he said, but I didn't expect it to take so long to find me. The cultivators of the immortal path aren't as capable as I thought. The man scoffed. Your tricks around the mountains misled them. I killed those who couldn't see through the illusions, he replied, his voice sharp. The air grew heavy with tension at his words, as though bracing for the fight to come. Now, it's your choice. Join them in death or hand over the medallion. I prefer talking before a fight, but my patience is running out. Don't waste my time, Silver Jade. Give me the medallion, and I'll spare you. I don't want to kill you now that you've retired. Silver Jade laughed softly, shaking his head. 200 years in solitude, and people think you're retired, he said, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. I can't give you the medallion. That's why I hold it, not you. In your hands, it would destroy the world. I'm sorry, but my answer is no. I thought you'd say that, the intruder replied, his voice cold. Looks like I have no choice but to fight you. As he spoke, the air buzzed with energy and his body began to change. Shadows curled around him. His skin darkened and cracked like old stone, and horns twisted grotesquely from his forehead, reaching toward the sky. In moments, the man was gone, replaced by a fearsome demonic figure, radiating power and ready to bring destruction to the once peaceful peak. Silver Jade didn't even flinch seeing the transformation. Every time I see that face, June, it makes me sick, he spat, his voice steady but laced with contempt. I should have ended you 3 centuries ago. But your master saved you when you chose the demonic path. Today, that mistake will be corrected. Setting his guqin gently to the side, Silver Jade's eyes narrowed in focus. A jade sword began to form in his hands, its crystalline surface shimmering under the sun, its razor edge promising swift death. Without another word, he lunged at June, his movements fluid and precise. The strike aimed straight at his opponent's chest. June dodged effortlessly, a sly grin spreading across his face as he soared upward, his mocking laughter ringing through the air. "Oh, is this all you've got? That swing couldn't even touch me," he jeered, his tone dripping with disdain. Silver Jade refused to be baited, maintaining his composure as he launched another flurry of strikes, each more calculated than the last. The two clashed high above the ground, their figures blurring as they danced among the clouds. June's every dodge seemed almost lazy, his smugness infuriating as he continued his taunts. "Have you truly fallen this far? Where's the strength you once wielded? You're making this far too easy." But then, Silver Jade's blade found its mark. The sharp edge slashed across June's shoulder, and for a brief moment, triumph flickered in Silver Jade's eyes. That moment was fleeting. Dark flames erupted from the wound, racing up the blade towards Silver Jade's hands. He recoiled, dropping the sword as pain seared through him. "The dark flames," he whispered, realizing dawning. You killed one of the phoenixes to refine them." June's laughter echoed once more, darker this time, almost melodic in its cruelty. Clever, but not quite right. It wasn't one of the elders, it was one of its hatchlings. A small price to pay for power. He raised his hand, flames curling and twisting around it with an almost sentient hunger. "These flames don't just burn, Silver Jade. They heal." To prove his point, June flexed his shoulder, and the flames consumed the wound, stitching it together as though it had never existed. His grin widened. "Watch closely now. This is the power you'll never have." With a flourish, June unleashed a barrage of dark fireballs, each crackling with destructive energy as they sped towards Silver Jade. Acting quickly, Silver Jade conjured massive jade shields to block the onslaught. The fireballs collided with the barriers, their impact sending shockwaves through the air. But the dark flames burned too fiercely, melting through the jade like it was paper, forcing Silver Jade to twist and dive, narrowly evading the molten destruction. June didn't let go. A blade of dark fire formed in his hand, glowing ominously as he closed the distance between them. He pursued Silver Jade relentlessly, his strikes gaining speed and ferocity, flames trailing in his wake like a comet. Each clash of their weapons sent ripples of energy tearing through the sky, shaking the mountain below. Rocks crumbled, and the landscape buckled under the force of their battle. Silver Jade, now pushed to his limits, could feel the strain bearing down on him. June's relentless assault and the regenerative power of his flames tipped the scales heavily in his favor. For every strike Silver Jade managed to land, June's dark flames restored him, erasing the damage and leaving Silver Jade struggling to keep up. Realizing he was going to lose like this, Silver Jade gritted his teeth and decided to unleash his full power. He dodged another strike and shouted, "Jade Cage Domain!" The world around them changed instantly. Large ripples of chi blasted out from man, transforming the world around them. Jade crystals shot up from the ground, forming a glowing yet suffocating cage that surrounded June. Silver Jade smirked, confident that he had finally trapped his enemy. But as the jade crystals closed in, June's face shifted. "Your domain is impressive, as always," he admitted, even as he felt the danger growing closer. "The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement." Then June raised his arms, flames bursting forth with a fierce energy. "But my domain is nothing to underestimate either," he countered. As his power surged, flames spiraled around him, shaping into a terrifying figure, a massive, grotesque phoenix made of dark fire. The dark phoenix let out a roar, its fiery wings spreading wide as it devoured the jade, turning it to ash in a brilliant blaze that lit up the sky. It rushed towards Silver Jade, ready to engulf him in its fury. The battle's balance shifted at that moment, their domains clashing to decide their fates and the future of the realms they sought to either protect or destroy. The phoenix screeched, its blazing wings scorching the air as it dove toward the jade barriers, its fiery talons tearing through the constructs like molten blades. Energy crackled through the air as Silver Jade summoned a massive green barrier, using the last of his chi reserves to form a glowing shield. Burn! June's voice rang out, triumphant, as the phoenix tore through the shield. Flames consumed the Jade Domain's core, and shattered fragments rained down like a storm. Silver Jade fell through the sky. The jade-covered mountain below crumbled, burying the instrument that the man had been playing under piles of rubble. June stepped forward, the phoenix shrinking into a wisp of flame that returned to his hand, taking the shape of a dark, fiery sword. He smiled slowly, his sharp grin full of confidence as he surveyed the destruction. But as the smoke cleared, his amusement faded. From the wreckage, Silver Jade rose, encased in a full suit of jade armor. The armor shimmered with a soft glow, power that had saved his life radiating off it. June tilted his head, his blade humming with dark energy. Still alive? I'll give you credit. I didn't expect that. But you must know, this armor of yours, he gestured with his blade, only delays the inevitable. He stepped closer, his every movement deliberate and heavy with intent. Silver Jade's voice broke the silence, strained yet unyielding. Demon, you can kill me, but you'll never get the medallion. June laughed, low and cruel, the sound curling through the air like smoke. Why not? He spread his arms, his flame sword hovering near Silver Jade's throat. I only want it because it's holding me back. Progression is my sole purpose, the reason I get up every morning. To ascend. The feeling of reaching the next level of power, breaking past limits. It's the greatest pleasure in the world. Better than any drink. Better than any whore in my harem. His eyes burned with hunger. I've been starving for that feeling for so long. And now, I'm finally about to have it again. Your righteousness won't stop me. Silver Jade scowled, his fingers twitching as he growled through gritted teeth. Die. June moved to cut off his head, but froze mid-step, his eyes narrowing as he caught the subtle shift in the man's expression and the power stored within them. Realization dawned on him. A forbidden technique, is it? He asked, amusement lacing his voice. You're planning to self-destruct. How noble. He tilted his head mockingly, his grin returning. But here's the thing. I've got artifacts strong enough to survive it. And when you're dead, I'll go straight for your disciples. Ah, yes, Lalana and Daomi, wasn't it? Lovely names. I'll make sure to hunt them down and kill them, one by one. Silver Jade flinched, his moment of hesitation betraying his resolve. June's smile widened, his blade flaring with dark fire as he prepared to strike. So, tell me, hero, will you still throw your life away knowing I'll rain hell on everything you've ever cared for? June's blade hovered inches from Silver Jade's throat, the dark flames licking the edges of the man's shimmering armor. Silver Jade's gaze hardened, his lips moving silently, as if reciting a final prayer. June's eyes narrowed, watching every twitch and flicker of emotion. Ah, June said, his tone suddenly light, almost conversational. You're thinking of your disciples, aren't you? Have you heard of them? You know Daomi, that little brat recently became a marquis, got a shiny, new title, a wife, and even have a daughter on the way. How charming. June's smile darkened. Do you want me to go there and wreak havoc? Burn their estate? Watch their lives crumble? I'm very confident I can escape before the other domain holders arrive. The latter's expression shifted, the anger giving way to something else, fear. He clenched his fists, his armor dimming slightly as his aura faltered. June took a step closer, his smile widening as if savoring the man's torment. Ah, even for someone as old as you, someone who has seen more death than most, your disciples are still precious, aren't they? How dramatic. So, what's it going to be? He leaned in, his blade tilting to reflect Silver Jade's face. You know me well enough to know I'm fully capable of keeping my promises. Just give me the medallion and die. You've got 5 seconds. June raised his hand, counting down with deliberate slowness. 5, 4, 3, he sang the numbers. Wait, Silver Jade's voice cracked. I'll give it to you. June stopped counting, his grin returning. Good. A wise choice. Silver Jade's trembling hands reached into his robes, pulling out a medallion that glowed faintly. It bore unique carvings, its energy palpable even at a distance. He extended it toward June, who snatched it eagerly. Holding the medallion up to the light, June's eyes gleamed with triumph. Finally, he murmured, his thumb tracing its surface. You don't know what you're doing, June, Silver Jade said, his voice heavy with regret. Your master picked you out when you were just a commoner, raised you to a position of power, and now you've betrayed everything he stood for, all for the sake of... Before the man could finish, June's flaming blade swept through the air, cutting cleanly through his throat. Blood sprayed as Silver Jade's body collapsed, the jade armor cracking and fading into dust. Immortality, June said, finishing the man's sentence with a smirk. He shook his head, muttering to himself, I really need to stop killing everyone. My body count must be in the tens of thousands by now. He chuckled darkly, his eyes returning to the medallion. As he held it up, studying its patterns, a smile crept across his face. Finally, I have one piece. Now, if only I can get the others fast enough. His words trailed off as a strange sensation washed over him. June's eyes darted to his spatial ring, his smile fading slightly. Something was stirring inside. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a small lantern from its depths. The artifact, made of dark metal and engraved with ancient runes, shimmered faintly in his palm. Inside, a tiny flame flickered, its light dimming with each passing second. June frowned, holding the lantern up to his face as the flames sputtered, shrinking to a faint ember before vanishing completely. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the lantern's surface split, thin fractures racing along its once pristine surface. His eyes widened slightly, his expression unreadable. Well, he muttered, his voice low, that's surprising. He turned the cracked lantern over in his hands, as if searching for answers. Someone managed to kill Gutian and that old master of his. I didn't expect that. June chuckled softly, the sound devoid of humor. Guess you really do see something new every day, even at my age. But the question is, he stared at the broken lantern, a spark of curiosity gleaming in his dark eyes. Who could have managed it? A master cultivator, perhaps? Some wandering genius? Or, his lips curled into a wicked grin, the one who holds a medallion. His gaze fell to the lifeless body of Silver Jade, still sprawled on the ground amidst the shattered remnants of his armor. June's voice dropped to a whisper, filled with quiet malice. Well, whoever it is that holds that medallion, their fate will be the same as his. He stepped over the body, his flaming blade dissipating as he slid the medallion into his robes. The air around him grew heavy with his oppressive aura as he glanced toward the horizon, his thoughts already racing ahead to the next step in his pursuit. Li Xian's fists were clenched at his sides as he tried to calm his raging qi. He forced himself to focus inward, but the violent energy refused to settle, which meant that his mind was far from balance. But his feet didn't halter. He had learned a long time ago that a cultivator's qi mirrored their emotions, and this unruly force revealed a truth he didn't want to face. He was not at peace. For the past 2 weeks, the turbulent energy had followed him like a shadow throughout his recovery period in his home. The city lord's estate, his home, should have been a place of comfort. His mother had tended to him herself, applying medicinal herbs to his wounds, her soft hands working on him, as they always did. She had even gotten pills from an affluent alchemist to help him overcome the paralysis that had gripped him after the battle. They'd worked on him efficiently. You did well, my son, she had said, her voice filled with pride. You stood tall against the demon. If you could say the same, you will grow stronger, I know it. It wasn't the first time she had spoken such words. As a child, whenever he lost a sparring match against older or more skilled opponents, her voice had been his anchor, a balm for his wounded pride. Yet this time, Her encouragement felt hollow, unable to reach the depths of his unease. He'd given her a nod, not commenting on the fact that no matter what, he had still lost. His father's reaction had been different. The disappointment in the city lord's eyes had been subtle but undeniable, like a cold wind cutting through Li Xian's fragile sense of accomplishment. Though his father had accepted the truth, that his opponent had been the demonic cultivator who had terrorized the city and wasn't an easy opponent to face, Li Xian knew the man had expected more. Expected victory like he always did, and perhaps that was what stung the most. His mother's reassurances, his father's quiet judgment, neither could quell the storm within him. The demon's mocking laughter still echoed in his mind, the memory of his defeat replaying with merciless clarity. He sighed as he paused mid-thought, his chi flaring for a moment before settling into its calm state. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he tried to steady chaotic thoughts. But annoyingly, the chi flared up once again. This won't work. He needed control over his chi, over his emotions, over himself. But the harder he tried, the more calmness seemed to slip away, like sand through his fingers. This wasn't like him. The Li Xian he had been before the battle, before the defeat, would never have let himself falter. But the Li Xian of now, he wasn't sure who that was anymore. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he had let his mother down. No matter how much he thrived to grow stronger, in the end, he had been weak. That realization gnawed at him, leaving an ache deeper than his injuries. In truth, he had also disappointed himself. Hence, as soon as he had recovered, he had left for the sect, not wanting to stay in bed any longer. The steps carved into the mountain shadowed before him, and he climbed them at an uncharacteristically slow pace. He mulled over his defeat, the demon, his parents, and most of all, what his master would say when they met. His chi flared wildly at the thought of his master, and it took every ounce of focus to suppress it. His master had entrusted him with a simple yet monumental task: kill the demonic cultivator, bringing glory to the sect and himself. But instead, Li Xian lost in front of thousands, and he knew the sect would be buzzing with the news. A core disciple like him, bested by a body-forging realm demon, was nothing short of disgraceful, no matter the tricks the demon had employed. What stung even more was the person who had killed the demonic cultivator in the end. Less than a year ago, Li Xian had defeated Chen Ren with ease. Yet now, Chen Ren had slain the demon Li Xian couldn't. And not just slain it. Chen Ren had gone further, forming a spirit contract with a dragon, a heavenly creature revered above all else. It felt unreal, like a tale spun by drunken storytellers. But the traces of heavenly chi lingering in the air during his recovery had been undeniable. His father's confirmation only solidified it. Chen Ren had done the impossible. Step by step, Li Xian climbed, his chi lashing out as his thoughts spiraled. By the time he reached the sect gates, he felt drained, both physically and mentally. He barely remembered flashing his sect token to the disciples guarding the gate or the brief nod they gave him. He trudged through the inner sect towards his residence, his mind heavy with unease. In Epsilon, on the way, whispers reached his ears, disciples murmuring about his defeat. The rumors were exaggerated, painting his battle in horrifying detail. Some claimed the demon had nearly killed him. Others added embellishments, like how he had begged for mercy. He heard it all, though no one dared approach him. Li Xian knew why. They were afraid to be the first to step forward. But beneath that hesitation, he could sense the undercurrent of excitement. His defeat meant they could challenge him, using the excuse of trading pointers. It was inevitable. He had been in their place once, a fresh disciple eager to climb the ranks. Back then, he had fought and won every challenge with unshakable confidence. Now, that confidence was a distant memory. As he entered his quarters, Li Xian clenched his fists, unsure if he had the strength to face the trials that awaited him. Li Xian's steps eventually brought him before the imposing doors of his master's chamber. He steadied his breathing and called out, "Master, Li Xian is here. Come in." As Li Xian pushed the heavy doors open and entered, an oppressive aura washed over him, pressing down like a weight on his very soul. Instinctively, he fell to his knees and kowtowed, his forehead nearly touching the floor. His master's presence was overwhelming, a testament to the vast gulf between their cultivation levels. The silence stretched until Master Xiaoxing's voice, sharp and cutting, broke through. Li Xian, I sent you to the tournament expecting victory. I gave you a task, yet you failed, not only in winning, but also in succumbing to a demonic cultivator. Do you understand the shame you have brought upon the righteous path? For a disciple of my lineage to falter so pitifully, I am left questioning if your mother's blood has truly weakened you. The remark struck a nerve, and Li Xian felt his chi swirl violently, mirroring the storm in his heart. But he forced himself to remain composed, suppressing the chaos within. Master, he said, his voice steady but tinged with regret, I accept any punishment you deem fit. There are no excuses for my failure. Master Xiaoxing's gaze bore into him, cold and calculating. You will receive your punishment once I have concluded the sect meetings. He paused, then continued. But for now, tell me what you know of this Chen Ren. Li Xian froze at the mention of the name, his thoughts racing for the reason why his master was asking about him. The Chen Ren he had defeated a year ago, and the one who had stood victorious in the tournament, seemed like entirely different people. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke carefully. Chen Ren is confident, intelligent, and resourceful. I've fought him before, but the man I faced and the one he has become now are worlds apart. He has grown immensely. His master's eyes narrowed. Is it true he bonded with a dragon? Li Xian hesitated. I did not witness it myself, he admitted, but there were enough credible witnesses for it to be true. Master Xiaoxing frowned deeply at that. The sect wishes to bring him in. We need to learn more about the elusive dragons that have vanished from this world. Yet he rejected us. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. The silence following that statement was thick, laden with his master's discontent. Li Xian dared not speak further, silently contemplating the implications of his master's words. Months back, Chen Ren himself had taken part in the entrance exams to make his way into the Soaring Sword sect, but now he didn't wish to do so. Why was that? That old fool elder Yin even defended him. Li Xian's master sneered, cutting through his thoughts. Said we shouldn't force him, as if such a talent could be left to roam free. But mark my words, I'll have a meeting to decide the sect's official stance regarding this Chen Ren. Until then, I'll be busy. Go train or meditate upon your failure, Li Xian. When I'm done, I'll inform you of your punishment. Just know this. Fail me again, and you'll need to find another master. Dismissed. Li Xian didn't wait for further dismissal. Bowing low, he turned and left the room, his thoughts swirling like the chaotic qi. But instead of returning to his chamber to rest and reflect, he let his feet guide him to a place that had always offered solace, the forest where he trained every day. The massive trees and rustling leaves brought a sense of calm that he hadn't felt since the tournament. Because here, in the middle of the wilderness, he could forget everything else except the Dao of the sword. Drawing his blade, he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. The load of the sword in his hand felt familiar, grounding. He took his stance, letting the rhythm of his breathing align with the pulse of his chi. For a moment, peace overcame him. But then, his master's words echoed in his mind. Your mother's blood has weakened you. His grip tightened on the hilt as his chi swirled violently, breaking the fragile calm. He didn't fight it this time. Instead, he unleashed it, lightning crackling in the air as his emotions surged unchecked. His sword moved in an arc, slashing through a nearby tree. The wood splintered, and the tree crashed to the ground, but Li Xian didn't stop. Strike after strike, his blade cut through trunk after trunk, each swing accompanied by bursts of lightning that scorched the earth. I'm not weak, he yelled painfully. The forest became a battlefield, trees falling like soldiers under his resentful assault. Lightning danced wildly around him, lighting up the destruction he wrought. Splinters and shards of wood flew in every direction, some cutting into his flesh, drawing blood, but he didn't care. He was lost in a craze, his chi spiraling out of control as his strikes grew faster and more erratic. "I am not weak," he shouted again, his voice breaking as his knees buckled. Finally, the storm of lightning around him dissipated, leaving behind a hollow silence. Li Xian dropped to the ground, panting heavily, his sword slipping from his grasp. His body ached, his chi drained, and as he looked around, he saw the devastation he had caused. The forest clearing was littered with felled trees, an entire stretch of wilderness reduced to rubble by his rage. He took a shaky breath, his chest heaving as realization set in. His chi, now calm, pulsed faintly in his dantian. The anger that had fueled his frenzy dissipated, leaving behind an emptiness that was almost unbearable. He whispered to himself, "I can't keep doing this. If I let my anger rule me, if I keep losing control like this, I'll become no different from the demonic cultivators I despise." Closing his eyes, Li Xian took several deep breaths, each one slower and more deliberate than the last. He sat there amidst the destruction, the scent of charred wood and ozone heavy in the air, and began to meditate. He had to regain control, not just of his chi, but of himself, because if he didn't, he knew he would never rise again. As Li Xian sat amidst the carnage of the forest, his breathing steadied, a faint clarity began to emerge from the storm of his emotions. He focused his thoughts, letting the silence of the surroundings seep into his mind. Slowly, like a trickle of water carving through stone, his anger gave way to contemplation. Chen Ren. The name echoed in his mind, sharper than the whispers he had heard on his way to his chambers. He thought of the man he had defeated not so long ago, a man who had seemed destined for mediocrity. Chen Ren had fallen, humiliated in their duel. Yet, instead of wallowing in defeat, he had risen stronger, far stronger. He had fought and defeated cultivators far above his level, slain a demonic cultivator who had bested Li Xian, and formed a spirit contract with a dragon, a feat that seemed like a legend told by elders rather than reality. The contrast between them felt like a chasm, and Li Xian's fists clenched as the truth settled deep within him. Could I do it? The question stabbed at his pride, but the answer was uncomfortably clear. Not like this. Not while anger ruled his heart and chaos consumed his chi. Not while he let his failures weigh him down rather than lift him up. If he wanted to rise, if he wanted to reclaim his honor, he had to start from the foundation. Control his anger. Master his chi. Refine his swordsmanship. Only then could he think of restoring the pride he had lost. Li Xian exhaled slowly, his breath a plume of frost in the crisp mountain air. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. The heavens, after all, did not allow anyone to ascend without trials. They struck down the promising, tested their resolve, and forged the worthy in the fires of adversity. Was this his trial? A hammer blow meant to temper him into something greater? Shaking his head, Li Xian rose to his feet. His body ached from the exertion, blood seeping from shallow cuts where splinters had pierced his skin, but he ignored it. He sheathed his sword, his grip firm and resolute. "Chen Ren," he muttered, "I will defeat you." The man who killed the demonic cultivator. Dragonheart. His gaze swept across the ruined clearing, the destruction standing as a testament to his emotions. Wild, uncontrolled, and wasteful. That would not do. Not anymore. "I will defeat you," he repeated, louder this time, his voice cutting through the quiet like a blade. "And I will reclaim my honor like a righteous cultivator should. Just you wait." The words hung in the air, a vow etched into the fabric of his being. With one last glance at the destruction he had wrought, Li Xian turned and began the walk back to the sect, his steps steady, his mind sharper. The path ahead would be long and arduous, but that was the way of the heavens, and he would tread it step by step until he stood above all, including Chen Ren. Ching, he turned the lock on the door of her tea stall with a soft click, pausing for a moment before stepping back to give the empty shop one last look. The late evening light filtered through the windows, showing off the worn wooden tables and the simple counter. Her eyes lingered at a particular spot near the window, where a solitary chair stood slightly askew, as if someone had just risen from it. That was where Chen Ren always used to sit. She sighed. By now, he should be far away from the city, off on his dangerous endeavor, building a sect of all things. She shook her head, the corners of her mouth twitching. I don't know why, but somehow I feel like he might just pull it off. Her thoughts wandered, unbidden, to the golden dragon, a magnificent creature no one had bonded with for centuries, perhaps even longer. Yet that brat had managed it. The sheer audacity of his achievements spoke of destiny, an immense, cosmic design Chen Ren seemed at the center of. Destiny was not something he usually placed much faith in. She had lived long enough to see it twisted by human hands. And yet, in this case, she could not deny the pull of something greater. The thought unsettled her, but it also brought a spark of curiosity. She shook her head again, more firmly this time, brushing away the nagging thoughts. Destiny or not, he has a long road ahead, she murmured. Her footsteps were soft against the wooden floor as she walked down the narrow staircase leading to her private quarters above the shop. The upstairs were quiet, and it was the complete opposite of the noise that usually filled the stall during the day. Her ears craved this sort of quietness. She paused in front of her library, her fingers brushing softly over the spines. Without hesitation, she entered it and selected a specific book out of the few dozens she had carefully brought with her to this mortal town. Her hand moved to the back of the bookshelf, pressing a hidden button. With a soft mechanical whir, the entire shelf slid to the side, revealing a secret compartment embedded in the wall. Inside lay a small collection of books, their covers aged and dusty from years of concealment. He knelt and carefully removed the topmost book, her fingers brushing away the layer of dust to reveal its intricate cover. The cover was a masterpiece of detail and artistry, depicting the four heavenly beasts. At the top, the crimson phoenix soared gracefully. Opposite it, the black turtle coiled protectively around a serpentine dragon, its shell gleaming with emerald color. Below them, the white tiger crouched, its eyes fierce and intelligent, its stripes jagged like streaks of lightning, a symbol of martial might and unmatched ferocity. But it was the final figure in the center that commanded He's attention, a golden dragon. The dragon's scales seemed almost alive, shimmering with a luster that spoke of untamed power. Its piercing eyes glowed with ancient wisdom, and its sinuous body coiled as if ready to spring from the cover itself. The detail was so vivid, he half expected to feel the dragon's aura emanating from a book. She opened the book with care, the pages crackling faintly under her touch. The first image was a portrait of the golden dragon, its form rendered in stunning detail, surrounded by celestial clouds and rays of divine light. Her eyes lingered on the image as she muttered, "It seems like I need to do some reading of my own for what's to come." Chen Ren looked outside the carriage, his eyes staring off into the distance as his mind raised thoughts about currencies. On Earth, people had started with bartering, trading goods and services to meet their needs. It was a basic system, full of flaws, but it had worked at the time. Eventually, coins appeared, shaped and made differently depending on the culture. The Romans had their denarii, the Chinese used cash coins, and other civilizations had their own forms of money. Then came paper money, light and practical for bigger trades. Nations worldwide adopted it, tying it to a global system where its value constantly shifted due to markets and politics. In the Xinxiao world, things weren't too different, at least for mortals. Bartering had long been replaced by a currency system of copper and silver wens, minted officially by the emperor. These coins kept the mortal markets moving. In fact, a reliable system that everyone followed. But for cultivators, the rules were different. Their currency had always been the source of their power, qi. More precisely, qi in its solid form, spirit stones. These stones were like crystals, holding raw energy inside them. Their worth wasn't decided by people, but by the power they carried. Chen Ren didn't know exactly how much qi was in a single stone. All he knew was that low-grade stones had less energy and weaker power, while higher-grade stones held far more chi and were much stronger. He didn't bother with the details. What mattered was collecting as many spirit stones as possible for himself, his sect, and the goals he had set. Looking down at the bag in his hands, a small smile crept onto his face. He untied the leather cord and peeked inside at the glowing pile of low-grade spirit stones. The crystals were glowing under the sunlight. He couldn't help but raise one into the air and closely observe. Then he got to work. He counted them again and grinned. 90 stones. He'd started with an even 100, but before leaving Cloud Mist City, he had spent 10 to secure an official status for the Divine Coin sect. It was a hefty price, and the loss still stung a little. Worth it, he muttered, tying the bag shut swiftly. For Chen Ren, getting official sect status wasn't about pride. It was a smart move. An official sect wasn't only prestigious, it was a shield against heavy taxes. Now, he didn't have to pay the steep 20% yearly tax the local authorities collected for the capital. Even better, as a sect's rank rose, the taxes would drop further. If he could push the Divine Coin sect to the rank of a guardian sect, he wouldn't owe any taxes at all. The thought stuck with him, especially when he considered sects like the Soaring Sword sect. Their endless, fat wealth wasn't just from their resources. Their high status freed them from any tax obligations. Chen Ren's hand brushed the pouch of spirit stones tied to his waist as he sat deep in thought, until a feline voice broke through the silence. What are you thinking about with that serious face? You look like you've just spotted a Meridian Expansion Realm fish and can't decide if you should catch it or let swim away. Blinking, Chen Ren turned toward the voice. Yalan, his sharp-tongued, feline companion, sprawled lazily across Tang Xiulan's lap in the carriage. The pair of ambers glinted mischievously as her tail flickered. To her left, the street children huddled together under a thick blanket, fast asleep. Up front, Angie held the reins behind the small window, her face set with extreme focus as she steered the carriage. She'd insisted on driving to prove herself, tackling the job without a word of complaint. Chen Ren sighed, leaning back. Mentally, he replied to Yalan, I was just thinking about spirit stones and how to turn our sect into a guardian sect. Yalan snorted, her whiskers twitching as if the idea amused her. Our sect? Last I checked, I haven't joined anything. Chen Ren couldn't help but smile at her predictable attitude. She'd always been like this. Shaking his head, he replied, Stop acting like you don't care. If you didn't, you wouldn't be here. Yalan opened her mouth, ready to speak, but Chen Ren ignored her, pulling out a notebook and quill instead. He began writing. The notebook was something he'd recently decided to maintain, a detailed status of his progress and plans. Empty set. The pages already contained his name, age, cultivation level, elemental affinity, techniques, and businesses like a status screen. After a moment of thought, he added a new section, goals. Uncover the secrets of the medallion and the golden dragon. Explore opportunities for new businesses. Expand the sect. As he finished jotting down the last line, Yalan's voice cut through his focus again. All right, she said. Let's say I decide to help you out. I need to know what I'm helping with. You've left your businesses behind to play sect leader, but if you want my help, I need to hear your plans, to see if you're brilliant or just plain stupid. Chen Ren smiled wryly, his quill pausing midair. Yalan's bluntness wasn't new to him, but he also knew her well enough to see through her words. If she truly doubted him, she wouldn't have stayed by his side this long. Looking up at her, he replied, First of all, I didn't leave my businesses behind. They're in capable hands. I'll get reports on their progress every 2 months, and I trust they'll run smoothly without me micromanaging. Second, as for plans, he trailed off, his gaze flicking briefly to Tang Xiulan and the children sleeping soundly beside her. We do need to talk about that, he admitted, his tone softening. The sect isn't built on ambition alone. Yalan tilted her head, her tail swishing as if to urge him to continue. Chen Ren turned toward Tang Xiulan and put his hand on her shoulders. Her eyes fluttered open, sharp and alert despite the long journey. Xiulan, he began, I think it's time we discuss what's next. What happens when we reach Meadow Village? It took a moment for her to reorient herself before she nodded, sitting up straighter. I've been waiting for this conversation, young master. I need to know what you expect from me. The air in the carriage grew heavier, but not with tension, with purpose. Chen Ren's mind spun with possibilities, but now it was time to turn ideas into action. Yes, the first thing should be setting up a base. We'll hire locals to start construction on a proper sect building. I've already sketched out a few plans for that. Once the groundwork is laid, the second priority will be recruitment. You, Angie, and the kids are a great start, but we'll need more hands, especially cultivators. A sect without cultivators won't last long. And if trouble comes, there won't be many people to defend it besides me and... Before he could finish, Tang Xiulan interrupted, her voice calm but knowing. Yalan. Chen Ren froze, his eyes widening. You know, Xiulan nodded. I saw it during the tournament when she tried to break the barrier. Others were panicking and running, but I wasn't willing to flee, so I noticed. Her gaze softened as she looked down at Yalan, gently patting the cat's sleek fur. Yalan stiffened slightly at the unexpected gesture, her amber eyes narrowing, but instead of snapping, she allowed it. After a moment, she spoke, her tone carrying an air of haughty amusement. Well, my dignified self doesn't have to pretend to be an ordinary cat anymore. Xiulan's eyes widened, her hand stopping mid-stroke. A gasp escaped her lips as she bore her eyes towards the cat. She can talk? Chen Ren chuckled, the corner of his mouth lifting in a small grin. Well, there's that. He leaned back, his posture relaxing slightly. Yalan is sort of my mentor, or maybe master. Call it whatever you like. She's also agreed to act as a defender for the sect. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Yalan let out a small, approving hum, her tail flicking lazily. But Chen Ren continued, his tone growing serious again. We can't rely on just two people to protect the sect. That's why recruitment is so important. We need people, dedicated cultivators, who can help us grow and defend this place when the time comes. Tang Xiulan sat silently, her brows furrowed in thought. After a moment, she spoke hesitantly. But, young master, why would cultivators join our sect? I don't mean to question you, but we've built no real reputation outside of your businesses, and those are confined to one city. Most cultivators would prefer to remain rogue than join a new, untested sect. And the ones we do get would likely be the throwaways, Chen Ren interrupted. The ones no one wants. The so-called trash. And that's fine. I'm not looking for cultivators with unique physiques or a large number of spirit roots. We could do a lot with those who have few spirit roots. Xiulan blinked, her lips parting to ask, how? Do you know how many roots I have? She hesitated, clearly racking her brain for an answer, before finally shaking her head. No, I don't. 21, Chen Ren said simply. Xiulan's eyes widened in shock. 21? But that's abysmal, he finished with a faint smile. Yes, I know. And yet, despite that, I've been growing faster than most would expect. If I can do it, why can't someone else? Before Xiulan could respond, Yalan's voice cut in. Are you forgetting you're an exception, Chen Ren? Your case isn't something others can just replicate. Maybe I am an exception. Maybe I'm not. But one thing I've learned about myself is that I'm not as special as I sometimes think I am. And even if I'm special, I know for a fact that I'm not the only one. Do you really believe there's only one esoteric Dao in existence? There are countless paths, countless ways to grow. Yalan's tail twitched, but she didn't interrupt as he continued. No one ever said cultivation has to be about fighting, popping pills like a drug addict, or meditating for centuries to progress. That's just what the martial Dao has popularized. But cultivation isn't limited to that. We can think beyond it. We can create something different, a place where growth doesn't come with the weight of expectations or the burden of conformity. Tang Xiulan's shock slowly melted into contemplation, her gaze softening as she absorbed his words. A different kind of sect, she murmured. Chen Ren nodded. Exactly. A sect where anyone willing to work hard and think differently can find a place to belong and grow. Yalin let out a soft, amused snort. Well, that's certainly ambitious. But I suppose ambition is a good start. Chen Ren smiled faintly. Ambition, a plan, and the right people. That's all we need. Yalin tilted her head. Not a bad thought, but finding people like that will be difficult. There's a reason they're called esoteric daos, rare and elusive. We won't know until we start looking. Besides, I'm not planning to rely solely on cultivators for protection. Xiaolan and Yalin both tilted their heads, curious. You two already know my plans to bring mortals into the sect, he continued. They nodded, waiting for him to elaborate. We just need to give them tools to defend themselves, he said, his tone matter of fact. Tools that can do real damage, at least against lower realm cultivators. Yalin frowned, her ears twitching. What kind of tools are you talking about? Before Chen Ren could respond, Angie's voice rang out from the front of the carriage. We're nearing the village. Chen Ren immediately leaned out the carriage window, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. The landscape opened up before him, a vast expanse of wide plains framed by distant mountains. A dirt road stretched out ahead, winding toward their destination. In the far distance, he could just make out wooden walls. Though they were still far away, his enhanced eyesight allowed him to spot the faint outline. Do you want to rest, Angie? He called out. She waved him off without looking back. I'm fine. The village is close anyway. If nothing goes wrong, we'll get there in 45 minutes. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a deep, guttural growl echoed from the forest around them. The carriage shuddered to a halt, and the air grew tense. The children jolted awake, their wide eyes darting around in fear. What's going on? One of them asked, his voice trembling. Xiaolan leaned out of her seat. What was that? Probably a wolf beast, Yalin said nonchalantly. She spoke through mind, keeping the kids from finding her identity. Low tier, most likely. We didn't hear of any stronger ones in this area. But wolves usually move in packs. If they're around, it's better to deal with them now before they start chasing us. Stay inside. Chen Ren stepped out of the carriage, leaving them inside. Yalin leaped out gracefully, landing beside him. She stretched, her claws extending slightly. If they're weak, you can handle them. If not, I'll jump in. Chen Ren smirked. Good to know you've got my back. The forest remained eerily silent for a moment, the growl from earlier still echoing faintly in their minds. Then, a rustling sound came from the underbrush, followed by the unmistakable sound of low growls. Chen Ren tightened his grip on the weapon, a sleek spear with runes etched along its length for more piercing damage and durability, the gift from the city lord. He glanced over his shoulder at Angie, who was frozen in place, her hands gripping the reins tightly. Her face was pale, but she wasn't panicking, just waiting for instructions. Get inside the carriage, he said calmly, his tone firm but not harsh. I'll handle this. Angie blinked, then nodded wordlessly, climbing into the carriage with a speed that belied her hesitation. The children huddled together, watching anxiously as the door shut behind her. Just as Chen Ren turned his focus back to the forest, another growl cut through the tense silence. It was louder, closer. His sharp eyes scanned the dense foliage, his muscles coiled like a spring. For a long moment, nothing happened. The forest seemed unnaturally still, the usual sounds of rustling leaves and chirping insects absent. Then, with a sudden burst of movement, a dark blur shot out from the trees. It was a wolf, larger than he'd expected. Its fur was pitch black, almost blending into the shadows of the trees, and its teal eyes gleamed with predatory hunger. It leaped from the trees, aiming directly at Chen Ren with its jaws wide open, sharp teeth glinting menacingly. Howren looked at the stack of letters piled high on the ornate desk in their office. These were the reports sent to their department from all across the Kellyan Empire, a routine correspondence from every corner of the realm. Sorting through them had become a habit since they had taken on the role of one of the attendants to Princess Yinwei. This practice wasn't new. It was a system established by the previous emperor near the end of his reign. Under this system, every ruler, from the smallest village chief to the most powerful city lord, was required to submit a monthly report detailing the events within their jurisdiction. These reports covered everything from mundane administrative updates to notable discoveries, such as hidden artifacts or emerging talents. The purpose was clear: to ensure the royal family remained informed of anything unusual or promising, no matter how remote or minor it might seem. From these reports, key information would be carefully cataloged, creating a detailed repository of knowledge that allowed the royal family to keep tabs on potential threats, opportunities, and the shifting dynamics of power within the empire. Of course, the system wasn't perfect. Not everything made it into the letters. Talents were often concealed, kept hidden by their families or patrons to protect them from royal scrutiny or exploitation. Ancient ruins weren't informed about, not letting the royal family get their hands on it. And then there were the lords who deliberately withheld vital information, preferring to keep their findings to themselves rather than share them with a royal family that had, over time, become little more than observers. Still, the letters were a window into the empire's pulse, and Howard knew better than to overlook them. Even the smallest detail could hold the key to something extraordinary or disastrous. With a quiet sigh, they picked up the first letter, the seal still unbroken, and began to read. It was already well into the day when the attendant found himself still sorting through the mountain of letters. Some reports were dry, simply confirming the usual. Everything normal, no disturbances to report. Others, however, contained more intriguing tidbits. One lord in the northern region, Zhang Ma, mentioned a mountain that had been destroyed, possibly a result of a clash between high-realm cultivators or a battle with a powerful beast. The lord had little proof, but the attendant found it noteworthy. Another report detailed the discovery of a new ghost ruin on the western side of the empire, while others spoke of skirmishes between the barbarians and the border lords. As the attendant moved through the letters, one report from the city lord of Cloud Mist, Li Baolong, caught his eye. For a while, the letters seemed uneventful, just like the others, nothing but routine updates. He half expected it to be the same as always, filled with trivial matters. But as he reached the middle section, the attendant's eyes widened more with every passing line. It started innocuously enough, just a mention of a demonic cultivator on the loose, then the annual tournament. But then, the mention of an unexpected turn of events in the tournament caught his attention. A cultivator, once insignificant and unknown, had killed the demonic figure, Gu Tian. The report said the cultivator was blessed by the golden dragon itself, and had even earned the nickname of Dragonheart. The attendant blinked, unsure if he had misread it. He read the passage again, his heart thudding in his chest. Then he read it one more time, just to make sure he wasn't imagining things. There were no disclaimers, no signs of humor. It wasn't a joke. It was written in an official report, which made it even more impossible to dismiss. Lying in an official letter was considered a serious crime, one no lord would risk, especially not for something as absurd as this. No, this had to be true. He could feel a chill running down his spine as it settled in. A dragon, the dragon, had appeared in the empire after thousands of years. The attendant didn't hesitate. Normally, he would have set the letter aside, continued his work, and moved on to the next report. But this was far beyond his usual duties. The implications of this discovery were monumental, and there was only one person he needed to inform. Without wasting a second, the attendant gathered the letter in his hands, his heart still racing, and left his chambers. Zihan shifted his weight from one foot to the other, his fingers drumming nervously against his thigh. His excitement was barely contained as he stared at the stopped carriage just beyond the tree line. The low growl of little Yuza rumbled at his side, a sound that sent a chill through the group of ragged villagers gathered nearby. Zihan couldn't help but glance down at the creature. Little Yuza was majestic, a wolf unlike any he'd ever seen. And he was certain the wolf was unlike any that anyone had ever seen. No wolf can be tamed after all. His pitch-black fur was shiny enough to make his fur appear as gray at times. But Zihan knew the wolf was plain black except for the silver streak that ran boldly from his forehead to his tail. He had teal eyes. He'd never seen a wolf with such eyes, and his presence alone seemed to fill the group with confidence, even as hunger gnawed at their bellies. It had been nearly a week since a carriage had passed through this desolate road, and the past days had been harsh. The village's meager food stores were thinning fast, and aside from the few beasts little Yuza had managed to bring down with the help of the village hunters, they hadn't had a proper meal in days. Zihan's stomach twisted in both hunger and anticipation as he studied the carriage. Fate, it seemed, had finally smiled upon them. Zihan turned to glance at the villagers, their gaunt faces and sunken eyes a grim reminder of their plight. They weren't bandits, not in their hearts. They were farmers and laborers, forced into this life by the harsh will of the heavens. When Z1, Zihan's elder brother, had stumbled upon little Yuza as a pup, rescued him from a hunter's cruel trap, it had felt like a blessing from the agricultural god himself. Now, little Yuza was their greatest strength. The past year had taught them well. Carriages like this one, sturdy, covered, and plain, were likely owned by small-time merchants traveling to or from the nearest market town. Zihan knew the plan by heart. Little Yuza would scare the merchant and any guards into fleeing, while the villagers would step in to claim whatever food, coin, or supplies they could. There would be no bloodshed, no senseless killing. They weren't murderers, just desperate souls trying to survive the harsh cards the heavens had dealt them. Zihan, came the quiet voice of his brother Z1. The older man stepped forward, his beard with white streaks tied in a knot right below his chin. Stay calm. If they run, we take what we need and leave. If they fight, we'll handle it. Zihan nodded, clenching his fists to steady himself. He glanced once more at little Yuza, whose nose twitched as if sensing something. The wolf's tail flicked, his teal eyes narrowing toward the carriage. Beside him, Ziwin's voice came in a whisper. Someone's coming out. Zihan's grip on his knife tightened instinctively. He held his breath, the tension crackling in the air. But when the figure stepped out of the carriage, the breath he was holding released in a soft sigh of relief. The man didn't look like much of a fighter. He wasn't fat. His build was lean and his height imposing, but there was a softness about him that told Zihan everything he needed to know. The man carried himself with the casual ease of someone who'd never had a struggle for survival. His clothes were clean and finely tailored, his expression one of quiet detachment. He looked like the pampered son of some merchant clan, a man accustomed to wealth and comfort, not hardship. Zihan's eyes darted to the carriage, expecting a guard or two to emerge. Surely no merchant would travel alone, not on these roads. But no one came other than a cat. Even the girl who had been driving the carriage remained seated inside. A bad feeling wormed its way into Zihan's gut, prickling at his nerves. Something felt wrong, but he forced himself to stay calm. It would be fine. It always was. I don't think anyone else is coming out, he muttered to his brother. Z1, the broad-shouldered man, frowned. His black hair, tied loosely at the nape of his neck, swayed as he shook his head. What do we do then? The man doesn't even look afraid. Zihan glanced at the supposed merchant again. The man stood relaxed, his eyes lazily scanning the woods, as if he had all the time in the world. There wasn't even a flicker of fear on his face. Then we give him a reason to get scared, Zihan said. He gestured toward the wolf. Little Yuza can handle it. Scare him off, then we'll loot the carriage like always. Ziwin grunted in agreement and turned to pat the wolf's sleek black fur. Little Yuza stretched lazily before rising to his feet, his teal pair locking onto the man standing before the carriage. Little Yuza, you know what to do, Ziwin murmured. The wolf's ears twitched, and for a moment it almost looked like he nodded. Then, with a powerful leap, little Yuza sprang into action, his dark form cutting through the air as he launched himself toward the man. In beta, Zihan watched with wide eyes, his heart pounding with excitement. Any moment now, the merchant would panic, stumble back in fear, and flee. But instead, the man remained perfectly still, his expression unreadable. As little Yuza's claws slashed dangerously close, the man sidestepped with a fluid grace, his movements almost too quick to follow. What? Zihan's words caught in his throat. Little Yuza snarled, spinning midair to strike again. His claws lashed out, but once more, the man evaded with a speed that defied reason. Before Zihan could process what was happening, a flicker of light erupted from the man's palm. Lightning, crackling and alive. The man charged forward, his movements as precise as they were deadly, and struck little Yuza square in the chest with an open palm. The impact sent the wolf sprawling to the ground with a pained yelp. No! Ziwen's cry was muffled as Zihan clapped a hand over his brother's mouth, dragging him down behind the brush. Be quiet, Zihan hissed. Though his own mind went into a shock and his heart raced as he watched the man straighten, lightning still danced faintly around his fingertips. That's a cultivator, he said, the words trembling on his tongue. His face turned pale as he glanced at his brother. Straight out of one of those sections. He swallowed hard. We just attacked a cultivator. Ziwen's eyes widened in horror. We're dead, Zihan whispered, his voice barely audible. We're all dead. Zihan's heart pounded in his chest as despair tightened its grip around him. His mind raced with the countless stories he had heard of cultivators. Beings who walked the path of immortality, wielding powers that could crush mortals like insects. Tales of their indifference and cruelty filled his thoughts. He recalled a traveling nomad, recounting how a cultivator had crippled a man for the simple mistake of stumbling in his path. Now, they had attacked one. What are we going to do? A trembling voice whispered behind him. Zihan turned, his face pale. I don't know. He heard the crack of his voice. Another villager pointed toward the injured wolf. Little Yuza! Ziwen's jaw tightened as his eyes fixated on his wolf, lying prone on the ground. His voice was hoarse when he spoke. No, I can't let that happen. If someone has to die, it'll be me. He stood up from where he was and prepared to leave to face the wrath of the cultivator. Zihan grabbed his brother's arm, his grip firm despite the tremor in his hands. Don't be an idiot. Your life is far more precious than mine or little Yuza. He glanced back toward the road, where the wolf was struggling to rise, its legs trembling. Little Yuza's eyes burned with hatred as he glared at the cultivator, but his body betrayed him. Whatever that lightning technique was, it had left him shaken, his strength drained. Zihan swallowed hard. Even if he hated to admit it, he knew the wolf wouldn't survive. But they had to. They had fought too hard for survival over the past year, enduring hunger, disease, and the slow decay of their village. None of it would matter if they all died because of this. A grim thought struck him, sinking its claws into his heart. If they offended the cultivator further, their entire village could be wiped out. His parents, frail and weary, wouldn't survive the news of their deaths. Worse, the cultivator might not stop with them. The village was remote, far from the eyes of law and governance. Even if justice existed, no one would come to check on a tragedy in a forgotten corner of the world. And by the time anyone did, the cultivator would be long gone, unlawfully taken from Royal Road. This story should be reported if seen on Amazon. Zihan was about to order everyone to run when a cold, commanding voice shattered the silence. I know you're there, the cultivator said. Come out, or I will kill the wolf. Then I'll chase you. You know I can do that easily. Zihan froze. His breath caught in his throat as he turned to the villagers, their faces stricken with terror. The older men and women looked at him with pleading eyes, while the younger ones clung to each other, trembling. Only Ziwen remained calm, his eyes free from fear. Concern etched deep into his features, but it wasn't for himself or the others. He knew that it was for little Yuza. Ziwen looked at him. What should we do now? He asked the same question that had been raking in his mind the entire time. Zihan felt his throat tighten. His brother had always been the stronger of the two, in both body and will. But now, that strength was no use. Not against someone with power straight from the heavens. You all can run, Ziwen said suddenly. I'll go out. He knows there are people, but I don't think he knows how many. If I go alone, maybe... Zihan's eyes widened in panic as he grabbed his brother's arm. No, I can't leave you here. Ziwen's eyes softened as he glanced back at little Yuza, the injured wolf lying in the dirt. And I can't leave him. If I run now, I'd be going against our bond. That's not who I am. Just go, Zihan. Save yourself. Stop being so stupid when the times want you to be brave. Do what you must, Ron. Zihan's grip tightened, his hands trembling with both fear and frustration. I'm not leaving you. If anyone should go, it's the others. He turned toward the small group of villagers hiding behind the trees. You all go. Get back to the village. But the villagers hesitated, their faces pale as they exchanged nervous glances. No one moved. We're not leaving you two behind, one of the older men said, his voice trembling but resolute. Zihan's heart twisted in frustration. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. They needed to escape to survive. But as he opened his mouth to argue, a ripple of unease washed over him. The faint sound of movement caught his ear, too fast, too quiet to belong to any of the villagers. He turned his head sharply, and his breath caught in his throat. The cultivator was standing right in front of him. Zihan's legs gave out beneath him, and he dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the man. The air around him pressed down, as if it were charged with invisible energy, and his calm, calculating gaze bore into them all like a hawk surveying its prey. You all were taking too much time, the cultivator said. So I decided to come find you myself. Zihan's mouth went dry as the man's eyes swept over them. His casual stance didn't hide the sharpness of his presence, like a blade hidden in plain sight. The cultivator's gaze fell on little Yuza, then shifted back to the group. He tilted his head, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Now, why don't you tell me what's going on here? And when did bandits start taming wolves? Chen Ren stood in the middle of the road, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sight before him. The group of ragged men knelt in front of him, heads bowed low. Even the wolf, an impressive beast with matted fur and a low growl, had lowered itself to the ground, its sharp eyes cautiously trained on him. It no longer glared with the anger he had seen before, but Chen Ren could tell it was still on edge, especially with his attack. Behind him, Xiaolan and the others stood in tense silence, watching the strange scene unfold. And for a few seconds, nothing happened. They all patiently waited. It was Tang Xiaolan who finally broke the stillness. What are we going to do with them? She asked, her voice uncertain but curious. Chen Ren glanced back at her, then turned his attention to the group. Well, that depends, he said evenly, his voice carrying enough authority to make the kneeling men flinch. As you can see, they're not the usual kind of bandits. At least, I haven't heard of bandits taming wolves before. Or is that something common around here? He directed his question at the group. One of the men, a wiry figure with dirt-streaked clothes and desperation etched across his face, raised his head slightly. No, Lord Cultivator, he said quickly, his voice trembling. Little Yuza was tamed by my brother when he was just a pup. It listens to him because of their bond. Chen Ren's eyes narrowed, his gaze shifting to the wolf, then back to the man. And you're using it to loot and kill merchants and travelers? The man shook his head vehemently. No, Lord Cultivator, we haven't killed anyone. We just use little Yuza to scare people off so we can take their belongings. We swear, we've never taken a life, nor do we intend to. Chen Ren let out a low hum. So you're thieves, not murderers, he said. That at least makes things easier. The man's face paled, and he stammered. Lord Cultivator, please, don't kill us. If someone must pay for this, let it be me. This was my idea. Chen Ren's lips twitched upward in a faint, humorless smile. You can call me young master. I have a name, and it's Chen Ren, and I'm not going to kill anyone. But I will hand you over to the village guards. I'm sure they'll have plenty to say about this. What village are you from? The men exchanged uneasy glances before the leader mumbled. We're from Meadow Village, young master. Chen Ren's brow lifted slightly. Meadow? Well, that makes things convenient. I'm headed there myself. I'll turn you over to guards and let them deal with you. That should serve as an appropriate punishment. The men tensed. The one who spoke had his eyes widened to what Chen Ren said, but he replied with nothing. He looked down on the ground, as if contemplating something before finally opening his eyes. Young master, that won't work. Tang Xiaolan, who'd already walked and stood behind Chen Ren, frowned. Why not? The man looked at her, shame flickering in his eyes. Because, young miss, I'm the one who leads the village guards. Chen Ren blinked, surprised, as Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief. You're the guard captain? She asked incredulously. The man nodded, his face flushed with humiliation. Chen Ren folded his arms, his expression turning cold. If you're the guard captain, why are you resorting to banditry? Explain yourself. It's a long story, young master, the man said, lowering his gaze. None of us here are actual bandits. I'm the captain of the guard, my brother is a hunter, and the others are just farmers. But after our crops were destroyed last year, we had no choice but to turn to this disgraceful path. It's been like this for a year now. All our stored rations ran out long ago. Chen Ren's gaze sharpened. Don't lie. The harvest this year wasn't bad. I heard it myself from traders in the city. The man's shoulders slumped, and he shook his head. It wasn't the weather or anything like that. Young master, he said quietly. It was the locust swarm. They came last season, and they didn't leave us a single stock standing. Chen Ren frowned, his expression darkening. A locust swarm, so close to a village on the edge of civilization? He glanced back at Xiaolan, whose face was set in a mixture of shock, confusion, and pity. Well, he said slowly, turning his gaze back to the kneeling men. That does complicate things. But locusts? He asked. Can't you kill them? The man wiped a hand over his face, his expression a mix of frustration and despair. We tried, young master, he said, shaking his head. But our usual methods don't work against them. They aren't normal locusts. They're magical, like wild beasts. They're too many, and they're too strong. They tear through everything. Everyone abandoned the farms because of them. And you sent word to the nearby lords? We did, the man said bitterly. But no one came. They told us they'd send a cultivator from a sect to handle it, but no one ever showed. It's been months. His voice broke, and tears spilled down his cheeks. We didn't know what else to do. We couldn't let everyone starve. Chen Ren fell silent, his thoughts swirling. If what the man said was true, it wasn't hard to guess what might have happened. A city lord could have intercepted the request, redirecting it to a sect as protocol dictated. But mission to handle magical locusts? It wasn't the kind of task that would appeal to a sect disciple. No glory, no treasures, just hard labor and frustration. As he mulled over the situation, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Don't kill them, Yalan said. At least not the one with the wolf. He's interesting. Chen Ren clicked his tongue. I'm not killing anyone, he then addressed the group. Lead us to your village, especially your farms. I want to see these locusts for myself. The journey to the village was tense, the air heavy with unspoken fears. Chen Ren walked in silence, choosing to keep his thoughts to himself. He didn't press the men for more answers, knowing that words wouldn't matter until he saw the situation with his own eyes. Beside him, the group trudged along, their heads bowed like condemned prisoners on their way to the gallows. Chen Ren's gaze drifted to the wolf padding beside its master. Despite its imposing size and wild appearance, the creature behaved like a trained hound. It stayed close to the hunter named Z1, moving in sync with him. Not once did it growl or bare its teeth at the strangers surrounding it. Instead, it followed its master with a quiet loyalty, its sharp eyes constantly scanning its surroundings. The sight was strange, yet fascinating. When the group finally reached the village, the heavy silence shattered. People began to gather, their voices rising with concern and anger. Villagers spilled into the narrow streets, their faces etched with worry as they called out to the men. Where have you been? What's going on? Did you bring food? The questions came in a flurry, overlapping in a chaotic chorus. Chen Ren stepped forward, raising a hand to calm the crowd. His voice was loud, and he demanded attention. There will be time for explanations later, he said. Right now, I need to see your farms. The villagers hesitated, their questions hanging in the air, but they eventually stepped aside to let him pass. No one dared to ask questions considering that it was a new face, and their familiar faces showed defeat. Chen Ren led the way, while scanning his surroundings. The village was small and worn, its buildings leaning with age. Everywhere he looked, he saw signs of struggle. The people were thin, their faces pale and gaunt. Children clung to their mothers, their wide eyes filled with fear and hunger. The hollow cheeks, darkened eyes, dry lips, shaky hands. They were all common in everyone around. As he walked through the village, Chen Ren's thoughts churned. Whatever these men might have done, it was clear they were part of this place. The way the villagers reacted to them, with familiarity and desperate hope, proved that much. They weren't lying. After a short walk, they reached the edge of the farmlands. Chen Ren came to an abrupt halt, his breath catching as his eyes widened. What lay before him was devastation. The fields, which should have been full of life, were barren and lifeless. The ground was stripped bare, as though something had scoured it clean. The few plants that remained were skeletal, their leaves riddled with holes and their stems broken. And in the middle of it all, hundreds of locusts hovered. Chen Ren's eyes drifted over the vast farmlands that were stretched out before him. He had guessed the situation was bad, but he hadn't expected to see a sea of buzzing locusts. Or, perhaps, he couldn't quite call them that, though they resembled the crop-eating grasshoppers that plagued farmlands everywhere. They were easily twice, some even thrice, the size of their smaller cousins, their bodies thick with muscle, their wings flicking in erratic movements. Their legs were tipped with sharp claws, and their mandibles gleamed wickedly as they chomped at the crops. Chen Ren squinted, trying to make sense of the scene. These weren't just any locusts. These were beasts. What grade, he couldn't say, but his senses tingled with the unmistakable pressure of power, and he could tell, at the very least, they were solidly in the middle of the body-forging realm. He had no doubt they were far more troublesome than the bandit-turned-guard had described. He narrowed his eyes on the locusts for a while, taking in the massive swarms that covered the crops, flitting about in a chaotic dance of hunger and aggression. One thing that unsettled him was the sheer size of the creatures, and another thing was the way they moved, like soldiers, perfectly coordinated and terrifyingly efficient. Turning away, he caught sight of the guard bandit again, who was now whispering to an older, burly man. The man stood nearly half a foot taller than the guard, his thick arms bulging under his clothing. As soon as they saw Chen Ren's eyes on them, both men straightened. The older man moved to bow deeply in respect, but Chen Ren waved his hand to stop him. "There's no need for that," he said. "Ask some questions." The old man straightened again, his eyes meeting his. "Of course, my lord," he replied. "I'm a village chief here, Muyang. What is it you wish to know?" Chen Ren's gaze flicked back to the locusts, narrowing his eyes. "When did those locusts first appear?" The old man paused, clearly troubled by the memory. He raked his hand through his grayed hair, frustration clearly evident in his eyes. He hesitated before answering, as though it still haunted him. "They came out of nowhere, my lord. About a year ago. At first, we thought it was just a strange season, a few stragglers, nothing to worry about. But then, one day, just before the harvest, they came in a swarm like no other. They covered the entire farm, like a black tide that swallowed everything. We couldn't fight them off, no matter what we did. We couldn't even drive them away." Chen Ren's eyes narrowed further as he studied the man, who then lifted his hand, showing a deep scar along his palm. The scar was spiky, the skin still raw. "I got this from them. They don't attack us here, but if we get too close to the crops, they turn on us. All at once." Chen Ren's eyebrows raised at that. "They seem more like beasts than ordinary locusts," he said. "I doubt any of you would be able to do anything about them." Chief Muyang sighed deeply, a weary, regretful look crossing his face. "That's why we sent for a cultivator from the sects," he explained. His eyes flickered to the guard bandit, then back to Chen Ren before a pause hung between them. "I heard from Zihan that you're a cultivator. Are you the one sent by the sect?" Chen Ren shook his head. "No, I wasn't sent by a sect. I won a plot of land here in a tournament held in Cloud Mist City, and the deed to a good area was awarded to me." He glanced at Tang Xiaolan, who rummaged through her bag before she passed the deed over to him. He took it and handed it to the old man. He read through it carefully, his eyes scanning each line. As he reached the end, a spark of recognition lit up in his face. "Yes, this is right. You are indeed the landholder here, he said, looking back up at Chen Ren. Are you going to live here from now on, my lord? I might not be here all the time, Chen Ren replied, but I do plan to set up a place for myself and my people here. It will be more than just a few buildings for various purposes. Chief Myong nodded thoughtfully. Understand. Then, as the chief of this village, I welcome you to Meadow. If you need anything, my lord, you may come to me. It would be an honor to serve a cultivator such as yourself. Chen Ren inclined his head in acknowledgement. Thank you, Chief Myong. I would like you to show me my place first, but on the way, I'd like to discuss something with you. The village chief looked at him in surprise. What is it, my lord? Just about the bandit activities some members of your village are involved in, and how much you know about it. Based on how you interact with Zihan, it seems you know more than you let on. I don't know if they told you, but I met them when they attacked my carriage with little Yuza, the wolf. Oh, with grave Nuotan body, yes. At the mention of the wolf, the village chief's face fell, his expression darkening. He glared at the bandit guard standing beside him, fury and guilt flashing in his eyes. Without warning, the village chief dropped to his knees, his forehead touching the ground in a deep bow. Please forgive us, my lord, he said. Chief Myong remained on the ground for a long while, his forehead pressed firmly to the earth. It was only after Chen Ren promised that he wasn't going to kill or cripple anyone that the man relaxed slightly, and the weight seemed to be lifted from his shoulders. The apologies didn't stop, however. As they moved through the village on their way to Chen Ren's plot of land, Chief Myong continued to mutter his regrets. Chen Ren listened, but his mind was elsewhere. Truthfully, he had thought of punishing the bandits, villagers or not, because what they were doing was wrong. But as he walked through the village and saw the malnourished faces around him, people whose eyes lacked the spark of vitality, children who looked more like shadows than young ones, he reconsidered. His heart softened, if only a little. A part of him knew what desperation could drive people to do, especially when their lives were so harsh. And while what they were doing was a crime, they hadn't taken any lives. A punishment, especially for the villagers, would only sour his relationship with them, and that would undermine, ruin the larger plans he had, plans that required the cooperation of many in this village. Chief Myong's continuous words of apology faded into the background as Chen Ren's mind focused on his own thoughts. He needed this place to work, to run smoothly, and antagonizing them now would set things back. When they reached the plot of land, the village chief all but rushed to leave, eager to put distance between himself and the tension of the situation. If you need anything, my lord, please don't hesitate to come to me, he said, before practically running off, as though fleeing from some unseen danger. The people around them seemed to scatter as well, either out of fear or simply because Chen Ren was there. He noticed the wary glances thrown his way when they were walking away, eyes that lingered just a little too long, then quickly looked away. The village hadn't seen many cultivators, and to them, he must have seemed like a rare, dangerous creature, a panda in a sea of mundane. But he didn't care. He had a task to focus on. The reason he had come here was to inspect his property, and that was exactly what he would do. He walked toward the plot, the old homes slowly coming into view. It was a far cry from the wide courtyards and rooms of Tang Manor. That much was certain. But it wasn't bad. There were 3 houses in total, all 2 stories tall, their backsides open for whatever they wanted to do with them. Chen Ren could see the potential immediately. The land didn't end there, either. It stretched far beyond, towards the mountains and fields in the distance. If he wanted to, he could build further, creating something that might even resemble a sects compound, with towering buildings and expansive courtyards. But for now, he had to deal with an enemy he never liked, dust. It was everywhere on the houses, thick and persistent. He looked at the nearest houses and decided to step inside. And just as he did, Yalin entered with the children, her little nose scrunching as she coughed from the dust. She shot him a look, her eyes wide with distaste. I can't live like this, she declared dramatically. I don't like stuff on my paws. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling to her, before offering a small smile. It's temporary. We'll get it all cleaned up. Yalan immediately shot a glare at him. You'll get it all cleaned up, she corrected him firmly, her voice dripping with mock dignity. Don't put me and you together. You can barely clean up your own mess. Imagine cleaning all this. Chen Ren chuckled at Yalan's antics, enjoying the banter, but his thoughts were quickly interrupted as Shulan entered, looking determined. Young master, I can clean it up with the kids and Angie, she offered, looking at the place with a neutral gaze. If she was repulsed, she didn't show. The kids, however, didn't seem thrilled by the idea. All of their faces soured as they looked around the house. It was clear they weren't eager to do any labor, and Chen Ren caught their eye. One house is okay, he said, but there are 3 houses here, and you'll need to set up a production place for our next products. It'll be too much work for you all. Tang Xiulan cleared her throat. Then what are we going to do? Chen Ren leaned against the dusty wall, eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. I'll get men from the village chief. Those bandits, villagers, he said, pausing for a beat as he corrected himself. They probably have some free time now that we intercepted their attack. I'll put them to work here. Xiulan seemed a bit skeptical. Will they agree to it? Chen Ren smirked, confident. I'd be surprised if they don't. They'll see it as a way to earn my forgiveness. And while they're working, I can inspect the locusts. The kids, meanwhile, had wandered off, inspecting the building curiously. Angie was leading the charge, poking her head around corners, while Yalan and the others explored further. Their energy seemed to pick up as they moved through the space, even if they weren't thrilled about the idea of labor. After a moment, Yalan seemed to walk back into the conversation, her tone suddenly loud and eager. Do you want to solve the problem? She asked, looking up at Chen Ren with bright eyes. Yes, it's an easy way, he replied, not missing a beat. Yalan tilted her head, still curious. To do what? Earn their allegiance, Chen Ren said simply. Yalan snorted in disbelief. Ain't you being a cultivator enough? These people treat you like a god. Isn't that enough? Chen Ren's smirk turned into a more thoughtful expression, his gaze flicking back to the village in the distance. A god they're scared of, he replied quietly. He knew full well the villagers viewed him as something more than just a man, someone with immense power and potential. But fear was the last thing he wanted to cultivate. He would rather have their respect, their loyalty, not just a shaky reverence that could collapse at the first sign of trouble. Chen Ren took a deep breath, eyes scanning the land before him. He had always prided himself on using his strength wisely, and he knew that fear would only take him so far. He had bigger plans, plans that required trust and loyalty, not submission through intimidation. He turned to Yalan. Even if I want to take the easy route and just order them around, I can't build something lasting on fear. It will break one day. I need them to see me as a force of good, not just a powerful cultivator who demands their service. Yalan's ears twitched as she processed his words, and her paws stretched. She wasn't one to easily give up a chance for a good verbal fight, but she understood the larger picture. After a beat, she spoke up. Then do you want me to burn the locusts down? I'm pretty sure I can do it. No, that would burn away the ground too, and they might run away before we can kill all of them. We'll have to find another way. But for now, he glanced around at the group. I need something to take my mind off things before we start making our next product and begin recruiting. Recruitment for the sect? Xiulan asked. Chen Ren nodded. Yeah, we need more men before our next product is ready. I'd like you to stay here. This place needs organization and care, and the kids aren't old enough to travel. As for Yalan, he glanced at the feline, who was lounging nearby, seemingly indifferent. Well, she's a cat to others. Yalan let out a huff at the comment, but didn't argue. Chen Ren turned back to Xiulan, his tone softening. That leaves me and Angie. I still need to learn more about her, and we need more people who can work for us and help spread our product across the empire. With the conversation winding down, Chen Ren shifted his gaze toward the mountains in the distance, stretching his arms to loosen up. His mind was already working ahead. The locusts were just one problem, and he would deal with them soon. Either way, he muttered to himself, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. It's time to get some exercise against these beastly locusts. As Chen Ren had anticipated, Chief Myong quickly agreed to send men to help clean up the property, his eagerness revealing how desperate they were for any assistance they can give him. After giving the orders, Chen Ren moved toward the farmlands, ready to confront the locusts. Yalin, however, didn't come with him. "You can handle the locusts on your own," she had said nonchalantly. "I need to look over the village and its territories." Chen Ren suspected it was just her way of marking her territory, but instead of her, he brought along Angie, someone he'd been meaning to spend more time with. The two of them stood at the edge of the farm, looking out at the vast stretch of crops, the buzzing swarm of locusts clinging to every stalk. "So, what are you going to do, young master?" Angie asked, her eyes scanning the scene. "They look scary." Chen Ren nodded. "Yeah, they do. But before I make any real plans, I need to see if the straightforward approach works." Angie raised an eyebrow. "And what is that?" At that, his lips curled into a confident grin, his body surging with renewed energy. "Taking these pests head-on." Without waiting for a response, Chen Ren launched himself into the heart of the farmlands, his bold presence drawing the attention of the nearest locusts. The way they turned to him almost scared him. Several of the oversized insects swiveled toward him, their serrated mandibles clicking in irritation. They hesitated only for a moment before charging, their small and pathetic bodies rushing forward like a living tide. With a sharp exhale, he unleashed a torrent of lightning, rippling from his hands and scorching the air around him. The closest locusts didn't stand a chance, their bodies instantly seared to ash, falling lifeless to the ground. But the swarm was undeterred. More locusts surged forward, their snapping jaws gleaming like jagged knives. Chen Ren dodged and moved away, trying to maintain distance, all the while his fists lashed out, sending strikes, shattering exoskeletons, and leaving broken skeletons. Yet, for every insect he felled, two more seemed to take its place. Angie stood at a safe distance, her breath caught in her throat as she watched Chen Ren fight. His attacks were relentless, and his leg movements were exceptional. Yet the swarm showed no signs of thinning. Chen Ren knew fire would likely be more effective, but his lightning was enough to keep the locusts at bay, for now. Still, he could feel the tide turning against him, the swarm's endless advance threatening to overwhelm his defenses. Suddenly, like he had expected, a particularly large cluster of locusts, at least 24 strong, rushed toward him in unison. Their jaws snapped hungrily, their advance a single, coordinated wave of aggression. "What the?" Chen Ren's eyes narrowed. It was time to retreat. He couldn't possibly take it all at once. With a powerful leap, he vaulted clear of the swarm, landing uphill in a blur of motion. "Young master, what are you doing?" Angie called out, her voice a mix of alarm and confusion as he bounded toward her. The locusts halted at the base of the hill, their advance stopping abruptly as if an invisible boundary held them back. Chen Ren glanced over his shoulder, his grin returning despite the tension. "They can't follow us here. Let's use this to our advantage." Chen Ren remembered what the village chief had said. The locusts seemed to have claimed the farm as their nest and wouldn't move out of it, even when provoked. Reaching the top of the hill without a scratch, Chen Ren glanced back at Angie, who was still watching him with a look of disbelief. "That was reckless," she said. "What if they were poisonous?" Chen Ren shrugged. "Doesn't matter. I bought potions for just in case, and nothing we know about them indicates they're poisonous." He paused for a moment, his gaze drifting back toward the farmlands, where the locusts were still swarming, undisturbed by his retreat. "Either way, I learned quite a bit from my fight with them." Angie watched as Chen Ren stood there, looking deep in thought. "What did you learn?" she asked. "Like I thought, they're in a mid-body forging realm. They're fast, but if you focus, you can dodge their attacks. I can also kill them with my lightning, but there's just too many of them. I won't be able to handle them on my own." Angie nodded, processing the information. "So what do we do about them? Even if I come up with a way to kill them all, there might be more around the forest. They could just return, and then we're back to square one. We need a permanent solution to drive them out." Angie's eyes narrowed in thought. "Like what?" she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Instead of answering immediately, Chen Ren turned to her with a raised eyebrow. You have no idea? Haven't been raised on a farm, I guess. Angie hesitated, the question catching her off guard. She paused, as if reflecting on her past before answering. No, I didn't grow up anywhere near a farm. I know the basics of farming, but nothing more than that. Chen Ren gave a small nod, acknowledging her response. Then I'll need to think of something myself. He turned his attention back to the locusts, his mind spinning as he tried to think of a solution. The locusts continued to swarm the farmlands below, but their presence didn't seem as daunting now. As Chen Ren's mind worked through the options, something clicked in his thoughts. The world around him was full of resources, and although he didn't have knowledge of modern solutions like DDT or pesticides, that didn't mean he was entirely without options. He just needed to approach this from a different angle. His eyes widened slightly as an idea hit him. He turned quickly to Angie. I might have a way, but to make it work, we'll need to run some... A few days passed since Chen Ren's arrival in Meadow Village, and as time went on, he slowly became accustomed to the peaceful surroundings. The relentless pace of Cloud Mist City, with its endless hustle and clamor, was replaced by a calm quietness that now seemed to settle into his bones. While the city was vibrant and full of opportunity, there was something about the simplicity of village life, its unhurried days and open, beautiful skies, that made it grow on him. As the days passed, Chen Ren found himself appreciating the stillness more and more, realizing that it was somewhere he could build the foundation for what he wanted. The cleaning of the houses had been quick. With the help of Chief Muyang's men and the reluctant cooperation of the bandits-turned-villagers, the once-neglected properties were now livable. The rooms were divided up, each person having their own designated space, though the children would be sharing, much to their displeasure. The houses were simple but functional, with enough space for everyone to settle comfortably. Among the tasks he had in mind, the most important was setting up rooms dedicated to his work. Therefore, he made one of the houses become his laboratory, the other his office. The laboratory was the place where he would experiment with new ideas, alchemy, arrays, talismans, and product creation in order to advance his business. The office was a space where he could strategize, organize, and reflect on his next moves. He needed both of the spaces. Having his own office, with the rustic, modest furniture arranged, filled him with a sense of accomplishment. It satisfied the part of him that had always dreamed of running his own business. A college graduate who had once spent hours looking for jobs, imagining what it would be like to one day sit behind a desk and make the decisions. Now, the office felt like a symbol of his journey. It was a place where he could take ownership, a place that grounded him in the vision of what he wanted to create. But beyond his new responsibilities, Chen Ren's focus was on three main things: cultivating, training, and researching ways to rid the village of the locusts that plagued the farmlands. Despite his Dao, which didn't require him to cultivate in the ways that others did, Chen Ren still enjoyed the meditative practice of an hour spent in his star space. There, he would focus his mind, reaching out, hoping for some sign from the golden dragon that had eluded him since the tournament. He couldn't help but feel the need to grow stronger. After all, in a world like this, danger was ever present, and survival depended on strength. As Chen Ren had learned firsthand, cultivation realms weren't the only factors that determined success in a battle. Combat techniques, the ability to stay calm during battle, and clever tactics played just as critical a role. He had quickly set into a routine, rising early each morning to practice his spear and palm techniques. And every time he put his skills into practice, he felt the growth in his rhythm and even movements. The time to practice, too, felt perfect with the calmness in the morning. Luckily, he didn't have to spar with Yalan, whose strength would surely leave him nursing bruises for days. Instead, he had another target in mind, an unlikely one, but a target nonetheless. The locusts. They were the perfect combat targets for now. Over the days, he had observed their behavior closely. He learned their patterns, how they would swarm in droves to devour anything in their path, how their movements were slightly erratic yet predictable once you understood the rhythm. The more he studied them, the more he realized he could lure them with food, both meat and anything sweet. And so he began to attract small groups of locusts to the edge of the farmland, setting up the perfect battlefield for his daily practice. At first, Chen Ren had considered just eradicating the locust while training. But quickly, he understood that while this was an excellent form of practice, wiping them all out would take months. The locusts were numerous, and killing them one by one, though effective, wasn't a permanent solution. He stuck to his original plan: gather information, find their weaknesses, and eventually devise a strategy that would rid the village of the plague once and for all. The constant exposure to the locusts allowed him to cut through their bodies and gain valuable insight into their anatomy. He took notes, observing their reactions to various stimuli, and piecing together patterns in their behavior. While each small victory over a group of locusts brought him satisfaction, it was his after-study that offered the real rewards. Still, it wasn't until one evening, after countless trials, that he finally found what he needed, not from his knowledge of Earth, but from this Xinxia world itself. The very next day, Chen Ren set to work. His hands worked fast, and the occasional hiss of ingredients being added to the cauldron filled the air every now and then. He mixed herbs, ground powders, and added oils into the large cauldron at the center of the room. He could smell the crushed leaves, root juices, and the fire of the cauldron. It was soothing in a way. Because the process had to be done carefully, he had already made a number of failed attempts, which resulted in an explosion or a reaction that sent smoke billowing out of the cauldron. The ingredients had been tricky, and his understanding of the alchemical processes in this world was still limited. But after countless failures, he finally felt like he was getting somewhere. His heart raced as the liquid inside the cauldron took on a shimmering, almost iridescent hue. He stepped back, wiping his brow, and looked down at the brew. There were no explosions, no violent reactions. It simmered peacefully. "I finally did it," he muttered to himself with a smile, the words barely escaping his lips. No explosions this time. For a moment, he stood there in silence, watching the concoction slowly bubble. The mixture had finally stabilized, its rich purple hue swirling within the cauldron. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he took in the result. With the cute. The basic alchemical book that Qing he had provided him was filled with information, more reliable than he had initially expected. He'd thought for sure he'd blow something up even this time. But so far, everything had held up. "I guess every new alchemist goes through a phase of explosions," he muttered to himself, shaking his head. "But at least I'm improving. Thanks to Qing Yi's books, I've actually made some real progress." He gave the mixture one last swirl, watching as the liquid shimmered in the cauldron. Satisfied, he turned to a nearby box containing a set of particular herbs, his fingers grazing over them as he began gathering the necessary ingredients. The makeshift alchemical lab he'd created for himself was far from impressive, but it served its purpose. Books, dried herbs, powders, and jars filled with various concoctions cluttered the shelves, their disorganized state a reflection of the rush he had been in to set up a functional space for his experiments. Though it wasn't much, it was his, and that, he thought, was the most important thing. As he picked up a bundle of red herbs, his mind wandered back to the task at hand. The locusts. His plan was starting to take shape. He needed something to make them go away, something that wasn't just brute force. The solution he was crafting now would hopefully provide that. Suddenly, the door creaked open behind him, and Chen Ren looked up to see Angie walking in, her hair tied back into a neat ponytail. She didn't look surprised to find him in the midst of another experiment, though her eyes were curious. "Tang Xiaolong was asking if you were going to have lunch," Angie asked respectfully. Chen Ren gave her a brief glance. "I'm busy right now," he replied. "I might just eat dinner straight. Once this is done, I'm planning to meet with the village chief." Angie nodded, but instead of leaving, she lingered by the door, watching him with quiet interest. Chen Ren turned back to his work, mixing the herbs carefully, adding a pinch of spirit grass to the bubbling concoction. As soon as it hit the cauldron, a puff of smoke rose from the mixture. He stepped back, pleased with the reaction. Nodding to himself, he let out a satisfied sigh. But before he could celebrate his success, Angie's voice broke the silence. "What are you doing, young master?" she asked, stepping closer. "Are you making a concoction for your cultivation?" Chen Ren glanced up, a small smile tugging at his lips. "No, it's not for me," he said, his voice light. "It's for the locusts. I'm making something for them to eat. Poison." Angie looked down at the herbs scattered across the table, her brow furrowing slightly. "Poison?" she repeated. "I didn't know there was poison for locusts. And these herbs, aren't they common?" "Yes, I got someone to get the herbs for me," Chen Ren said, nodding in confirmation. "And you're right about there not being a specific poison for locusts or pests in general. I'm actually following a recipe for poison mint for body-forging realm beasts, and then adding a few herbs that might make it lethal for the bugs." He glanced at the cauldron. "Though, mostly I'm just following the recipe. In the end, it's poison. It should work well." Angie nodded, but her curiosity still lingered. "But why?" Chen Ren straightened and wiped his hands on his clothes, his gaze fixed on the boiling concoction. "To get in their good books," he said with a small shrug. "Solving this problem will make the villagers feel more at ease with us. You know how they look at us right now. If I want to set up my base here, it's paramount we get them to think we're a force of good, not just outsiders causing trouble." Angie raised an eyebrow, clearly not convinced. "I'm not talking about that. You know that." She paused, her eyes narrowing as she thought of something. "There are better ways of accomplishing this, ways that cultivators are more likely to follow. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it." Chen Ren turned towards her, leaning slightly against the table. "Making them submit by force? A grand display of my strength." His tone was dry, almost mocking. "Yes, just that," Angie said without hesitation, meeting his gaze directly. "Why aren't you going for it?" Chen Ren let out a slow breath and shook his head, his voice soft but firm. "It's not my path. I can't do that. I'd cringe. And although my acting is good, there are limits to it." Angie didn't respond immediately. Her brow furrowed as she thought about his words, the silence hanging between them. After a moment, she spoke again. "I don't understand." Chen Ren turned fully toward her. "Think of it as Dao. Every cultivator follows their Dao, and there are principles in it. A martial Dao person also lives by rules. Sure, there are those who don't follow these principles, who oppress people, but I'm not going to be like that. My Dao doesn't allow that." He paused, rethinking his own words. "No, I won't allow that." He shook his head slowly, turning his attention back to the cauldron. "I know I could force them to submit, but that's not my way. It's not how I want to lead, and that's why I'm going this route." He paused for a moment before turning back to her, his voice quieter, almost as if testing the waters. "What about you? Do you have a path? Principles?" Angie froze, her body stiffening as the question hit her. Her eyes darted to the floor, as if searching for something she couldn't quite grasp. She opened her mouth to speak, then hesitated. Her lips parted again, but only silence came. After a long, drawn-out pause, she finally spoke, her voice a bit softer than before. "I don't," she said, the words slow and hesitant. "I don't have a path. I think. I just can walk anywhere." Chen Ren studied her carefully, his gaze unwavering. The uncertainty in her voice was palpable. It was clear to him that this was a question she had never really asked herself before. He remained quiet, letting her words sink in. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the faint bubbling of the cauldron. Finally, Chen Ren smiled, though it was a small, almost melancholic one. "Are you looking for one?" he asked. Angie's eyes shifted as she paused, clearly lost in thought. She looked down, her fingers fidgeting with the fabric of her sleeve, as if trying to put her feelings into words. "I don't know. I don't think I'm worthy of moving on any path." Chen Ren tilted his head. "Why is that?" he asked, his tone soft but probing, eager to understand her thoughts more deeply. Before she could answer, the cauldron let out a puff of smoke, drawing both of their attention. Chen Ren turned toward it, and a satisfied smile spread across his face as he assessed the mixture within. The concoction had taken on a deep, rich purple color, richer than the previous stage. A faint, almost eerie glow pulsed from within, and the air around it shifted with a herbal aroma. The texture of the liquid was thick, almost syrupy, and the consistency seemed just right. It was the kind of poison that would be slow-acting, but incredibly deadly to creatures with weaker vitality, like the locusts. Despite its strength, it didn't look like much on the surface. There were no extravagant colors or unusual effects, but Chen Ren knew better than to judge it by its simplicity. He leaned closer to the cauldron, inhaling the scent. "I believe it's ready." Turning back to Angie, he spoke. "It's finally time to go and finish this locust problem once and for all." The group stood silently atop the hill that overlooked the farmland. Chen Ren, Yalan, Xiaolan, Angie, Chief Miang, and a few other villagers were all present, looking at the large swarm of locusts hovering just beyond the edge of the farmland. The buzzing of the wings was now a constant, unsettling noise that filled their ears. Chief Miang stood slightly apart from the others, his hands clasped behind his back. He observed the locusts quietly before turning to Chen Ren. "Young Master Chen, are you sure it's going to work?" His tone was respectful, but there was a subtle hesitation there, as if the chief still had his doubts about the strange method that Chen Ren had chosen to deal with the locusts. "Of course, I'm not doubting your knowledge or anything," he quickly added, as if to ease any potential offense. "I think so. We just have to keep watching." His eyes shifted slightly to the edge of the clearing, where a single dead locust lay on the ground. Unlike the others, its body was slick with a faint sheen of liquid, evidence of the poison he had crafted. Chen Ren's gaze hardened as he observed it closely, anticipation building within him. The moment he had been waiting for arrived slowly, creeping into view as a group of 3 locusts approached the dead body. They hesitated for a moment, their antennae twitching as they inspected the corpse. He stood there, watching with a focused intensity as the locusts circled the corpse. A small thrill surged through him when none of them turned away, as he had feared they might. This was the first victory. He could feel a subtle sense of triumph rising in his chest, but he kept his composure. Then, one of the locusts leaned forward and took a cautious bite from its fallen comrade. Another followed soon after, snapping at the body with urgency. The scene played out exactly as he had hoped. Soon, all 3 were greedily feasting on the carcass of their own kind. Chen Ren had discovered during his observations that locusts were not only vicious feeders, but they would also feast on their own if one of them died, an instinct he planned to use to his advantage. At the sight, Chen Ren allowed himself a small smile, the tension in his body easing as the plan unfolded in front of him. Xiaolan, who had been watching intently, turned to him with a grin on her face. "They aren't being repulsed by the poison on the corpse," she observed. Chen Ren nodded, the smile on his lips growing faint but proud. "I made sure to add herbs that the locusts feast on during my experiments. I also made sure the poison smelled blended with those herbs. I don't think they know what they're eating." His eyes never left the locusts, still watching them with keen interest as they continued to devour the corpse. Chief Miang, though impressed, looked like kept his thoughts to himself for a moment before speaking again. "It seems you've thought of everything," he said. Chen Ren gave a small shrug, not wanting to let the moment become too celebratory. "It's just a start," he said. "We'll see how it goes from here." But deep down, he felt the satisfaction. Chen Ren watched as the locusts, one by one, fell to the ground, their bodies twitching before they lay still. Within moments, the first group of locusts was dead, and more were following suit. The distant buzzing from the rest of the swarm grew louder as more of the locusts, attracted by the scent of the poisoned bodies, swarmed toward the fallen. They too began feasting on their comrades, only to meet the same grim fate. "Keep watching," Chen Ren instructed. Xiaolan, standing beside him, gave a satisfied nod. "It's working better than expected." Chen Ren stretched, feeling a small sense of pride in his work. "By tomorrow, the entire farm will be free of them," he murmured, already thinking ahead. He turned toward the village chief, who was still watching in wonder, his expression a mix of gratitude and disbelief. "I'll leave more poison for you," Chen Ren said casually, his eyes still on the dead locusts. Chief Miang turned to him, bowing deeply. "Thank you, young master." You've solved such a large problem for us. If not for you, we would have been dead in a few months." He saw Muyang's eyes tearing up. "You can still be dead," he said bluntly. That earned Chen Ren a confused look. "The farms will take time to recover. Planting crops will be a slow process. But I have an idea to solve that." Chief Muyang blinked, taken aback by the bluntness of Chen Ren's statement. But then his eyes sharpened, and he leaned forward. "What is it, young master?" Chen Ren took a breath and adjusted his stance. "Is the locust problem exclusive to your village?" he asked. "No, not just here, but it's not as bad in the nearby villages. They come from a nest that have been growing recently because no cultivator has moved to burn them up. But even so, I know a few locusts make their way to the farms in these parts." Chen Ren nodded, already having pieced things together. "Then I will give you a batch of the poison. Use it for the nests. Sell it to the nearby villages and get food in return. I believe that saving them from a potential catastrophe will make them eager to give you their crops willingly." Chief Muyang's eyes widened as understanding dawned on him. He seemed to consider the plan for a moment before his face broke into a smile. "That could work. If we can handle the nests and offer this to the villages, we might be able to get enough food to survive while the farms recover." Chen Ren smiled, his plan coming to fruition. "Exactly. Not only will this help your village, but you'll be in a position to trade with the others for the food you need. It will take some work, but I'm confident you'll make it work." The village chief nodded, deeply moved by Chen Ren's foresight. "I'll make sure to use it wisely, young master. You've done more than we could have hoped for." "Thank you, young master," he bowed again. "No one has ever done something like this for our small village before. We are all in your debt." As he spoke, several villagers who had gathered around them also bowed in unison. Chen Ren felt a sudden wave of awkwardness. The reverence they showed him made him feel like he was standing in the presence of gods, or more like he was the god, a feeling that didn't sit well with him. He shifted uncomfortably, scratching the back of his neck, not quite used to being the center of so much reverence. Yalin snickered quietly at his discomfort, watching the scene unfold with amusement. Chen Ren shot the cat a glance, narrowing his eyes slightly. But Yalin simply tilted her head, the playful gleam in her amber eyes unmistakable. Ignoring the teasing cat, Chen Ren turned his attention back to the village chief, who was still bowing deeply. "I do want something out of you," he said. Chief Muyang paused, looking up in confusion. "What, young master? I don't think the village can give you anything. We are poor and have no mystical artifacts to offer." Chen Ren's expression remained serious as he looked at the old man. "Oh, you can give me something," he said cryptically, glancing at the gathered villagers, men and women. The village chief furrowed his brow, confused. "What do you need them for? Building something?" Chen Ren shook his head. "That will come. But no, I don't need them as laborers," he said. "I want you to send word to everyone in this village and the nearby villages that my sect, the Divine Coin Sect, will be recruiting members and checking for spirit roots in people. And even mortals can join us." "Recruiting mortals? Young master, you mean as servants? As laborers in your sect?" "No, not as servants. Actual members at the same standing as cultivators. Our Divine Coin Sect doesn't discriminate. We see value in all. Whether someone has spirit roots or not, they are welcome. We believe every individual has something to offer, regardless of their cultivation potential." Chief Muyang stood there for a moment, staring at him in stunned silence. It seemed the concept of mortal members in a cultivator's sect was foreign to him, something he had never encountered in his lifetime. "You mean mortal members?" the old man asked, still unsure. "But in a sect?" He shook his head slightly, trying to make sense of the idea. Chen Ren nodded firmly. "Exactly. Just get it done, and you will know more with time." Chief Muyang, though still a little confused by the idea, was now bowing once more. "I will get it done, young master. Give me 3 days, and I'll make sure that there will be lines of people wanting to join your sect." Chen Ren gave a satisfied nod. "Good. I'll be waiting." He turned to leave, but before he did, he glanced at the group of villagers still standing around. Their faces were a mix of curiosity, hope, and disbelief. But Chen Ren knew this would set the stage for the future. His sect would grow. He could feel it in his bones. As he and his group began to walk away, Yalin kept close by his side, her tail flicking lazily. "This will certainly be interesting," she mused. "I wonder if you'll find diamonds in this coal mine." Zihan's steps were quiet as he moved along a narrow dirt path. The forest was calm, eerily calm in this area, and no one dared to walk through it. Sunlight peeked down through the trees, creating a patchwork of light and shadow that covered the ground. On his back, he carried a sturdy bow, not because he expected trouble, but because years of guarding the village had taught him to always be prepared. The path sloped upward, leading to a small hill that overlooked the forest. Zihan didn't hurry. He knew what he would find at the top. As he climbed, the hill's crest came into view, and there, lying in the dappled sunlight, was the massive form of little Yuza. The wolf was resting, its dark obsidian fur shining. Its chest rose and fell slowly, the rhythm steady but marked by the strain of healing wounds. Even now, it bore the marks around its chest and throat from the fight with that cultivator, Chen Ren. Beside the wolf, leaning casually against its side, was Z1. His older brother sat with his knees drawn up, arms draped loosely over them as he gazed at the sky above. His face carried that familiar, faraway look, the one Zihan had seen countless times before. It was as if Z1's body was here, but his mind was somewhere else entirely. Zihan didn't call out to him. He knew better. Instead, he kept walking, his footsteps crunching faintly on the scattered leaves and twigs. He only stopped when he was a few paces away. Finally, Z1 stirred, his sharp eyes flicking toward Zihan as if snapping back to reality. He straightened slightly, one hand brushing against little Yuza's fur. "Is it lunch already?" Z1 asked casually, as though he hadn't just spent hours daydreaming on top of a hill. Zihan shook his head. "No, it's still hours away." "I thought so." Z1 stretched, rolling his shoulders and shifting his weight. He glanced briefly at the bow on Zihan's back before looking back up at the sky. "For a moment, I was worried I'd wasted half the day and didn't even catch anything worthwhile." He paused, then turned his eyes back to Zihan. "So why are you here?" Zihan crossed his arms and met his brother's gaze. "Do you really not remember? I told you last night. It's time to go." Z1 frowned, his expression darkening. "I've already told you my answer. I'm not applying to another sect." He leaned back against the wolf's side, shaking his head. "You don't understand, Zihan. You're young. These sects only care about spirit roots, background, and what you can offer them. They're selfish. And if you can't meet their standards, they'll toss you aside like garbage." His voice hardened, his words laced with bitterness. Zihan sighed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "First of all, I'm in my late 20s. I'm not that young. Second, you've been saying the same thing every time this comes up. And third, the village chief said this is different. Young Master Chen Ren specifically asked for you, to be there." Z1 snorted. "Different how? That cultivator is only interested in little Yuza. Nothing else." Zihan shrugged, glancing at the wolf, which let out a low grunt, almost as if agreeing with Z1's words. "Maybe. Little Yuza is special enough to draw attention. But you know as well as I do that Chen Ren didn't kill us. Any other cultivator would have done it without hesitation." Z1 didn't respond immediately. His frown deepened, his gaze shifting to the wolf at his side, whose teal eyes remained closed in rest. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. He sighed. "Yeah, I do. But..." Zihan cut him off this time. "Not only that, he killed the locusts, brother one. Nothing we tried worked against them. Our traps, our fires, none of it made a difference. But in less than a week, Chen Ren wiped them out. And not just that, he let the village chief harvest the poison. Chief Muyang traded it with nearby villages that were struggling with those nests, and you know how much it helped everyone." Zihan stepped closer, his voice quieter but more pointed. He didn't ask for anything in return. No payment, no tribute, and he wasn't sent by a sect to do it either. He did it because he wanted to help us. Z1 hesitated, his lips pressed into a thin line as he looked down at his hands. For a moment, the only sound was the soft breeze rustling through the trees. He looked as if he was deep in thought, considering everything that has happened so far. "So what are you saying? That he's different from the others? That he's not like the usual cultivators? Yes, Zihan said, and his eyes steady as they met his brother's. And we should give him a chance. I know you don't like your current life. You have never enjoyed being just a hunter. Ziwan scoffed lightly and shook his head. You think I don't know what you're doing, Zihan? You're trying to say I'm unhappy. But you're wrong. My life is peaceful, spending time with little Yuza, hunting when I need to. What more do I need? Zihan took a step closer. Maybe you have had enough peace, brother. I know you. You've never been content with just this. You're not happy. You've always had ambition. You just buried it under all this talk of peace. And you're not the only one. He took a breath. I have ambitions too, brother one. I've just never talked about them. I don't want to spend my entire life as the guard of this village. I want to try for something bigger, and this might be your chance. Ziwan stared at him. I'm going, brother. Even without spirit roots, I'll try. If they're taking mortals, then maybe, just maybe I'll find a place there. You're free to stay, but I hope you won't. With that, Zihan turned, his steps slow as he made his way back down the hill. Although he knew he couldn't change his brother's heart, a part of him clinged onto the hope that maybe, just maybe, Ziwan would listen to him. But he'd been wrong, even if he'd said everything he wanted to. Run. Therefore, he kept walking. The path he'd come from seemed longer now. He sighed, but before he had gone far, he heard the sound of his brother's voice calling out. Wait, Zihan. Zihan stopped and turned around. His brother was already on his feet, shrugging the dust off of his pants, and he hesitantly looked up. I'm coming with you. Zihan's lips widened at that. Then hurry. I heard a lot of people are already gathering there. Ziwan gave a faint grunt, glancing back at little Yuza, as if seeking some silent reassurance before taking a step forward. The wolf got up with him. Together, the two brothers and little Yuza started walking down the hill. Chen Ren stood on the wooden balcony of one of the buildings he owned, his arms crossed as he surveyed the crowd gathered below. The sight before him was more overwhelming than he had expected. Over 200 people had shown up, their voices blending into a sea of chatter and excitement that echoed across the courtyard. The crowd was diverse. Young parents with their children, curious villagers, and even the odd elder, all gathered for one reason: the chance to test their aptitude for cultivation. The majority of the crowd he saw were teenagers, some barely in their early teens, standing nervously beside their parents. Chen Ren noted the hopeful gleam in their eyes and the way their parents hovered protectively, their expressions a mix of pride and anxiety. In the Kellyan Empire, the process of the aptitude test hadn't been the easiest to get done. For that, they needed a root stone, a tool that was known to detect spirit roots. When touched, it would light up in response to the presence of spirit roots within a person, and the intensity of the glow would indicate the strength of those roots. It was a simple yet effective method, but one rarely accessible to the average villager. Aptitude tests were conducted only once every 3 years in designated cities or sect strongholds, and the cost and journey involved deterred many families from participating. The odds weren't in their favor either. Only 1 in 100 people might possess spirit roots. For most, the journey wasn't worth the risk of crushing disappointment. Moreover, only guardian sects and a few established ones had the required capital to get a root stone. For the majority of sects, they didn't have the resources to conduct an aptitude test and could only take in the scraps of the bigger sections. Fortunately, he had no need for such a stone with Yalin's presence. Chen Ren knew he was making a bold move by hosting this test here, in a place where no sect had ever bothered to hold such an event. But he also knew the potential it held, not just for the people gathered here, but for himself. This wasn't merely an act of charity or goodwill. After today, one of his most pressing problems would be solved: the lack of manpower for both his business and his budding sect. As he leaned forward slightly, scanning the crowd, he felt the kind of energy that he could use to his advantage. But first, he needed to bring some order to the chaos. He walked around, descending the stairs, and reached the front of the crowd, who'd big smiles plastered on their faces. Taking a deep breath, he raised his voice. Everyone, please calm down. His words cut through the noise, and the crowd gradually quieted, all eyes turning toward him A lot of the teenagers try to take a better look at him while getting to their tiptoes. I know you've been waiting for this chance to see if you or your children have the talent to join our sect or even the intelligence to work alongside us. The test will begin shortly. But first, I need your cooperation. Anyone over the age of 14 is not eligible to participate in the test. This is a strict requirement. Secondly, please form a line. There's no need to push or shove. Everyone will get their turn. The crowd began to shuffle, the parents guiding their children into some semblance of a line while others stood among themselves. Chen Ren could feel the anticipation building again, but now it was tempered with order. No one wanted to anger a cultivator. Even still, half of the crowd still stood unorganized, pushing each other to. Chen Ren turned toward Chief Myong, Xiulan, and Angie, who stood nearby with expectant gazes. I'll start the test soon. Make sure everyone forms a proper line and send them in one by one. With this many people, and I'm sure more will come once word spreads, we might need to continue tomorrow. For now, let's begin. The trio nodded in unison, quickly stepping into action to organize the crowd. Satisfied, Chen Ren stepped toward the small wooden building that had been prepared for the test. Inside, the room was simple yet functional, with a single chair in the center and a desk pushed against the far wall. Yalan, in her beastly yet graceful form, lounged on the desk, her amber eyes half-lidded in boredom. Her tail swayed lazily behind her as she tilted her head. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Did you see anything interesting out there? She asked, her voice carrying a teasing lilt. Chen Ren lowered himself into a chair opposite her, the slight creak of the wood breaking the silence. No, he replied, shaking his head. They all seemed ordinary. No visible signs of a special physique or unique characteristics. But who knows? Maybe we'll uncover a hidden bloodling or two. Yalan flicked her tail with a soft thump against the desk. You're awfully optimistic, she said, smirking. I suppose a sect leader needs to be. Before Chen Ren could respond, the door creaked open, revealing the first pair of entrants, a middle-aged man and a teenage girl. Both bowed deeply before stepping inside, their movements stiff with nervous respect. Chen Ren straightened in his chair, offering a small nod of acknowledgement. Are you both here to take the test? The man quickly shook his head, his hands gripping his hat tightly. No, young master. I am just a farmer, content with my life. But my daughter, he gestured toward the girl, his voice trembling slightly. My daughter, Zushi, has dreams of something greater. She wishes to take the test. Chen Ren studied the girl for a moment. Her hands were clenched at her sides, her knuckles white, but her eyes, they were sparkling with hope. Very well, he said, gesturing toward the chair in the center of the room. Sit here. Zushi moved quickly and lowered herself into the chair. Chen Ren glanced at Yalan, who nodded, and then he rose gracefully from his chair. Stepping forward, he put his hand lightly on Zushi's head. This will only take a moment, he said, his voice soothing yet firm. Zushi nodded, her face taut with anticipation. She seemed like she expected a light to come out of Chen Ren's hands, but nothing happened for a few seconds. Moments later, Yalan's voice echoed in Chen Ren's mind. She doesn't have a spirit root. She's destined to remain mortal. Chen Ren exhaled softly. This is going to hurt. He pulled his hand back and took a step away. The room grew quiet as Chen Ren looked at Zushi, her eyes searching his face for any sign of hope. He nodded solemnly, his eyes softening as he looked at the girl. I'm sorry, he said gently, but you don't have spirit roots. The word struck like a hammer. The girl's lip quivered, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears as her shoulders hunched forward. She looked as though she was moments away from breaking down entirely. Her father placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. It was clear he had anticipated this result, though it did little to ease the sting. It's okay, Zushi, he said softly. Let's go back home. As they turned to leave, Chen Ren raised a hand, stopping them in their tracks. Wait, he said, and that made both of them freeze on their spot. Before you go, I have something to say. They turned back toward him, Her father's eyebrows frowned in confusion, while Zushi's somber expression turned to one of hope. Although you don't have a spirit root, the Divine Coin sect is unique, Chen Ren explained. We don't just accept cultivators. Mortals who can contribute meaningfully to the sect are just as valuable to us. If you're interested, you can stay and take an interview to see if you qualify as a mortal member. Zushi's teary eyes widened in surprise. Can I really get in? Yes. If you're able to pass the interview, we'd be happy to have you. The girl's father looked at Chen Ren with a deep bow, gratitude flickering in his weathered face. Thank you, young master, he said sincerely. Zushi straightened her back, her tears forgotten. I will do my best, she declared, her voice steadier now. Chen Ren gestured for her to sit back in the chair. Let's begin, then. As he got comfortable in his own seat, Chen Ren's thoughts drifted to the purpose of this interview. In his previous life, back on Earth, interviews were the backbone of building trust and competency within organizations. He had adapted the process to fit the Xinxiao world, asking questions that tested not just knowledge, but also character, critical thinking, and adaptability. A sect wasn't just built on raw power. It needed loyal, capable people to function and thrive. So, he started with a simple question. Do you know how to read and write? Zushi nodded hesitantly. I know how to read, but I have trouble writing. Chen Ren made a mental note of her answer, his expression neutral as he moved on. The questions varied in scope, covering basic maths, logic, and personal values. If you were trusted with a task by a sect elder and caused an issue that might jeopardize the sect, what would you do? Would you inform the elder or try to solve it yourself? He asked, testing her integrity. I would inform the elder immediately, Zushi replied confidently. If I try to solve it myself and it gets worse, the punishment will be far worse. I will rather accept my shortcomings. He nodded, scribbling a tick mark beside her name on a parchment before moving on to the next question that tested her ability to think practically. All right, Zushi, let's try something a little more difficult. Picture this. You're in a room with 3 levers. Each lever controls one of 3 fireplaces in an adjacent room. You can only enter the room with the fireplaces once. How do you determine which lever controls which fireplace? Zushi took a deep breath, furrowing her brow as she began to consider the problem. She took some time. Her fingers moved as if she was playing the scenario in her mind. Finally, she spoke. I would pull the first lever and leave it on for a few minutes. Then, I'd stop and pull the second lever. That'd be all that I'm doing in that room. Then, I would enter the room with the fireplaces. The one that is still warm but unlit is controlled by the first lever. The one that's lit is controlled by the second lever. The one that's cold and unlit is controlled by the third lever. Chen Ren nodded, pleased. All right, she could think logically, do very simple math. She knows her structures when it came to sect values. And maybe one more question. Let's say there's a war between 2 cities over resources. How do you think you can make a profit from it? And what do you think are the most important resources during... Zushi furrowed her brow, deep in thought. The question clearly caught her off guard, and she chewed on her lip as she considered her answer. Finally, she spoke. I think I could contribute by supporting the side I believe is most likely to win, she said cautiously. As for resources, weapons. A war needs weapons. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow, waiting for more, but she hesitated. After a moment, she shook her head. I can't think of anything else, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Chen Ren nodded thoughtfully, tapping his fingers against the armrest of his chair. Weapons are important, he said slowly, but wars are fought on more than just the battlefield. Food to sustain soldiers, medicine to treat the wounded, and information to outmaneuver the enemy are just as vital. Zushi's eyes widened as understanding dawned on her face. She nodded quickly. I'll remember that, she said earnestly. Chen Ren placed his hand on his chin and studied her in her answers. There was room for growth, but there was also potential. He'd seen enough. All right, you can go now. We'll notify you through the village chief whether or not you've been accepted. The girl and her father stood, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, young master, the father said, his voice thick with emotion. The girl followed suit, her hands clasped tightly in front of her as she struggled to contain her nervous energy. Chen Ren offered a small nod of acknowledgement, watching as they turned and left the room. Once the door closed behind them, he turned to Yalan, who had been lounging on the desk with her tail swishing lazily in the air. "She's poor," Yalan said bluntly, her eyes narrowing in mild disinterest. "I believe she's decent," he replied. "Not many around here know how to both read and write. She may not be extraordinary, but at least she tries to think critically. With proper training, she could become a good employee." Yalan yawned. "Sure, if you're willing to invest the time. But let's see if there are better candidates first." Chen Ren chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Fair enough." Before they could linger further on the subject, the door creaked open again. Chen Ren straightened in his seat as the second candidate entered. A middle-aged woman accompanied by a young boy who clutched her hand tightly. The two bowed deeply as they stepped forward. The woman's posture was stiff, and her eyes darted nervously around the room, while the boy clung to her side, peering at Chen Ren with wide, curious eyes. "Start. Let's see how this one would go," Yalan said, and they began. For the next 2 hours, the process became a routine for Chen Ren. Villagers came and went, each hoping to find a spark of opportunity within the Divine Coin sect. After conducting the aptitude tests, he found that not a single person had even one spirit root. Disappointingly, even the interviews yielded little promise. Most of the villagers didn't know how to read or write, which came as no surprise. Education was a rarity, even in the cities, but the lack of basic skills posed a significant obstacle for Chen Ren's vision for the sect. Although he was willing to overlook such limitations for individuals who showed promise in other areas, very few demonstrated the curiosity or critical thinking he sought. Most seemed motivated by the prestige of joining a sect or the desire for stable work. Reasonable goals, but not the mindset Chen Ren needed. He wanted people eager to grow, learn, and contribute, yet such candidates were proving increasingly rare. Still, Chen Ren persisted, summoning one hopeful after another, patiently conducting the tests and interviews despite his mounting disappointment. Just as he finished speaking with yet another uninspiring candidate, a commotion outside the room broke his focus. He frowned, glancing toward the door. The muffled sound of voices rose, followed by the unmistakable low growl of an animal. "Should we go and see?" Yalan was soon cut off when two familiar faces appeared in the doorway, both bowing towards him with stiff shoulders. Behind them, a wolf's sharp eyes and bristling fur peeked through the doorframe. A grin spread across Chen Ren's face as he leaned back in his chair. Finally, someone worth recruiting, he thought. "It's good to see you both," he greeted. The two brothers straightened. Zihan, the younger, gave a slight nod, while his elder brother, Z1, crossed his arms and grunted nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the wolf, little Yuza, stood silently, its intelligent eyes watching Chen Ren carefully. Chen Ren gestured toward the doorway. "Before we begin, can you have your wolf wait outside? As much as I'd like to see how obedient it is, this space isn't ideal for animals." Ziwen turned to the wolf. "Yuza, behave and wait outside." The wolf gave no sign of protest, trotting off obediently to settle just beyond the door. Chen Ren's eyes twinkled with approval. He nodded at the brothers, motioning for them to step forward. "So, you two want to join the sect?" Zihan replied with a simple yes, while Ziwen grunted again, his lack of enthusiasm evident. Chen Ren smirked slightly and fixed his gaze on Z1. "I don't think you need an aptitude test." Zihan watched his elder brother, Z1, with a raised eyebrow who looked equally surprised. "You know?" Ziwen asked, maintaining his eye contact with Chen Ren. Chen Ren smiled and shrugged. "Hard to miss when the wolf is always trailing behind you, and I have a decent chi perception." He met Ziwen's gaze, his smile widening. "You're a cultivator." Ziwen's brow furrowed, but he didn't deny it. "Barely," he muttered. "I'm only in the body-forging realm, and on top of that, in the first star." "How long have you been cultivating?" 20 years, Ziwen answered with a shrug. Chen Ren's eyes narrowed, surprised by the answer. But before he could speak, Ziwen added, I haven't really cultivated for 19 of those years. The first year, I was in a sect, tried to go against the heavens, but eventually, I accepted my fate and my meager talent. How do you know your talent is bad? Ziwen scoffed, bitterness creeping into his voice. I only have 24 spirit roots. At this, Chen Ren couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. So, you gave up on cultivating just because of that? Ziwen's frown deepened, and his posture stiffened, and he clutched his hands by his sides. There were other reasons, but yes, that was part of it. What's so funny? Are you making fun of me? Chen Ren quickly waved his hands in a placating gesture. No, not at all. It's just that I don't think having fewer spirit roots really matters that much. I myself have only 21 spirit roots, and in the past year, I've gone from the third star of the body forging realm to breaking through into the chi refinement realm. The words hung in the air for a moment as Wen's eyes widened. He looked at Chen Ren, clearly trying to determine whether the young man was lying or telling the truth. Sit down, Chen Ren instructed, gesturing toward a chair before he could say anything. Before you have any questions, I'd love to hear why you left cultivation behind. And if you're really interested in joining the Divine Coin sect, we will start the interview after that. Chen Ren looked at the duo of siblings. Zihan and Wen sat there. The latter was stiff, arms crossed, had his emotions masked with a stubborn face. Chen Ren leaned forward, resting his elbow on his knee, and broke the silence with a calm but pointed question. So, do you want to talk about why you left your sect? Wen's brow furrowed, his lips pressing into a thin line. The question seemed to hit a nerve. His gaze dropped to the ground, unfocused, as if sifting through distant memories. Do you really want to know? If you and your brother are here, it means you at least have some hope of joining my sect. So yes, I'd like to know your background. Wen snorted softly, his lips curling into a wry smile. I was just dragged here. Chen Ren raised one eyebrow, exhaling through his nose. You wouldn't have been dragged here if you didn't want to come. I like to talk straight, so why don't you? Zihan, who had been quietly drawing, paused. He looked up. He's right, brother. Wen sighed, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. He stared at the ground for a long moment, then shook his head. Fine. It's not like I have anything to hide. Chen Ren didn't press him, merely waiting in calm silence. The quietness that stretched seemed to urge Wen to continue. He glanced at Chen Ren, then back to the ground, his voice quieter now. It was a long time ago, Wen began, his eyes filled with nostalgia, but the scrunch of his nose showed that the man was bitter for whatever had happened. My parents took me to Lotus City. There was a sect there, Heavenly Lotus Sect, conducting aptitude tests. I was just a kid then, and I was fascinated by cultivators. The stories about them, their feats, how they could fight armies single-handedly, how they were practically gods walking among mortals. I begged my parents to let me take the test. Zihan seemed to hold his breath, while Wen continued. Chen Ren guessed that even his brother hadn't heard the story in detail and knew only bits of it. My parents had no reason to say no, but I'm sure they expected me to fail. No one in my family had ever cultivated, not even a trace of talent. He laughed bitterly, the sound hollow. But when fate plays its hand, even the impossible becomes possible. Chen Ren remained silent, his calm gaze unrelenting. Wen met it for a moment before looking away again. They found I had spirit roots. Just a meager amount, but it was enough. They took me in. The Heavenly Lotus sect was an established sect. They didn't take in just anyone, but they made an exception for me since they needed a specific number of disciples from the city. Wen paused. At the time, I thought I was the luckiest person alive. My parents were happy for me when I was taken in. I was excited too. I thought, despite my meager talent, I'd defy the heavens and reach the top. The kind of foolish confidence only a child could have. Zihan watched his brother with wide, unblinking eyes. But that confidence didn't last. Wen continued, his voice heavy with old wounds. A month in the sect, I learned just how far from the top I really was. I was at the bottom of the bottom, a servant. Chen Ren's brows furrowed slightly, though he didn't interrupt. They gave me tasks, sweeping the training grounds, scrubbing the hallways, fetching water. The kind of jobs that reminded you every day just how worthless you were. And even when I had time to cultivate, I barely made any progress. My talent, it was like trying to fill a broken jar with water. Ziwen clenched his fists. Every day, my confidence cracked a little more. And then he found me. Who? Chen Ren asked. Ziwen exhaled sharply, his hands relaxing. The son of one of the elders. He lost a fight to someone before and must have been looking to vent. I was weak enough, and I guess I looked pathetic enough to make a perfect target. His voice turned hard. We sparred. I lost badly, and he laughed at me. After that, he decided I'd make a good punching bag, and that's what I became. Zihan's mouth to interrupt. Brother, you weren't just a punching. I was one, just one that didn't give up. Ziwen cut in sharply, his voice rising for the first time. He paused, his hands trembling, before continuing, softer now. I kept trying. I learned every technique I could, cultivated every spare moment. But no matter what I did, no matter how hard I tried, I kept losing, over and over, until I couldn't take it anymore. I ran, Ziwen said quietly. I left the sect and ran back to Meadow Village, home. My family was just happy to have me back. I told them I didn't want to be a cultivator, and they didn't care about my failure. They just wanted their son back. He forced a small smile. I helped on the farms, became a hunter, and tried to live peacefully, especially after I found Yuza, with Tilda, the wolf. Chen Ren said. Ziwen nodded, his face now lit with a soft smile. Little Yuza, a stray beast wolf, barely alive when I found him in a trap. I raised him, and he's been my companion ever since. Ziwen's gaze returned to Chen Ren, his shoulders sinking. That's my story. Pathetic, I know. I actually came here because I was curious about you. But now I know even someone like you wouldn't want a cultivator like me. Someone with no prospects who ran away from the first real challenge they faced. Silence fell, heavy and unyielding. Ziwen's words hung in the air, raw and unfiltered. Chen Ren studied him, his expression unreadable, but behind his calm exterior, his thoughts churned. He thought of all the cultivators like Z1, those who were cast aside, mocked, and crushed under the weight of expectations. How many had given up? How many were bullied into believing they were worthless by others who thought themselves superior? Zihan shifted closer to his brother, resting a hand on Ziwen's shoulder. You know that's not true, brother. Ziwen let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. I didn't lie. That is what happened. I gave up. I went back on everything that makes a cultivator. Resilience, growth, strength. I abandoned all of it. Zihan's grip tightened. No, you didn't. You tried. I failed. Ziwen snapped, cutting him off. That's what matters. I couldn't overcome it. I ran. Doesn't that prove I wasn't cut out for it? His voice cracked slightly, but he steadied it with a deep breath. Before Zihan could respond, Chen Ren spoke. I don't think you went back on what a cultivator should be. Both brothers turned to him, surprised. Ziwen frowned, his brow furrowed. What do you mean? I don't think you're weak, and I don't think you failed in the way you think you did. For what you've told me, you didn't just roll over. You stood up every day and tried to beat that so-called young master. You kept going, even when the odds were stacked against you. That shows resilience. Ziwen let out a hollow laugh. Resilience doesn't matter if you lose in the end. Chen Ren shook his head. You only lost because the martial Dao is in your path. What? You were walking a Dao that rejects you, and you reject it, even if you don't realize it yet, Chen Ren explained. I don't understand, Ziwen admitted, frustration creeping into his tone. Chen Ren didn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze drifted to the door, where a wolf-shaped shadow lingered just outside. A smirk played on his lips as he turned back to the brothers. I'll explain it to you, but right now, I don't think we have the time, because there's a long line of candidates waiting out there. So, for now, I'll just say this. I don't care about your past. What I care about is whether you're ready to move forward. If you are, I'd be more than happy to have you and your brother in my sect. Ziwen's eyes widened slightly. You would? Of course, Chen Ren said with a shrug, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. But let's be clear, I'd still need to conduct an interview first. No free passes, even for interesting candidates like you. If you pass, I'll welcome you both into the Divine Coin sect. Ziwen hesitated, his mouth opening to say something, but Chen Ren held up a hand to stop him. And I know you've had bad experiences in your previous sect, Chen Ren continued. But let me make one thing clear. No one in the Divine Coin sect will treat you like that. We'll have strict regulations to ensure that stronger members don't bully weaker ones. Sparring is for growth, not for venting frustrations or showing off. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing. So what do you say? Ziwen froze. He looked at his younger brother, who was already smiling. Zihan spoke up before his brother could. We're in. Chen Ren gave a small nod, then glanced at Yalan, who sat, appearing for all the world like an ordinary cat. With that, Chen Ren turned back to the brothers. All right, he said. Let's start the interview. Like with the candidates before them, Chen Ren's questions ranged across various topics: goals, integrity, mathematics, and more. He wanted to see not only their capabilities, but also their character. Ziwen was composed but cautious in his answers. His desire to rekindle his ambition as a cultivator shone through, though there was a lingering hesitation in his voice. His brother, Zihan, on the other hand, surprised Chen Ren. Despite lacking spirit roots, Zihan excelled in mathematical questions, answering them faster and more accurately than Ziwen. His sharp mind compensated for what he lacked in cultivation potential. Both brothers could read and write, which was another point in their favor. Their reasons for joining the Divine Coin sect were honest and grounded. Ziwen sought redemption and growth, while Zihan, tired of his past as a guard and occasional bandit, yearned for purpose and belonging. Chen Ren found himself nodding as their answers aligned with what he had in mind. The two might not be extraordinary by conventional standards, but they had qualities that could help build the Divine Coin sect into something greater. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. Finally, he inhaled and asked the final question. This will be a hypothetical scenario. The brothers exchanged a glance, then focused on Chen Ren as he outlined the scenario. The same question about profiting during a war. As Ziwen opened his mouth to answer, Chen Ren held up a hand, stopping him. I'll give you a different question, he said, turning his attention to Zihan. Zihan furrowed his brow, thinking deeply before responding. I've never been in a war, he admitted, but if something like this is happening, there's no point in siding with anyone. Instead, it's better to stay in the shadows. Chen Ren's eyebrows raised slightly in interest. Why is that? Because, Zihan said after a brief pause, until the end, you don't know who might win. You can make a bet on someone, but that's always a risk. There's no reason to take it when better options exist for making a profit. What are these better options you mentioned? Zihan straightened. In war, the essentials are rations, weapons, manpower, and countless other supplies. Controlling those industries is the way to profit. You can sell to both sides using proxies, staying neutral, and earning a fortune while others exhaust themselves fighting. Chen Ren's smile deepened, a spark of approval lighting his expression. Very well. That's a good answer. He turned to Ziwen. As for you, I'm not going to give you a similar question. Ziwen nodded cautiously, bracing himself. If you were given the chance to take revenge against the sect that cast you out, Chen Ren asked, would you take it? Would you kill the young master who forced you to give up on cultivation? Ziwen froze, his eyes widening. The question clearly caught him off guard. He glanced at his brother, who gave him a subtle, encouraging nod. Taking a deep breath, Ziwen lowered his gaze, deep in thought. I won't lie. If I became strong enough and that man stood before me again, I'd want to spar with him, to prove to myself that I could beat him. He paused, his fists clenching. But would I kill him? I don't know. Revenge doesn't drive me anymore. It's been too long, and I'm not petty enough to chase after someone who might not even remember me. I realized something. It's better to focus on improving myself than wasting time on the past. Chen Ren gave a genuine smile, satisfied with the answer. Very well. You both passed. Welcome to the Divine Coin sect. Zihan's face broke into a wide grin, and he immediately bowed low. Thank you, sect leader Chen. Ziwen, more reserved, rose from his seat and bowed as well. Though stoic, There was a quiet sincerity in his voice. "Thank you, sect leader Chen." Chen Ren waved his hand lightly. "You can both return for now. Once recruitment is complete, I'll call for you." He then focused on Z1. "I know you have questions about my spirit roots and what I said about martial Dao not being your path. I'll explain everything after recruitment is done." "Thank you." With that, the brothers left, leaving Chen Ren and Yalan alone in the room. After the brothers had left, the room fell silent, save for the faint scratching of Chen Ren's quill as he jotted down notes. Setting it aside, he turned to Yalan, who was perched lazily behind. "Looks like we got two good members," Chen Ren said with a small smile. Yalan stretched, her tail flicking lazily before she glanced at him. "One." Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. "The older one might have some potential," Yalan clarified. "But the younger one? He doesn't even have spirit roots. At best, he'll make a good worker. I doubt he'll ever be of much use offensively." A low chuckle escaped Chen Ren. "Give it time. You'll see." Yalan narrowed her eyes, studying him intently. "What's going on in that mind of yours, Chen Ren?" "Nothing much," he replied, the corners of his mouth curving into a sly smile. "You'll know in time." "Umph." Yalan snickered, hopping down from her place. "Always so cryptic." "Fine, let's continue with the recruitment then. Though I doubt your so-called optimism will bear any fruit." Chen Ren stood and stretched, motioning toward the door for the next candidate. "Who knows? We might just find another cultivator among these villagers." Yalan let out a dry laugh. "If we do, I'll eat my tail. I'd be surprised if there's another cultivator in this entire group." Chen Ren grinned. "Then let's see whose predictions come true." As Yalan settled beside him, Chen Ren called out for the next candidate. The smell of sawdust filled his nostrils. The man sat cross-legged on the wooden floor of his small hut, his hands deftly carving patterns into the wooden puppet in front of him. The puppet, no larger than a toddler, was detailed down to the folds of its clothing, its wooden fingers joined for mobility. A set of tiny symbols snaked along its limbs. "The balance is off. If the hand's embedded here, it'll throw off the leg's flexibility. I need to realign this section." Knock, knock. The sudden interruption made his hand slip, the blade nicking the puppet's arm. His jaw clenched, irritation flaring as he set the carving tool down with a loud thunk. Rising to his feet, he stomped toward the door. "Who dares?" He flung the door open, only to be greeted by the sight of a scruffy-haired boy grinning up at him. The boy barely came up to his waist, his patched-up shirt hanging loose on his thin frame. "What do you want, little Gua?" the man growled, his tone sharp. "Brother Hong," the boy chirped, undeterred by the glare. "Did you hear? A sect's recruiting people in Meadow Village." Hong's eyes narrowed, his irritation giving way to faint curiosity. "A sect? What's its name?" "The Divine Coin Sect," Zhou declared proudly, his grin widening. "Divine Coin Sect?" Hong repeated, his brows knitting together. He rolled the name around in his mind, but came up blank. "Never heard of it. Why are you telling me this?" Zhou crossed his arms, clearly enjoying himself. "My mom said they're taking mortals too. She told me to tell you because maybe you can join and stop sitting at home playing with your dolls." Before Hong could react, Zhou let out a loud laugh, turned, and sprinted away down the dirt path. "Damn brat," Hong muttered, shaking his head as he closed the door. He returned to the puppet, picking up his tools, but his focus was gone. The boy's words nagged at him. "A sect taking immortals?" he murmured, his knife pausing mid-cut. "That's unusual. No sect worth its name recruits mortals, not even for menial work. That's what outer disciples are for." His thoughts spiraled. "I've never heard of this Divine Coin Sect either. A new sect?" Or a sudden chill ran down his spine as his mind conjured the worst possibility. A demonic sect. The words escaped his lips like a curse. "They're trying to gather mortals for a ritual sacrifice, aren't they?" The more Hong thought about it, the more convinced he became. It's too suspicious. A sect no one's heard of, recruiting mortals? It's either a trap or something worse. He glanced at the puppet on his workbench, its incomplete form seeming to mock him. With a sigh, he set down his tools and stood, grabbing his cloak. "I need to check this out," he muttered, striding toward the door. Once outside, Hong glanced toward the edge of the village where the forest was. He took a deep breath, then tapped into his chi. The energy surged through his body, and with a leap, he disappeared into the trees, his speed a blur to the naked eye. The dense forest whipped past him as he pushed his cultivation, covering miles in mere minutes. His mind raced as fast as his feet. If this really is a demonic sect, I need to find out before they harm anyone. As the trees thinned, the sprawling fields of Meadow Village came into view. Hong slowed his pace, his keen eyes scanning the area. He didn't have to look far. A large crowd had already gathered in the village square, forming a line that stretched toward the entrance of the house. A burly old man stood at the front of the crowd, his hands clasped in front of him as he nodded and talked to the village men, who were clearly excited. Behind him was a small young woman, probably a maid. Around them were a group of kids, helping to keep the line in order because of the eager crowd. Hong frowned as he approached the scene. "Looks like I found them." As Hong found himself among the crowd, the murmur of voices reached his ears. Villagers whispered excitedly about two brothers who had been accepted into the sect. Snippets of conversation flitted past him. They say they had to go through an interview. They say he is asking questions. Must be nice to get in so easily. Easily? I heard they answered a lot of questions. The more Hong listened, the deeper his frown grew. His confusion was mounting. He felt no trace of demonic chi in the air. None of the sinister energy he expected to find if this were truly a trap. Instead, there was an odd sense of anticipation and unease, but nothing outright malicious. As he pushed closer to get a better look at the house where the so-called recruitment was taking place, a voice yelled at him. "Hey, get in line like everyone else." Hong turned to see an older man glaring at him, arms crossed. Several other villagers shot him similarly annoyed looks. Hong started, but then quickly clamped his mouth shut. Drawing too much attention to himself could jeopardize his cover. With a reluctant sigh, he muttered, "Fine," and shuffled to the back of the line. He stood there, arms crossed, his sharp eyes taking in everything around him. People came and went from the house, most emerging with crestfallen faces. He could hear snippets of their disappointment. He said, "I didn't have a spirit root. He didn't even take me for labor work. Young Master Chen Ren said he'll let me know through Chief Muyang. So, they're not taking just anyone," Hong mused. He scanned the area again, his senses reaching out for even the faintest trace of foul play. But there was nothing. The people leaving were sad, not terrified. This doesn't feel like a demonic sect at all. So what are they up to? Chen Ren, was it? The line moved slowly, and with each step forward, Hong's curiosity deepened. By the time he reached the entrance, his nerves were taut with a mix of confusion and suspicion. Finally, his turn came, and he stepped into the room. The interior was surprisingly bare. 2 chairs, but the only other occupants were a man seated calmly behind a wooden table and a sleek white cat curled up at his feet. Her amber eyes fixed on Hong the moment he entered. Hong's gaze raked over the room again, looking for an aptitude stone or any other tools typically used in such tests, but there was nothing. No aptitude stone? He thought, his brow furrowing. How is he testing people then? His sharp eyes flicked back to the man who was seated. At first glance, the man, Chen Ren, seemed ordinary. Dark hair, robes that spoke of wealth, but not too much wealth, just the right amount, and the demeanor of a usual mortal. But as Hong extended his senses to probe him, he felt the unmistakable aura of a cultivator. It was subtle but undeniable. So he's the real deal. But what's his game? "Welcome. Please, take a seat," Chen Ren spoke up. Hong hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. "What's your name?" the man asked. "Hong Yi," he replied curtly, eyeing the man warily. Chen Ren nodded, jotting something down on a piece of parchment. "Good. Sit down, Hong Yi. We'll begin the aptitude test shortly." Hong barely suppressed a snicker as he lowered himself into the chair. "No aptitude stone, no array. Let's see how you plan to pull this off. If this is your way of lying to people, then I will show everyone the truth." Hong sat stiffly in the chair, his silver eyes locked onto the man in front of him. The calm behavior of this supposed sect leader was unsettling. There was no grand display of power, no oppressive aura to assert dominance, just a quiet confidence. The white cat still sat at the man's feet, its gaze unbroken as if it saw straight through him. He suddenly rose from his chair and stepped closer, extending a hand toward Hong. "What are you doing?" Hong asked, moving back, out of reach. "Relax, this won't hurt." Hong tensed as the man placed a hand on his shoulder, but to his surprise, no surge of qi invaded his body. He had been prepared to resist any attempt to pry into his cultivation base. Yet there was nothing, no force, no invasive technique. "What is this?" Instead of focusing on the man, Hong's attention drifted to the white cat. Something about the way it watched him sent a chill down his spine. Chen Ren's eyes began to shift, his brow furrowing, then his lips twitching in what might have been amusement or annoyance. After a moment, he removed his hand and crossed his arms. "You have 67 spirit roots," the man said flatly. Hong's jaw tightened, his mind racing. "And you're in the Qi refinement realm. First star." Hong's breath caught, his eyes narrowing sharply. His concealment technique should have masked his cultivation base entirely. There was no way this man could have seen through it so easily. "Why are you here?" Hong's eyes widened at that question. "How? How do you know that?" Chen Ren froze as he looked up at the cultivator in front of him, who looked equally shocked. For a while, neither of them spoke, and time itself seemed to have frozen as they stared at each other. A storm of thoughts whirled in his mind. Why was such a strong cultivator here? It was clear that the man wasn't just some wandering rogue looking for recruitment. No, someone of his cultivation and roots could likely secure a spot in a guardian sect if he wanted, at least as an outer disciple. So why had he come? What was his goal? Before he could voice the question, the cultivator moved. His expression shifted from confusion to hostility in an instant, and he shot up from his chair, thrusting a palm strike toward Chen Ren. Chen Ren's instinct screamed at him, and he dodged just in time. Lightning arced through his body as he countered, but before he could land a blow, the man suddenly froze. Then, with a choked gasp, he was slammed to the ground. His eyes widened in horror as an invisible force bore down on him, pinning him in place. Chen Ren extinguished his lightning and stepped back, realizing what had happened. Yalan. She had focused her aura solely on the rogue cultivator, and now he was nearly kissing the floor under its weight. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Ren quickly moved to shut the door, ensuring no one outside would see or hear what was happening. Yalan stepped forward, stretching out her limbs as if she didn't just push a large man down. "Who are you to attack someone I swore to protect?" she asked and narrowed her eyes. The man's breath hitched, his pupils contracting as he looked at Yalan, and slowly, comprehension dawned on his face. He was in the presence of someone who could end him as easily as stepping on an ant. His mouth opened and closed soundlessly, panic flickering in his eyes. Chen Ren glanced at Yalan and gestured for her to ease the pressure. A moment later, the weight bearing down on the man lessened, allowing his shoulders to relax slightly. But he still remained on his knees, clearly shaken. He looked up at them, swallowing hard before speaking. "A meridian expansion realm master," he muttered, almost as if confirming it to himself. Chen Ren crossed his arms. "At least your qi perception is decent. Now, will you tell me what you're doing here? And why did you suddenly attack me?" The man gulped, his eyes shifting to something between regret and fear. He looked like someone who had stepped into a place he never should have entered. "My name is Hong Yi," he said at last. "I've been staying in the nearby Grassfield village for a few months now. When I heard about a sect recruiting mortals and conducting aptitude tests, I got curious, especially because I had never..." He hesitated before continuing. I thought it might be a demonic sect trying to gather sacrifices. Please forgive me. I hadn't expected that such a powerful master beast would be behind it." "Oh," Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. "Now you know, but I do wonder if you're lying." Hong, he shook his head frantically. No, I swear I've told you the truth." Chen Ren studied the man in silence, his sharp gaze searching for any trace of falsehood. Hong, he fidgeted under the scrutiny, but his fear was genuine, or at least he wasn't putting on an act. After a moment, Chen Ren nodded toward Yalan. She immediately withdrew her aura, and Hong Ying nearly collapsed, sucking in a deep breath as if he had just escaped the jaws of death. Relief washed over his face, but before he could move from his kneeling position, Chen Ren spoke. "You can't leave yet," he said calmly. "I'm still curious about a few things, and it would be in your best interest to tell the truth." Hong Yi stiffened, but nodded quickly. Chen Ren leaned against the chair. "So, what are you doing in the village? With your spirit roots? I doubt you're just some wandering rogue cultivator." The man gulped, hesitation flickering in his eyes. "My situation is complicated." Chen Ren gave him a dry look. "You're not the only one with a complicated situation here. Just talk." A tense silence followed before Hong Yi finally sighed in defeat. "I'm a deserter from the Blood Iron sect." Yalan's eyes narrowed. "A deserter? Why did you run away?" Hong Yi hesitated, his fists clenching as if weighing whether to reveal the truth or not. But after a moment, he seemed to realize that hiding anything would only make things worse. His shoulders slumped, and he spoke. "It's because I gained access to a meridian expansion realm cultivator's inheritance." Chen Ren's eyebrows rose slightly, and even Yalan cast a surprised glance at him. But neither interrupted, letting the man continue. "It wasn't an offensive technique, a cultivation manual, or even an artifact," Hong Yi added bitterly. "It's not something most cultivators would even have any use for." Chen Ren noted the way Hong Yi's hands curled slightly, the way his voice carried a trace of wariness. He clearly thought they were going to take the inheritance from him. Maybe that was exactly what had happened in his sect. Still, Chen Ren ignored those thoughts for now and asked the important question. "What kind of inheritance was it?" Hong Yi took a deep breath before answering. "The inheritance of a puppet master." Chen Ren stilled. "Puppet master," he muttered under his breath. The term stirred a distant memory, one of the many books he had read after coming to this world. It had been a small mention, barely a footnote, but he recalled the basics. Puppets were another cultivation discipline, a rare and esoteric path that involved crafting constructs and fusing a part of oneself with them to establish control. It was an art that required precision, resources, and deep knowledge of formations. It was a rare art, rarer than all three disciplines Chen Ren was currently learning. Puppet masters weren't just uncommon. They were almost myths, their techniques scattered and lost across generations. And now, there was one kneeling right in front of him. As he mused on this, Hong Yi continued. "I found it during one of my adventures deep beneath the caves of my sect. I don't know how, but the sect master found out about it soon after." His voice turned bitter. At first, he was disappointed. "My sect is a purely martial sect. They only house alchemists alongside their martial cultivators. A puppet master had no place among them. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon." He let out a dry chuckle. But even then, it was still a novelty, something unique. So for a while, I was treated well. They made me a core disciple and showered me with resources. Yalan narrowed her eyes. "What changed?" Hong Yi frowned, as if thinking back to something unpleasant. Then, after a moment, he exhaled. "One of the elders, he didn't like my sudden rise. So he reached out to an established sect far in the south of the empire, one that already had puppet masters among their ranks." His voice grew darker, and they made an offer. They promised my sect a fortune and resources, enough to help the sect master break through to the next realm, in exchange for my inheritance. Chen Ren tensed, realizing what might have happened. "But the inheritance you received isn't something tangible, is it?" Hong Yi gave a hollow smile. "No, it's attached to my soul. It was knowledge, deep knowledge passed directly into my mind. I couldn't just hand it over like an artifact or a scroll." His hands clenched into fists. "So they gave me two options. Either I submit myself to the sect, allow them to strip every piece of knowledge from my mind, or they kill me and use an artifact to harvest my soul for it." Chen Ren's breath hitched, and his eyes darted toward Yalan. "Do righteous sects even have things like soul-harvesting artifacts?" "Some do. The line between so-called righteous and demonic practices is thin. And from what he's telling us, It sounds like his sect was willing to dispose of him for the sake of their leader's breakthrough, Yalan answered. Hong, he nodded grimly. That's why I ran. The moment I learned of their plan, I escaped as far as I could and hid myself in here, posing as an ordinary traveler. I barely leave my house, fearing that my cover might be blown. He let out a dry laugh, shaking his head. The only reason I came out today was because I thought you all were demonic cultivators. I figured I had to act before you did something terrible. He looked down. I'm sorry for that. Chen Ren barely heard him. His mind was racing. A soul inheritance, especially one related to puppetry. That was a special kind of power. Power that intrigued him. He could think of countless cultivators who would go to any lengths for such an inheritance. Not only because of the art of puppet making, but simply because it was a meridian expansion realm inheritance. Those were far and few between in the whole empire. And judging by Hong Yi's expression, the way he sat there, stiff and resigned, he fully expected to die here. Fortunately for him, Chen Ren wasn't one to force things. His gaze shifted to Yalan, and with a mere thought, he mentally asked, "What do you think?" Her response came almost instantly. I don't think he's lying, but yeah, his story is interesting. He's lucky his sect hasn't found him yet. He also can't go to another sect since they might just turn him over. I doubt he's in any position to trust someone. Chen Ren nodded slightly. Yeah, but his power is interesting enough for me to want him. Yalan's voice turned dry. Don't you know that would get the ire of an established sect? I know, Chen Ren admitted, but a puppet master inheritance is too good to let go. Still, I don't want to make a hasty decision before getting to know him. He turned his attention back to Hong Yi. Your situation seems like a bad one to be in. The man let out a short, humorless laugh. I know. I live in constant fear of dying. The only thing I can do is work on my cultivation and my puppets. Make sure I'm strong enough to face any trouble that comes my way. Or at least stall enough to run away again. Chen Ren crossed his arms. I don't think that's the only thing you can do. Hong Yi frowned. What else can I do? Join my sect. The man's eyes widened slightly, but before he could respond, Chen Ren continued. I know we're new, and you have your reservations. But if you join us, we wouldn't give you away to anyone, and we'd make sure your rights are prioritized. Even after hearing that, Hong Yi still didn't look convinced. Chen Ren understood why. The place barely resembled a proper sect. There were no grand halls, no established reputation. Only Yalan's presence might make it seem legitimate. To Hong Yi, it was probably just another risk, and not a good one at that. After a moment, the man exhaled. I need time to think about it. Chen Ren had expected it. No one in their right mind, and had such risk and powers, would be convinced that easily. He nodded before pausing as another idea came to his mind. How about this? In 2 days, come back here, and I'll show you why you should join my sect. Bring your puppet too. I'd love to see it. Hong Yi hesitated before finally nodding, though it was clear he was simply agreeing due to fear of dying. Yalan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, her voice calm, yet carrying an unmistakable weight. And don't try to run away, she said. Hong Yi flinched. We're not going to contact your former sect or anything. If we wanted to do that, we wouldn't be letting you go right now. Her eyes narrowed. But if you do, try to run. Just know that tracking you down would be easy for me. Hong Yi swallowed hard. I won't, Master. Yalan cut him off. Yalan. Thank you, Master Yalan, he said quickly, bowing. Thank you for not killing me. Then, without another word, he hurried away. Chen Ren watched Hong Yi disappear through the door, then chuckled. That's a strange way of saying goodbye. Yalan turned to him, unimpressed. Are you really planning to pick a fight with an established sect? They won't let go of the inheritance so easily. Chen Ren's amusement faded as he met her gaze. He knew she was right. As a sect master, he needed to choose his battles wisely. A single misstep, and his sect could be crushed before it even had the chance to grow. But at the same time, he wasn't someone who turned away from an opportunity just because it was risky, especially not when it had come knocking on his door without him even searching for it. Still, caution was necessary. I need to understand the man more first, Chen Ren said. I'm not planning on starting a war with a sect, but I do want him in the sect. Puppet masters are rare, and having that kind of power in our ranks would help solve a lot of our combat power issues. He crossed his arms. That being said, I'll only recruit him if I can make sure his former sect won't come after us. That's why I gave him 2 days. I need to understand his situation better before making a move. Yalin studied him for a moment before shrugging. Whatever. At least we found one more good prospect for the sect. Let's hope there are more. Chen Ren smirked. Let's see. The rest of the day, they continued their search, but it was fruitless. They didn't find anyone worth taking in, neither mortals nor cultivators. Some had potential, but their mindsets or circumstances weren't a good fit for the sect. Others simply lacked talent or drive. Still, Chen Ren didn't lose hope. There were plenty of people left to evaluate, and with time, he was confident they'd find more promising individuals. For now, they decided to resume the tests and interviews tomorrow. Although the same problems persisted the next day, people lacking even basic literacy, some showing no real ambition for growth. Chen Ren managed to find a few individuals who seemed like they would genuinely stick with the sect. They weren't necessarily the strongest or the smartest, but they had something else, determination. And in the long run, that was more valuable than raw talent alone. But the real surprise came toward the end of the day. Among the last few villagers he tested was a young man, just 18 years old, with the rough hands and sun-darkened skin of a farmer. His name was Luo Hong, and up until this moment, he had lived his entire life believing that his fate was tied to the soil beneath his feet. He had never once imagined himself as a cultivator. Yet, when Chen Ren examined him, he found that the boy had 19 spirit roots, a far cry from the prodigies of great sects. But to Chen Ren, who was building a foundation from nothing, it was still potential. And potential was worth nurturing. The moment Luo Hong realized what this meant, his entire face lit up in awe and disbelief. I can cultivate?" he asked, almost afraid to believe it. Chen Ren smiled. "You tell me, do you want to cultivate?" "Yes. Yes, I do," Luo Hong said immediately, his voice shaking with excitement. Even if the boy wasn't literate, even if he lacked any prior training, enthusiasm like that couldn't be ignored with his spirit roots. Chen Ren decided to take him in. With that, recruitment was finally complete. Chen Ren wasted no time in spreading the news. He sent word through the chief Muyang, announcing the names of those who had been accepted. Some would serve in different capacities within the sect, but all of them were now part of it. And the very next day, he gathered them all for their initiation ceremony, not just to welcome them, but to teach them something far more important. A lesson that most sects ignored. A lesson about the Dao, and why their sect would not focus solely on martial strength alone. A/N. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Dao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. P.S. We are looking for beta readers for Dao of Money. You would be able to read up to the latest chapter on Patreon and even more for free. If you're interested, please text me on Discord or in my server. My ID BB0162. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Chen Ren stood in one of the biggest rooms he could find in the buildings he now owned. The space was large, its high ceiling, and the emptiness after the cleanup making voices echo slightly. And in front of him stood every new recruit of the Divine Coin sect. Although he had expected a decent number of people to join, he was still pleasantly surprised. 12 members from the nearby villages. 12. Zushi was the first among them. She stood near the front, looking calm but attentive. Her eyes were plastered on Chen Ren, and next to her was Luo Hong, the young man who'd no idea that he was a cultivator and had lived his entire life as a farmer. Then there was Tao Li, a man in his mid-30s who was partially blind, but had the wits of someone who's twice his age. He had answered every question effortlessly, but precisely, the answers fitting to each question. On the back sat the two brothers, Z1 and Zihan, looking up at him and whispering something to each other. And there was also Hong, E-Puppet Cultivator, who hadn't joined the sect yet, but had come to meet him just as their arrangement. He kept his distance, as if unsure whether to stay or leave. Chen Ren hadn't seen his puppet anywhere, but at least the man had come. That was a good sign. Convincing him to fully join would take work, but he saw potential. Apart from these people, the rest of the men and women fit his standards enough to be taken inside. In a way, it was good to find literate people. That alone made things easier. But what excited him the most were the cultivators among them. On the side stood his original members, Xiaolan, Yalin, the kids, and Angie. Taking a deep breath, he swept his gaze around the room for the final time and spoke. Everyone, I would like to first congratulate you on joining the Divine Coin sect. All of you have shown qualities like grit, determination, good aptitude, and intelligence during our interviews. And I can promise you this, you won't regret your choice. The mortal members straightened, excitement flickering in their eyes. Among the cultivators, only Luo Hung looked enthusiastic. The other two remained unreadable, their expressions giving away nothing. Chen Ren continued, unlike other sects, we do not focus solely on martial arts. Our sect is built on business, trade, and wealth. But make no mistake, we will not neglect the path of cultivation. Strength and wisdom go hand in hand, and this sect will be a place where both flourish. No one will be cast aside based on their background, status, or cultivation. Everyone has a role, and everyone will benefit. He explained further, speaking of the sect's future, the opportunities it would create, and the strength they would build, not through blind ambition, but through strategy, discipline, and profit. When he finally asked, "Are there any questions?" Silence hung in the air for a moment. Some recruits hesitated, glancing at each other. Then Zushi stepped forward. "Sect leader," she said, "our sect has both mortals and cultivators standing as equals. But does that mean we, the mortals, will also learn martial arts like them?" Chen Ren met Zushi's gaze and nodded. "The primary duty of mortals in the sect will be different. Your focus will be on sales, marketing, and delivery." He paused, scanning their faces for any hint of hesitation. The Divine Coin sect already has its hands in a few businesses, and as we expand, you'll be the ones managing them. Some of the mortal recruits looked at each other, murmuring. But Chen Ren continued, "That doesn't mean you won't be trained. Strength is important in all walks of life. You'll be required to do basic physical training every day. More than that, you'll learn about cultivators, their needs, their goods, and their methods. In the future, we'll be selling to them, so understanding their world will be necessary." That got their attention. Zushi nodded, her small eyes flashing with understanding, while Tao Li stroked his chin in thought. And after some time, Chen Ren added, "There will be special training for all mortals." That made a few of them straighten in interest. Han Fei, a herbalist who'd been in the same stream for generations, raised a hand. Chen Ren remembered his face, well, due to the bushy eyebrows he had. "What kind of training?" Chen Ren only smiled. "You'll know when the time comes." He let that settle before shifting his gaze toward the cultivators standing at the back. Ziwen looked intrigued. Hong Yi's expression was unreadable like usual, and Luo Hung, the youngster among the group, had an openly curious expression on his face. "Mortals will focus on sales," Chen Ren said, "but cultivators will be more involved in production. That means learning disciplines like alchemy, forging, and artifact crafting." He let the words sink in before continuing. "There won't be any force. You'll be free to learn as you choose, but you will also be required for protection when necessary. Beyond that, you'll have time to cultivate and walk your own Dao. The sect will support you in that." Zihan crossed his arms, tilting his head. "How will the sect help?" he asked. "Do we have a lot of resources, pills, treasures, things like that? And what about masters? If we're learning disciplines, who will teach us?" Chen Ren took a slow breath. "Our sect is new. Right now, we don't have a stockpile of resources, but we will. As we grow wealthier, we'll buy what's needed: pills, materials, manuals." Zihan gave a small nod at that, but his eyes still held some doubt. "As for masters," Chen Ren continued, "we have books on various disciplines. They'll serve as a foundation, and in time, we'll attract more cultivators who can teach. But resources and masters aren't the only things that help a cultivator grow." At that, Ziwen finally spoke. "What else is there?" His voice was deep and calm. "What kind of support can you offer besides resources?" Chen Ren's gaze settled on him. "Insights into your Dao. Ziwen frowned slightly, but before he could ask more, his expression shifted as if another thought had struck him. He hesitated, then finally spoke again. "I apologize if this is disrespectful, sect leader," he said, carefully measuring his words. "But I would like to know, who is the strongest cultivator in our sect?" His sharp eyes met Chen Ren's. "I know you're the sect leader, but I'm only in the Qi refinement realm, right?" he said, finishing Ziwen's unspoken thoughts. "You're worried about the safety of the sect." Ziwen nodded, but his eyes revealed a trace of concern. It was a question that probably rang in everyone's mind, but they refused to speak up. "You don't have to worry about that," Chen Ren continued. "We have a sect guardian among our ranks, a meridian expansion realm cultivator, one of the strongest beings in the Kalian Empire. She'll also be available to help with martial training." If the words hung in the air for a moment before realization dawned on Z1. His eyes widened. "A meridian expansion master?" he asked. Someone from the group gasped out loud at that. But Chen Ren maintained his calm demeanor. "Yes." Chen Ren nodded. "She's the protector of our sect. As long as she's here, you don't have to worry about our safety." Ziwen slowly exhaled, processing the information before giving a firm nod. "I see. Stolen from its rightful place. This narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings." From the side, Yalan smirked, clearly enjoying the reaction. The other recruits stirred, excitement buzzing among them. Even the mortals, despite not fully grasping the weight of the words, could tell this was significant. Only one person remained quiet. The puppet cultivator, Hong Yi. His gaze flickered toward Yalan, lips pressing into a thin line, clearly remembering their interaction. Chen Ren let the moment settle before shifting the conversation. "Any more questions for now?" Silence. A few hesitant glances, but no one spoke up. Satisfied, he moved forward. "Earlier, you asked what kind of insights the sect could give you. Let's talk about that." His tone shifted, drawing their full attention. "These insights will be about the different types of Dao, because the martial Dao isn't the only path." A few of the mortals looked puzzled, while the cultivators narrowed their eyes in thought. "I know some of you may find this confusing," Chen Ren admitted. "So let's put it simply. Think of Dao as your path, the one you want to walk, the foundation your purpose is built around." He paused, scanning the room to make sure they were following. The mortals exchanged uncertain glances, but Zushi seemed to grasp it first, nodding in understanding. Most sects in the Empire focus on a singular Dao, the martial Dao, Chen Ren continued. Some sects and clans specialize in variations of it, like the Dao of the sword, the Dao of the spear, and similar martial paths. Others center around professions like alchemy or blacksmithing. He let the words sink in before raising a question of his own. "But are those the only daos in the world?" Chen Ren let his question linger in the air, watching the cultivators carefully. It was the puppet cultivator who broke the silence first. "You're talking about esoteric daos," Hong Yi said. A pleased smile tugged at Chen Ren's lips. "Exactly," he said. "These are the rare daos. Not many cultivators walk upon them, but those who do are considered strong simply because of how unpredictable they can be." His gaze swept across the group, lingering on the ones who had been the most skeptical. Divine Coin Sect is also based on such a Dao, the Dao of money. A murmur spread through the group, some looking confused while others appeared intrigued. Yalan's smirk widened slightly, clearly already aware of where this was going. "Not only that, but our sect is going to specialize in these esoteric Daos. We will encourage every disciple to think deeply about their own path." Why? Because not only is it the fastest way to reach the top, but it also makes the issue of low spirit roots meaningless. Ziwen's brows furrowed, his sharp mind latching onto the statement. "What do you mean by that?" he asked. "Yeah, I don't get it." One of the mortals spoke up. Chen Ren ignored the mortal and focused on Z1. "I knew you'd be interested." He let the anticipation build for a moment before speaking again. "You already know how many spirit roots I have, don't you?" Z1 hesitated before nodding. "Yes." And yet, Chen Ren continued, I've reached the chi refinement realm in just the last few months from third star body forging realm. Ziwen's expression tightened as he put the pieces together. It was because you focused on your Dao of money, he murmured. Exactly, Chen Ren confirmed. I focused on my Dao, pursued accomplishments within it, and paired it with the right amount of insight. You can do the same. And if you do, then spirit roots won't matter anymore. Chen Ren had talked about this extensively with Yalin. Cultivation, at its core, was about taking in the energy of the world and refining it within oneself. That much was undeniable. But if one walked their Dao, the energy would begin to move as if it had a mind of its own, aligning with the cultivator's path and empowering them naturally. It took the issue of spirit roots out of the game completely. It was no different from how a sword cultivator's strength increased, not just by absorbing chi, but by mastering sword techniques, refining his understanding of the blade, and deepening his connection to it. A blacksmith cultivator didn't rely solely on chi intake. His cultivation progressed as he forged better and better weapons, strengthening his Dao of the forge with each success. As Chen Ren was lost in thought, Hong Yi spoke again. Even if what you say makes sense, sect leader, esoteric daos are called esoteric for a reason. They're rare. Walking such a path and gaining insights into them is extremely difficult. Not many pursue these paths for a reason. Chen Ren's gaze flicked to him, a knowing glint in his eyes. Why do you think that is? He asked. Why are there so few esoteric Dao cultivators? Hong Yi frowned, arms crossing as he mulled over the question. Seconds passed, then more. In the end, he let out a quiet breath. I don't know. Chen Ren's voice was steady as he answered. It's because our cultivation structure is inherently flawed. That made a few people straighten up, their attention sharpening. Instead of letting a cultivator choose their own path, they are pushed toward the martial path, because to most people, that is the only way to create powerful cultivators, Chen Ren continued. Even in sects that allow disciples to learn alchemy, forging, or arrays, those disciplines are always seen as secondary to the martial Dao. And by the time a cultivator has advanced too far on that path, it becomes nearly impossible for them to change their Dao. The room was silent for a long moment. Some looked contemplative, others seemed uncertain, and a few had eyes gleaming with realization. But what if we didn't follow that structure? Chen Ren exhaled slowly. This had been something that he'd spoken with Yalin, and even she'd agreed throughout their conversations. The whole system was flawed. In a way, it wasn't different from how kids who were born and raised in Asian countries were being forced into STEM fields they had no passion for. Like how a child was being pushed into studying alchemy in this world when their heart lies with arrays. Or being forced into martial cultivation when they have a natural talent for healing. And unlike those children who can change careers later, cultivation isn't so forgiving. Once a cultivator goes too far down a path, it's nearly impossible to turn back. That's why esoteric Dao cultivators are so rare. Most never get the chance to walk their true path. And the few who do, they tend to be rogues because no sect would support them. At his words, he saw different reactions from a group. Enji stood to the side, eyes narrowed in deep thought. Luo Hong mirrored the expression, as if trying to make sense of it all. Z1 and Hong Yi, however, seemed more analytical, searching him for any deception in his words. They found none. Chen Ren could see the shift in their eyes, the slight change in how they looked at him. It wasn't trust, not yet, but it was something close. Ignoring their reactions, he moved on. And to prove my point, let me tell you something. There's already an esoteric Dao cultivator in this room besides me. That got their attention. Eyes widened. Some glanced around, looking at each other. Even the mortals, who didn't fully grasp cultivation, perked up in curiosity. Chen Ren smirked. Then he raised a hand and pointed directly at Z1. It's you. Z1 blinked. Me? Yes. A stunned silence. Then Z1 frowned. How? How is it me? Chen Ren tilted his head. You might not have realized it yet, but you've unconsciously walked onto the Dao of taming. You just haven't aligned with it yet, which is why you haven't gained any benefits from it. Z1's expression flickered. Because of little Yuza? Yes. Beasts aren't supposed to be easily tamed. Even if you got him as a whelp, the connection between you two, the way he listens to you, it all points towards something much deeper than simple training. In the texts I've read, this is a sign of someone on the Dao of taming. Ziwen looked down, visibly processing the revelation. Some of the others exchanged looks. A murmur ran through the group. He crossed his arms and waited, giving the man some time to process it. Ziwen remained silent, his brows furrowed in deep contemplation. Chen Ren could tell that he was turning the idea over in his head, trying to grasp what it truly meant to walk a Dao that wasn't tied to raw martial strength. But he had no doubt, given enough time, Ziwen would connect with his path. Letting Ziwen dwell in his thoughts, he turned to the rest of the group. His gaze swept across them, taking in their mixed expressions of curiosity, excitement, and apprehension. I implore all of you to think carefully about your Dao, he said. It doesn't have to be a martial one. You are all free to walk and learn any path that resonates with you, even those of you who are mortals. A few of the non-cultivators blinked in surprise, as if they hadn't expected to be included in such a statement. You may not be able to perform feats like a cultivator, Chen Ren continued, but having a path, a purpose that aligns with who you are, will still allow you to achieve great things. Do you understand? Yes, sect leader, came the resounding reply. Chen Ren nodded in satisfaction. His gaze shifted towards Hong Yi. The man was still lost in thought, his fingers twitching slightly as if adjusting invisible strings. Chen Ren had initially suspected him to be reluctant about joining, but now he seemed to be taking this seriously. That was good. That was what he needed. But still, there were things that needed to be settled. Before he could move forward with his plans, he needed to deal with this man. Learn more about him. Decide whether he was truly someone who could be trusted in the sect's ranks. And after that, Chen Ren's lips curled slightly. Then he could finally begin production on his next creations. The ones that would sweep across the empire like a storm. The ones that would carve his name into history. It would be the prelude before dominating the immortal market. Once the initiation class was over, Chen Ren sent everyone off. Xiaolan took charge of the mortals, leading them to another area where she would explain more about the sect, what they would do, what their duties were, and what they would learn. Unlike normal sects, where disciples followed a master and learned directly from them, the Divine Coin sect was different. It would teach through structured lessons, and everyone had to take part. The lessons covered many things. Sales techniques that Chen Ren had written down, reading and writing, and even more math lessons than they expected. He didn't want his disciples getting tricked just because they didn't know how numbers worked. He had already gone over all of this with Xiaolan, and she was more than capable of handling it as the sect manager. As for the cultivators, he kept them back a little longer. Instead of rushing them straight into training, he wanted them to think carefully about their path. What did they want to pursue? What was their Dao? Of course, a part of this was because Chen Ren didn't actually have any cultivation manuals to give them. The only one he had was the Chen clan's manual, Thunderstorm Sutra, and according to Yalan, none of them had lightning aspect spiritual roots. Ziwen was fine. He still had his old manual from his previous sect, and Yalan could probably help him improve it. But Luo Heng needed a new one, and that was a problem Chen Ren would have to deal with soon. After speaking with both of them, he turned to Hong Yi. Unlike the others, he wasn't officially part of the sect yet. But if he could get him to join the sect, it would mean increasing the sect's average strength by a lot, excluding Yalan, of course. Chen Ren led him to the back of the building, toward a small clearing just before the mountains. Hong Yi silently followed him. There, with the wind rustling the trees, he finally spoke. So, what did you think of the lecture? Hong Yi looked at him, clearly rethinking about it. Then, after a moment, he said, "It was interesting." He paused, glancing at the sect buildings before looking back at Chen Ren. I've heard of sects with different branches, each focused on their own disciplines. But I've never heard of one focused on money. Hong Yi paused once again, as if gathering his thoughts. Then he spoke. As for the talk on Dao, I gained good insight from it. I think it's something I've been thinking about for a while now. Chen Ren studied him before asking, "You follow the martial Dao, right?" Hong Yi nodded. "Yes. I've followed it for the last 3 years, ever since I started cultivating. For a long time, it felt like my path. But since I got the inheritance, I feel like something is clashing with it. He clenched his fists, frustration showing on his face. I'm not improving as fast as I should. I don't practice my martial arts much anymore. I only focus on my puppets. Because of that, I'm falling behind in the martial Dao. His voice lowered, and I've started to question if it's truly the way for me. Chen Ren crossed his arms, watching him carefully. You're still young. You haven't gone too far into cultivation yet. I think you can still change to the path you truly wish to walk on. He let the words settle before continuing. In the end, it's more philosophical than anything. It's in your mind. Your Tao has to align with what you want. If you can do that, I'll believe you'll be fine. For a moment, there was only silence. The wind whispered through the trees. The boulder nearby stood still, unmoving, as if it had been there forever. The air was peaceful, untouched by doubt or hesitation. Chen Ren looked around before turning back to Hong Yi. I don't see your puppets. Hong Yi blinked. I brought them. Then where? Before Chen Ren could finish, Hong Yi whistled. A sharp, clear sound cut through the air. Chen Ren frowned, wondering what he was doing. Then he noticed movement in the mountain. A figure leaped out and landed lightly on the ground. It was wooden, not taller than 3 feet. Humanoid. Its body was shaped like a person, but its features were simple. 2 eye-like shapes were carved into its face, but there was no mouth, no nose. It almost looked like a wooden statue. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. I hid it in the mountain, Hong Yi admitted. I didn't want to be seen with it. Chen Ren looked at the puppet, then back to him. How does it work? It's hard to explain, Hong Yi said. He walked over to the puppet and placed a hand on its shoulder. It's like a soul link between me and it. The puppet understands basic commands. I made them respond to whistles since I was always good with them. And because it's hard for enemies to figure out what I'm doing. Chen Ren nodded slowly. So, it's a bit like programming. Hong Yi tilted his head. Programming. Chen Ren thought for a moment. How was he supposed to explain this? Finally, he said, think of it like giving someone commands, but in a really specific way. Each command makes for a specific effect. If you want to program it to fight, you will do a specific command. If you want to walk, you will do a specific command. Like that. He frowned. I don't know how to explain it further, but it's like that. Hong Yi nodded slowly. I believe I get the gist of it. Chen Ren smiled before pointing at the puppet once again. How strong are they? Hong Yi smirked. Instead of answering, he stepped back and whistled again. The wooden puppet moved. Its joints clicked slightly, but its steps were steady. It walked towards the boulder at the center of the clearing, raised its fist, and punched. Boom! A deep dent appeared in the stone. Chen Ren's brows lifted in surprise. Without hesitation, the puppet drew back its arm and struck again. This time, the entire boulder cracked and crumbled into chunks. Chen Ren blinked. That's stronger than I expected. Hong, you look proud. This one is in the 5th star of the body forging realm. I haven't been able to program martial techniques into them yet, but they're still formidable. Chen Ren nodded. They were much stronger than he'd expected. I can see that. He glanced at Hong Yi. How many do you have? Hong Yi hesitated. He pressed his lips together, looking as if he didn't want to reveal the number. After a moment, he sighed. 12 right now. I've hidden them in the mountains, mostly. All of them range from the 3rd to 5th star of body forging. Chen Ren hummed. That was more than he expected. Can you make them stronger? He asked. Yes, Hong, he said immediately. But it depends on materials. Spirit wood is especially important. If I want them to have elemental affinities and be smarter, I need more resources and someone with knowledge of arrays and runic symbols. Chen Ren raised a brow. Arrays? Hong Yi nodded. Apparently, I can engrave arrays into their cores. If I place elemental beads around the array, they can use elemental techniques. He frowned slightly. It's a bit hard to describe. Even harder to do. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. Chen Ren stayed quiet, his mind already spinning with possibilities. Puppets like these, they wouldn't just be useful for defending the sect. He could send them with his sales teams to different cities when they moved to expand. The Kallian Empire was a dangerous place. Beasts roamed freely alongside bandits, and traveling long distances wasn't something ordinary people did. Even merchants had to hire guards, sometimes even rogue cultivators at the body forging realm. But with these puppets, I might be able to solve that problem. Not just for himself, but for the people too. His gaze returned to Hong Yi. I'm impressed by the puppets. And honestly, I'm impressed by you. He exhaled and said, so, once again, I'd like to offer you a place in the Divine Coin sect. Hong Yi's expression shifted. He still looked uncertain. He closed his eyes for a moment, thinking. Chen Ren didn't know he was holding his breath until the man in front of him opened his eyes. The eyes, they were filled with a sorry to come. He was about to reject the offer again. But before he could, Chen Ren spoke. I know your hesitation. You don't think the Divine Coin sect will be able to protect you against your former sect. He pursed his lips. That's your biggest concern, isn't it? Hong, he stiffened. Then, slowly he nodded. Chen Ren smiled slightly. Then what if I can solve that? Hong Yi's eyes widened. For a moment, a flicker of hope crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by doubt. He shook his head, concern evident in his gaze. I don't think it'll work, he muttered. The sect leader of Blood Iron sect himself is a Meridian Expansion Realm cultivator, and Master Yalan might be able to deal with him. But there's hundreds of cultivators under him. Chen Ren shook his head. No, I don't plan on asking Yalan to negotiate with them or protect you. His expression turned serious. I know their manpower is too much for us to handle head-on. Hong Yi frowned. Then what? Chen Ren raised a hand. I'll tell you soon. I'm still fine-tuning the plan. But if I manage to do it, will you join the Divine Coin sect? There was no hesitation in Hong Yi's response. If you can do it, I'll happily join, if my inheritance stays with me. Chen Ren smirked. It will. I wouldn't ask for something that personal. He crossed his arms. But I'll need information on your former sect. I'll be traveling soon. Hong Yi raised an eyebrow. For me, Chen Ren chuckled. That, and for the next step of Divine Coin sect's expansion, basically to set up the supply chain for our next product. Chen Ren wiped the sweat from his brow as he carefully hoisted another earthen pot filled with fermented mash, setting it down near the crude distillation setup he had pieced together. Copper tubing, sealed joints, and a few makeshift condensers lined the back of the house, where he had been experimenting for the past few days. As he adjusted one of the tubes leading to a collection container, testing the seal, he heard Yalan's voice from behind him. So, this is going to be your next big product? He glanced at her, then back at the equipment. Yes. One thing the Kalyan Empire has a massive market for is alcohol, and all the ones we tasted on our trip to this village. He frowned. They were weak. There's definitely a gap for something stronger. Yalan stepped closer, examining the setup with mild curiosity. So you're making this moonshine just for that reason? Not just moonshine. Chen Ren grinned. Homemade cider, bathtub gin, and whatever else I can get working. My father was a big fan of alcohol, so I know a bit about the stronger stuff. Yalan didn't even blink. So he was an alcoholic. Chen Ren let out a short laugh, shaking his head. Yeah, the local pubs loved him. He was basically their best customer. He paused for a moment as old memories surfaced, but he quickly pushed them away, refocusing on his work. He checked the tubing again, watching as the first trickles of liquid began to move through the still. The vapors condensed, dripping steadily into the container he had set up. It wasn't perfect yet. He'd have to distill at least twice to get a high enough concentration, but it was a start. If this works, he muttered, more to himself than to Yalan, I'll start testing rice wine and other variations. If moonshine doesn't sell well, something else will. He smirked. But I have a good feeling about this. A little trial and error, and we'll have something strong enough to shake up the market. Chen Ren carefully adjusted the flame beneath the pot, watching as the liquid inside began to simmer. Thin tendrils of vapor curled upward, traveling through the coil of copper tubing toward the collection container. The first clear drops of alcohol began to drip, and he exhaled in satisfaction. As he worked, Yalan fell into an unusual silence, watching him like a hawk, and he could tell that the wheels of her brain were spinning. You do know that getting into the alcohol business means more trouble, right? It's an established market, like you said. I know. Chen Ren replied without hesitation. And trouble is something that's going to follow me no matter what I do. He straightened, wiping his hands on his sleeves. Even then, I don't plan on fighting other clans for their businesses. I'll just be the supplier instead of creating my own pubs. I don't have the money to buy properties for that. Then how do you plan to make money from it? Once we refine the formula, I'll travel to form contracts with major pub businesses. Sell it directly to them instead of competing. That'll be the first step in developing something even bigger, spirit alcohol. At that, Yalan actually laughed. Spirit alcohol? That's a secret recipe. Only a few sects know how to make it. And even then, it's not easy. Chen Ren shrugged, not new to this piece of information. I know, I've heard, but that doesn't mean I won't try. If I can infuse my qi into these spirits properly, I might be able to figure out the formula myself. When I go back to Cloud Mist City, I'll ask Qing He about it too. She might know something. Maybe, Yalan conceded, stretching lazily in the sunlight. But even if you do get the process down, you'd still need spirit materials. Spirit rice at the very least. And I don't see anyone growing that around here. Chen Ren exhaled, shaking his head. That was another complication. Every business in this world, especially those tied to cultivation, was filled with hurdles. Even the simplest resources required spiritual properties, and that meant they were expensive. Pushing the thought aside for now, he turned back to the distillation process, monitoring the slow drip of liquid into the container. But as he worked, his gaze flickered back to Yalan, who sat basking in the sun, seemingly unconcerned with anything at all. That reminded him there was something he had wanted to ask her. Chen Ren wiped his hands again and glanced at Yalan. By the way, there's something I need to show you. She tilted her head. What? Reaching into his robes, he pulled out the small egg he had taken from the Soaring Sword sect's treasury and handed it to her. I found this when I was in the sect. The elder let me take it and said it was a dead egg. Do you think we can make use of it in some way? Yalan took the egg and inspected it carefully, her claws brushing over its surface as she concentrated. After a moment, she hummed. I don't know what beast this egg belonged to. A lot of eggs look like this, and it's really small, so it can't be from anything huge. She flipped it over using her small paws, eyes narrowing. It is dead, like the elder told you, but there are some faint traces of qi lingering inside. Chen Ren's eyes lit up, so it might still be useful. Depends, Yalan said dryly. Might make for a good breakfast if it's not poisonous from being dead for so long. You should throw it away. Chen Ren sighed as she set the egg down on the grass. He reached over and picked it back up, tucking it back in his robes. I don't really want to. Don't you think it might turn into some hidden treasure or something? Yalan squinted at him. Why would you think that? Cultivation logic, he declared. The way I found it. It was just sitting there in a treasury, untouched amidst far better treasures. Even the elder didn't know what it was doing there. Everything in my being said that there's a reason why a dead egg is there. It's fate, basically. As he finished the explanation, Yalan stared at him like he was an idiot. She didn't say anything for a few seconds, and Chen Ren, too, kept staring, waiting for her to speak her mind. What? He finally asked. I don't know why you think the world works like that. It really doesn't. Chen Ren opened his mouth to defend himself, but movement caught his attention. His eyes flicked to the distillation setup, where the first proper bowl of alcohol was filling drop by drop. He quickly picked it up, bringing it close to his nose. The scent was sharp and unrefined, and when he took a sip, it burned down his throat in a way that wasn't entirely pleasant. He smacked his lips, frowning. Still, he was making progress. With the mortal members in the sect now, and the base alcohol being cheap, he was confident that once he got the right formula, he'd be able to build a proper foundation for a brewery. A brewery that could eventually supply the strongest alcohol in the region. The profits would be huge. But just as he was thinking that, something moved in the trees beyond the house. His head snapped up, and he saw Yalan shift slightly, eyes narrowing as she, too, noticed the movement. Chen Ren tensed, glancing at Yalan. A wild beast. Maybe, she murmured, eyes scanning the tree line. Nothing too strong, though. The forest around here doesn't have many beasts you can't handle. He nodded, keeping his senses sharp. Then, The sound of rustling grass grew louder. Something was moving fast, weaving through the undergrowth like a darting shadow. Chen Ren barely had time to react before a small head poked out from the foliage. His eyes widened. White fur, soft and rustling in the wind, covered a small, sleek body. It had large, sharp front teeth, a bushy tail curled slightly at the end, and small claws that looked deceptively delicate. Its eyes, bright, flickered between them before its little nose twitched. The beast resembled a squirrel, but had an oddly refined presence, almost as if it was more aware than a normal beast. Chen Ren relaxed slightly. Just a squirrel. Before he could finish, the creature froze, its gaze locking onto the bowl of distilled alcohol in his hand. Chen Ren hesitated. What's it? Then, in a blur of motion, the squirrel bolted forward, a streak of white fur crossing the distance in an instant. Hey! He barely had time to react before the creature skidded onto the table, stretched up on its hind legs, and, before he could pull the bowl away, took a big sip of the freshly distilled alcohol. A scent wafted through the leaves, slipping past the annoyingly tall trees to enter his nose. The little beast sniffed, ears twitching. He did not know what it was, only that he had to try it. The berries and herbs of the wilderness had long ceased to satisfy him. They filled his stomach, but there was no pleasure in them. A great being, such as himself, deserved more. The large, two-legged creatures who spoke in strange tongues and built their little houses with wood and hay. Surely, they should be serving him, presenting him with offerings worthy of his stature. And yet, they had proven disappointingly unwilling, always offering the same tasteless berries. Over and over, and over. He was sick of it. So he moved, through branches, over leaves, past the screeching birds that dared get in his way. He leapt, tumbled through the underbrush, and finally he arrived. A clearing. A large pot sat in the middle, strange tubes connected to it, wisps of heat rising into the air. And beside it stood one of the two-legged creatures. He eyed him warily. Tall, just enough broad shoulders to fit his height. His fur, no, his clothes, were dull, the color of dust and dirt. His mane was dark, tied back, but strands fell over his forehead, messier than the usual ones that walked this land. His black eyes locked onto him, and for a moment the little beast stiffened. Danger. It was the same feeling he had felt when he had accidentally stepped into the path of a wolf that roamed the forest, acting as a protector of sorts. A silent weight pressing down, a fleeting thought that he was prey. Then it passed. He flicked his tail, shaking the feeling away, and turned his gaze. Next to the human sat another creature, not one of his kind, but close. A feline. A hunter. Not a beast of the wild, but not fully tamed either. She basked in the sun, relaxed, yet her sharp amber eyes followed him with interest. He cared for neither of them. His true target lay just ahead. A large bowl, filled to the brim with something that carried that intoxicating scent. Beside it, a smaller one, just as inviting. He sniffed the air again, his blessed tongue already tingling with anticipation. He could not stop. Food awaited him, so he sprinted forward. The human's eyes widened in surprise, but he was too mesmerized by his majestic self to react. A fitting response. Most creatures found themselves stunned when faced with such unparalleled grace. Excellence. The small bowl was close now. The scent, rich, sharp, and unlike anything he had ever tasted, filled his nose, making his whiskers twitch. He took one last sniff, confirming what he already knew. This was it. Without hesitation, he plunged in. A bitter taste hit his tongue first, but he powered through. His refined palate adjusted swiftly, savoring the complexity of the liquid. He drank and drank, the warmth spreading in his belly, coating his tongue in its novel richness. A deep satisfaction settled in his chest. Finally, something worthy of him. When the bowl was empty, he licked his lips, let out a contented sigh, and patted his stomach with his paws. Only then did he glance up at the human. The two-legged creature was staring at him, mouth slightly open, looking utterly stunned. The little beast blinked. He didn't know why. Maybe the human had never witnessed such elegance up close before. Understandable. Deciding to break him out of his daze, he scampered forward, stopping at the human's feet. The large creature crouched, eyes scanning him with some strange intent before extending a hand. Ah, he understood. With a dignified leap, he climbed up, perching himself upon the broad shoulder. From here, the view was excellent. The trees stretched out in the distance. The sun bathed the clearing in warmth, and he felt grand. Larger than life. He lifted his paws in triumph. Yes, perhaps he had just acquired his as he basked in his glory. The human turned to the feline and muttered, "The squirrel doesn't seem affected by the alcohol." Squirrel? His tail bristled. He knew many names for his divine species, but squirrel was not one of them. How dare the human compare him to those mundane, nut-hoarding pests? He prepared to deliver a righteous smack to the fool's face when the feline spoke. "I don't think it's a squirrel," she said, her amber eyes gleaming with knowledge. "I believe it's a lanari, and a male lanari at that. They are rarer than their female counterparts." He froze. For the first time in his long life, spanning 469 sunsets, he was genuinely surprised. The feline could speak, not just understand, as all majestic beings like himself could, but speak the strange language of the two-legged ones. How? As he pondered this revelation, the feline spoke again, calmly. "I think it's because it's a spirit beast. Not really strong, just tier 1, and even then a low tier 1. But a spirit beast nonetheless." A spirit beast? He scoffed internally. Of course, he was a spirit beast. He was more than just some ordinary animal. But wait, did she say low tier 1? His tail twitched in irritation. His fur bristled, standing on end like the spines of an angered porcupine. Low tier 1? The more he thought about it, the more his anger increased. The cat's voice was calm, almost indifferent, but to his ears it carried the weight of condescension. His tail flicked once, then again, sharp and agitated. His small claws pressed into the fabric of the human's shoulder, a silent protest. He was not weak. He was not some lowly creature to be pitied. He was. A warmth settled on his head. He froze. Fingers pressed lightly between his ears, ruffling the fur in slow, rhythmic strokes. A shiver ran down his spine. His first instinct was to swipe the hand away, to remind this human of his place, but the touch was nice. A deep warmth spread from the top of his head down his back, loosening the tension in his limbs. His tail, which had been flicking angrily, stilled, curling slightly in contentment. Strange. He blinked up at the human, who had turned back to the cat. His voice was steady, thoughtful. "So, should we keep him? He's cute." The cat gave him another long, unreadable look before flicking her tail. "Your choice," she said, stretching out in the sunlight. "Just keep him away from the alcohol, or you'll never make enough to sell." The human hummed, considering, before shifting his gaze back to him. He met his dark eyes, deep, endless, reflecting something unreadable. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. "Then I guess I'll take care of you." He said it so simply, like it was already decided. Then the human tilted his head, eyes narrowing in thought. A moment passed. "Now, what should I name you?" The beast opened his mouth, ready to tell this foolish human the name of his majestic lineage. Then he paused. What was his name? His whole life, through 469 sunsets, he had moved through the world nameless, known only by the quiet awe of the lesser creatures and the whispered warnings of those smart enough to recognize his greatness. A name? He had never needed one. His ears twitched as he studied the human. Well, perhaps he would allow this one to name him. That much, at least, was acceptable for someone who had already proven his worth in headpats. The human's brows furrowed, the same expression that he made when debating between more food or a long nap. His lips parted, then closed. Thoughtful, calculating. Then, finally, his face brightened, eyes lighting with the satisfaction of someone who had reached a grand conclusion. A slow smirk spread across his lips. Whiskey. He blinked. The human grinned. Your name will be Whiskey. Whisko. He turned the sound over in his mind, tasting it like a rare berry plucked straight from the branch. Odd. Sharp. Unlike any of the names he had ever heard the big creatures call one another. Chen Ren wasn't about to let that slide. He intended to change that, starting with his own buildings. He felt a sense of contentment as he reviewed the plans, everything sketched out in detail. He'd handed over the blueprints to Xiaolan, making sure to emphasize where manual labor would be needed. He trusted her to follow the instructions. She had always been good at executing his plans, and he had no doubt she would manage this one just as effectively. The door opened then, cutting his thoughts short, and Zihan stepped in. Sect Leader Chen, we're ready to go. Chen Ren stood, giving Xiaolan one last look. Okay, I'll be back in 2 weeks. He gave her a reassuring smile, though his mind was already turning to the journey ahead. He walked outside with Zihan and Xiaolan, and the sight of the modified carriage waiting for him made his chest swell with pride. The carriage, once used for their initial travels, had been altered to fit crates of his newly perfected alcohol, and it was now packed to the brim, ready to make its way across the empire. The group had gathered. Hong Yi and Angie stood by the carriage, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Yalan was seated on the ground, and Whiskey stood on top of the carriage. As he approached the group, his gaze flicked over Hong Yi, who was deeply engrossed in a map. When Hong Yi noticed him approaching, he lifted his eyes, a skeptical look creeping across his face. "Are you sure about this?" he asked, his voice laced with doubt. Chen Ren gave a reassuring smile, his confidence unwavering. "Yes, I'm confident," he replied, then stepped forward and traced his finger along a line on the map. His finger paused at a small town named Black Lotus Town, the first destination on their journey. "We'll be moving from here," he said, his finger continuing along the path. "Then we'll follow this road through the major cities to reach Ashen. This will be our destination." The path he outlined was a half-circle, the route weaving through some lesser-known towns. "On our way back," he continued, "we'll pass through Cloud Mist City." "What's an Ashen City?" Angie asked. Chen Ren pointed at a spot on the map, just before the last leg of the journey. "From what I gathered, it houses the Zhu clan, and they have one of the largest breweries in the region, with alcohol businesses spanning multiple cities. We'll be trying to get in business with them." He paused, his finger moving to another part of the map, closer to the halfway point between them and Ashen. "But before we get there," he added, "we'll make a stop at the Blood Iron sect." Hong Yi's eyes changed at the mention of the sect. He gulped, his brow furrowing in concern. "I really hope you're right about this," he muttered, the uncertainty now evident in his voice. It made Angie frown deeper. She clutched the map in her hand. "Don't worry," Chen Ren said. "It won't be the first time I would made a big organization bow down to me." He turned the lock on the door of her tea stall with a soft click, pausing for a moment before stepping back to give the empty shop one last look. The late evening light filtered through the windows, showing off the worn wooden tables and the simple counter. Her eyes lingered at a particular spot near the window, where a solitary chair stood slightly askew, as if someone had just risen from it. That was where Chen Ren always used to sit. She sighed. By now, he should be far away from the city, off on his dangerous endeavor, building a sect of all things. She shook her head, the corners of her mouth twitching. "I don't know why, but somehow I feel like he might just pull it off." Her thoughts wandered, unbidden, to the golden dragon, a magnificent creature no one had bonded with for centuries, perhaps even longer. Yet that brat had managed it. The sheer audacity of his achievement spoke of destiny, an immense, cosmic design Chen Ren seemed at the center of. Destiny was not something he usually placed much faith in. She had lived long enough to see it twisted by human hands. And yet, in this case, she could not deny the pull of something greater. The thought unsettled her, but it also brought a spark of curiosity. She shook her head again, more firmly this time, brushing away the nagging thoughts. "Destiny or not, he has a long road ahead," she murmured. Her footsteps were soft against the wooden floor as she walked down the narrow staircase leading to her private quarters above the shop. The upstairs were quiet, and it was the complete opposite of the noise that usually filled the stall during the day. Her ears craved this sort of quietness. She paused in front of her library, her fingers brushing softly over the spines. Without hesitation, she entered it and selected a specific book out of the few dozens she had carefully brought with her to this mortal town. Her hand moved to the back of the bookshelf, pressing a hidden button. With a soft mechanical whir, the entire shelf slid to the side, revealing a secret compartment embedded in the wall. Inside lay a small collection of books, their covers aged and dusty from years of concealment. He knelt and carefully removed the topmost book, her fingers brushing away the layer of dust to reveal its intricate cover. The cover was a masterpiece of detail and artistry, depicting the four heavenly beasts. At the top, the crimson phoenix soared gracefully. Opposite it, the black turtle coiled protectively around a serpentine dragon, its shell gleaming with emerald color. Below them, the white tiger crouched, its eyes fierce and intelligent, its stripes jagged like streaks of lightning, a symbol of martial might and unmatched ferocity. But it was the final figure in the center that commanded He's attention, a golden dragon. The dragon's scales seemed almost alive, shimmering with a luster that spoke of untamed power. Its piercing eyes glowed with ancient wisdom, and its sinuous body coiled as if ready to spring from the cover itself. The detail was so vivid, he half expected to feel the dragon's aura emanating from a book. She opened the book with care, the pages crackling faintly under her touch. The first image was a portrait of the golden dragon, its form rendered in stunning detail, surrounded by celestial clouds and rays of divine light. Her eyes lingered on the image as she muttered, "It seems like I need to do some reading of my own for what's to come." Chen Ren looked outside the carriage, his eyes staring off into the distance as his mind raised thoughts about currencies. On Earth, people had started with bartering, trading goods and services to meet their needs. It was a basic system full of flaws, but it had worked at the time. Eventually, coins appeared, shaped and made differently depending on the culture. The Romans had their denarii, the Chinese used cash coins, and other civilizations had their own forms of money. Then came paper money, light and practical for bigger trades. Nations worldwide adopted it, tying it to a global system where its value constantly shifted due to markets and politics. In the Xinxiao world, things weren't too different, at least for mortals. Bartering had long been replaced by a currency system of copper and silver wens, minted officially by the emperor. These coins kept the mortal markets moving. In fact, a reliable system that everyone followed. But for cultivators, the rules were different. Their currency had always been the source of their power, qi. More precisely, qi in its solid form, spirit stones. These stones were like crystals, holding raw energy inside them. Their worth wasn't decided by people, but by the power they carried. Chen Ren didn't know exactly how much qi was in a single stone. All he knew was that low-grade stones had less energy and weaker power, while higher-grade stones held far more qi and were much stronger. He didn't bother with the details. What mattered was collecting as many spirit stones as possible, for himself, his sect, and the goals he had set. Looking down at the bag in his hands, a small smile crept onto his face. He untied the leather cord and peeked inside at the glowing pile of low-grade spirit stones. The crystals were glowing under the sunlight. He couldn't help but raise one into the air and closely observe. Then he got to work. He counted them again and grinned. 90 stones. He'd started with an even 100, but before leaving Cloud Mist City, he had spent 10 to secure an official status for the Divine Coin sect. It was a hefty price, and the loss still stung a little. "Worth it," he muttered, tying the bag shut swiftly. For Chen Ren, getting official sect status wasn't about pride. It was a smart move. An official sect wasn't only prestigious, it was a shield against heavy taxes. But as he thought about it again and again, something stirred inside him. A strange warmth, something deeper than the alcohol he had just tasted. It was his. A name. He rolled his shoulders, puffing out his chest, lifting his paws as if announcing his new title to the world. Wisku. Yes. From this day forward, His majestic self would be known as Wisku, the name given by his newly acquired human servant. Chen Ren hadn't expected to gain a spirit beast companion while brewing alcohol, but fate had a peculiar sense of humor. The small creature, covered in sleek white fur with a bushy tail that flicked at the slightest provocation, had attached itself to him after downing a full bowl of discarded alcohol. He licked its tiny paws, eyes half-lidded in satisfaction, before climbing up his arm like he had always belonged there. Strange little thing, but cute, in an arrogant, self-important way. More surprising than its presence, however, was its obsession with alcohol. He sniffed at every jar he opened, jumped onto tables to inspect bubbling liquids, and, if he wasn't careful, dove headfirst into cups meant for testing. He had to start covering his batches, lest he find a tiny drunk curled up inside a brewing pot again. Still, as long as the Lenari kept lapping up failed experiments without complaint, he supposed he earned his keep. Whiskey didn't mind any scraps that he received, and Chen Ren didn't complain. It wasn't just him the little beast had taken a liking to. Ziwen had been talking to him more frequently on Dao and what it might mean to be a beastmaster, and these conversations would mostly happen when Chen Ren would be mid-brew, and in one of these talks, Whiskey had realized he found the middle-aged cultivator pleasing. Whiskey often perched on Wen's knee, tail curled around his body as he watched the man with critical, beady eyes. Z1, in return, stroked his beard in contemplation. Sometimes, he would completely ignore the spirit beast and continue to talk with Chen Ren about Dao and beasts, but throughout, Whiskey would be nearby. It showed that Wen was liked by spirit beasts, and his assumption of Dao of taming was correct. It made Chen Ren hope for the best, hope that the man would choose his Dao and attempt to connect with it soon. Then there was Luo Hong, a different sort of visitor. Unlike Wen's philosophical musings, his curiosity was far more grounded. He asked about cultivation techniques, his life story as someone who had been a cultivator for a long time, and how the immortal society worked. Through his conversation, he was able to get to know the man better, but one particular frustration gnawed at him: the fact that his lightning cultivation manual was utterly useless for him. It was because the man's spirit roots were earth aspect. Yalin had confirmed it during the aptitude test, and he wouldn't be able to make use of his lightning manual. Still, not all paths were blocked. Chen Ren tossed him a few old mortal-grade martial art manuals from his childhood. Cultivation isn't just about one thing. Work on the foundation first, he said. Figure out your Dao. You're better off knowing what path to walk upon as I get you a cultivation manual. Luo Hong didn't complain and accepted the manuals and started to practice them with when helping him to understand the stances and forms. While the cultivators wrestled with their paths, the mortals had no such luxury. They had tasks, responsibilities, and deadlines, and Tang Xiulan saw to it that they met them. Chen Ren had known she was intelligent, but watching her teach was another thing entirely. She grasped concepts quickly, adapted them, and had already organized lessons for the street kids and villager-turned students. Basic literacy, arithmetic, and business fundamentals, everything they'd need to handle his growing enterprises. That was one problem he didn't have to worry about. Seeing that his sect was slowly forming a rhythm, his mind moved to the next task at hand: alcohol distribution. He needed to finalize his supply chain before scaling production. Once that was set, he could shift focus to expanding his food stalls. Ice cream would have to wait. Summer had passed, and he wasn't foolish enough to push a seasonal product. Still, the future stretched ahead, full of possibilities. He knew he needed to produce a fresh batch of the alcohol without an awful taste. And for 2 weeks, he kept distilling alcohol and trying to get the flavor right. It took a while and a lot of frustration as he kept trying different concentrations and methods until finally, he found himself making a batch that was just good enough to sell. It took another week to create a carriage full of them with his sect members helping out before Chen Ren decided it was finally the time to take a trip around the empire. Just before he left, he sat across Xiulan, papers scattered across the table as they finalized the plans for the sect's upcoming expansion. Is it really necessary for you to go? Xiulan's question cut through the quiet, her fingers fidgeting nervously on her lap. We've just started things here, and I might be able to get some more help. Chen Ren inhaled through his nose. His eyes met her for the briefest moment and saw how serious she was. Yes, I did tell you I have a few things to do other than the alcohol supply line. I do know, young master, but that's what makes me worried. You're going to an established sect, and from what you've told me, it could be dangerous. He gave a small nod. Yes, it is dangerous, but Yalan will be with me, and I think I'll at least be able to preserve my life and escape with her there, if anything goes wrong. Xiaolan let out a breath, her posture relaxing slightly as she processed his words. All right, I'll make sure to handle the construction and plumbing. Though, I think it might take some time for the village builder and laborers to understand your diagrams. Chen Ren smiled wryly, feeling a familiar frustration at the mention of plumbing. Beyond the hustle of his businesses, Chen Ren had a vision for expanding his place, a long-term goal of building more facilities to accommodate the growing needs of the sect. But for now, his focus was on enhancing the 3 buildings they already had. More floors, more rooms, and, most importantly, proper plumbing. Yes, plumbing. It was something that grated on him about this era, the complete lack of efficient plumbing and proper facilities for nature's calls. A seemingly minor detail that no one ever seemed to address in any Xinsha novel. It always seemed so absurd to him. Even cultivators, according to Yalan, weren't exempt. They could survive without food for days, and as a result, their bodily needs were minimal. But that only left one glaring problem. No one had thought to advance the plumbing systems.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.